Wait for Hasanabi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasan. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny, well, not sunny, actually. What am I saying? From rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is rainy here, 55 degrees, and raining all morning here in cloudy and rainy California, Los Angeles, and it's hump day, folks. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is March 12th, is hump day. And it's a rainy hump day, as a matter of fact. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And regardless of the rain or shine, we grind. We are still going to be having a wonderful time. I feel like this camera has like... Is that better? It's a little bit better. Oh, sick shirt. That's right. I want a lead sign like that, please. Yeah. Become a somewhat famous Twitch streamer, and then one day it'll show up at your door from one of the services that you have used because they want a free advertisement, and they know that I'll most likely put it on my background. Oh, you know what? Hold on one moment. Never do that again, you weirdo. Do what again? I have Noah left his hat here. Hold on. It's mine now. Early today, are we? No, I'm not early. I'm late. Can Noah be a permanent co-host? He's a busy man. He's a busy man with a busy plan. He's working in New York. Untuck your shirt. You're not 60. No, I got that 60-year-old mindset, baby. Anyway, why is Mudahar being so damn stupid on Twitter? Because he needs to be a centrist. He needs to be a centrist liberal. That's why. We'll talk about that in a second, though. I got shit on in the Podjohn stuff for pointing out the spineless Dems are Al Green, and someone tried to equate Green's Trump protest to Marjorie Taylor Greene saying Jewish space lasers. Liberals have lost the motherfucking plot. Oh, no, I know they've lost the plot. Yeah. My goat is out there doing the dang thing. I'm over here wearing his freaking hat. But... Did you always being caked out, or is that from you working out? Oh, speaking of me being caked out, I forgot to actually post my video of me lifting this morning. Yeah, I've been caked up, but my ass definitely became much nicer. My ass definitely became much nicer after I started working out. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And by God, I will be doing that. Okay. Personal news time, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's personal news time. And what has happened in the world of Hasanabi piker for personal news? Not much. I didn't really do much last night. I watched Kuroko no Basket. That's what I did. I played some Kingdom I'm Coming. Obviously, I've been playing a lot of Kingdom Come. Your ass was nicer when you were fatter, and you know it. That's crazy. I played a lot of Kingdom Come. And that's pretty much it, honestly. Not much else. How long are you? I've been like playing it. I've been playing it slowly. I've been taking it slow. Oh shit. Hold on. Split Fiction is the new game of the year. That's what I've heard, honestly. That's what I've heard. I've heard that it's game of the year. I just don't have anyone to play it with. Like, I don't know. I feel like everyone plays it with their friends, and I guess I don't have any friends. You know what I mean? Just kidding. I said I would play it with Asmongold. That's what I would do. Dr. Stella Emmanuel is posting again. Lamau. Wait until Death Stranding 2. Ask Ludwig. I doubt Ludwig would do it. But you can't. It's woke. Is it? People are saying it's game of the year. Is it woke or is it game of the year? But is this about you? What? Important? Yeah, I love how much fake news spreads on Twitter. This is so funny. This is a great example of it. In a recent interview with Vogue, UK popular artist Dua Lipa reveals that she watches Hasan Piker's Twitch streams between shows while on the Radical Optimism tour. I just think he's something the world needs right now. Whenever I watch him, my mood changes for the better. And I love it because this got so much play. This got so much play. It unironically got people believing it. Like like people from Twitch were reaching out to me saying like, is this real? This is crazy. Oh my God. And not only that, but my normie friends were texting me. My normie friends were texting me being like, Hasan, I can't believe Dua Lipa is a big fan of yours. Like, I hate you. How did this happen? Centrist drama YouTube and their coverage of Israel. I know what France did to the Tesla dealership. I can't tell you how I feel about that because I feel like it's terrorism. Trump is considering it to be terrorism. But yeah. So, Centrist drama YouTube and their coverage of Israel. All the free speech warriors are quiet about KHALIL getting KHALIL's possible deportation. Get a haircut, big dog? No, I just literally pulled my hair back. That's it. Nothing else. Free speech. Is Tesla farming MAGA Twitter? Tariff time. Department of Education layoffs and more. Get in now. My dad tried to argue that Biden showing vehicles at the White House like the Jeep Wrangler was also him doing paid ads for those automakers. I was like, last I checked, the CEO of Stellantis didn't pay $250 million to control what the get control over the U.S. Treasury for that. Yeah. Also, Biden didn't show vehicles at the White House like the Jeep Wrangler just because the Jeep Wrangler stocks were down or something. When Biden has appeared on American automotives, okay, it's oftentimes to celebrate American industry across the board. He will go to an auto show and urge Americans to buy American. Or if there's a new factory that is opened, like it's never directly because one of his main guys who gave him a shit ton of money so he would be elected, who he has now appointed into this ridiculous position of power where that main guy, main billionaire has like an endless amount of power over the administrative state, is now suffering. And now he's going to make it basically illegal to say mean things about Teslas. Okay? It is completely ridiculous. There is no comparison. There is no comparison to be made here. I mean, there is a comparison to be made here if you're a moron, I think. Like if you're purposely obtuse or just like one of the dumbest people someone has ever encountered, but that's it. Oh no, this is disgusting. Okay, let's do it. Fuck it, why not? All right, that's it. Centrist drama YouTube and their coverage of Israel. All free speech warriors are quiet about KHALIL's possible deportation over free speech. Is Tesla farming MAGA Twitter? Tariff time. Department of Education layoffs and more. We're obviously going to talk about Ukraine as well. Is Russia going to agree to the conditions set forth, or is Vladimir going to cook Trump? What the fuck is that image? It's a cursed image. It's cursed JD Vance, baby. Would you guys still like me if I was JD Vance? Probably not. Trump called Schumer Palestinian again. Asmund isn't quiet, but I don't think you want to hear his opinion. I wasn't talking about Asmund Gold. Okay. I did not consent to have my blurry, out of focus chat likeness appropriated in this matter. What? Yeah. Have you said thank you? Have you said thank you? Imagine I look like this. Imagine I look like this and constantly went, have you said thank you recently? Yeah. I feel like I would melt my fan base at that point. Have you said thank you? But yeah, what are your feelings on the socialist candidate for New York City mayor, Zoran? He's my goat. He's my king. He's doing amazing things. I really, really hope he wins. That would be amazing. What is this? KHIve liberals have now joined in on the anti-Hassan research law. What? KHIve libs? What? Who cares, dude? This got fucking 20 likes. What's wrong with you? Who the fuck? Why would you bring that up? Y'all are crazy. When are you coming to China? I've been for a month now, and it's even more glorious than I could have ever expected. Hopefully soon. We'll see. All right, so where were we? This is the best JD Vance meme. Dude, this is not. This is disrespectful to Mao. That is crazy. Like using Mao's likeness in this way. Delete this. Delete this. You actually have done a great disservice. I will lose social credit. I will lose social credit. I will never get a Chinese visa. I will never be white Chinese. I can't believe my eyes have laid upon a desecration of an iconic figure of notoriety. This comparison itself it should be illegal. You will go to the countryside. You will toil the land. You will write consistently about how you have engaged in counter-revolutionary behavior. You will apologize for your reactionary sentiment. You will write about all of the ways in which you will write every single day about the ways in which you have engaged in incredible acts. You will do self-criticism, openly talking about the ways in which you have engaged in counter-revolutionary behavior. I disavow. This is the most I've ever disavowed this community. This is the worst thing this community has ever done. Okay, that's ridiculous. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is literally a thought crime. Yes, one that should be prosecutable. But in any case, where were we? More deep plowing for this fool? Yes. You must go and toil the land on the countryside until you return, understanding what kind of thought crimes you've engaged in. Completely unacceptable. Okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So this is a bit personal news, but also simultaneously not so personal news because it like dovetails into conversations that I've had already. Last night I watched Noah Samson's latest video. His latest video was titled, I forget what it was. I think it was The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide. And I posted about it on my Instagram and I said, hey, this is a really good video. You guys should watch it because I think it is a really good video. It's a really informative video. It's not just like drama. I know that people will look at it and go, oh, that's just a drama video. It's not. It actually carefully details all of the ways in which Israel has facilitated this genocide in Gaza, and not only does it feature all of that, but it also then shows the many ways in which a lot of like centrist slop tubers who have a lot of prominence, especially as a collective, like who have a lot of range amongst a broad audience of relatively apolitical people who aren't really paying close attention to stuff. Basically those guys, I think those guys taking this like nihilistic centrist position on Israel by never really talking about Israel directly or never really talking about like the genocide and the things that have taken place, but instead covering it from the angle of like drama and what content creators are saying and how the content creators that are on the pro-Palestinian side being bad, like that, I think plays a very sinister and cynical role in also doing propaganda. And I think people need to understand that. So it goes beyond drama. It's just like, if you just simply cast it aside as drama, you miss the forest for the trees. it's important for people to recognize exactly what was going on there. I had covered this before. I covered Mudahar's like statements about this before. I didn't even know he had made one. Most of the time, a lot of content creators who are in like the tech space or in like random spaces, like they don't necessarily come out and make like big, bold, declarative statements about their politics or ongoing issues. But I think one of the ways in which like Keemstar adjacent drama slop YouTubers engage in this issue is by taking an even more sinister approach where they have no interest in understanding the actual impact, the actual issue, and instead they have all the interest in farming it and basically saying what their position is without actually saying what their position is. And I think that that is what a lot of these guys did. Some of them obviously openly and actively said they were pro-genocide, like Destiny. Other Destiny dick riders also played along with that. And then there's like, you know, someone like Mudahar who did the lightest version of this, basically. The only impact that he had was to say, I'm apolitical, both sides are kind of crazy, but the pro-Palestinian side in America, they're so bad. You know, there is no middle ground when it comes to genocide, obviously, as you guys know. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because it ties perfectly back to all of the deplatforming efforts that are taking place right now online against people who have criticized Israel. And you're basically joining in on that pile-on when your only output in terms of talking about this genocide is to simply say the pro-Palestinian guys are actually really bad. Anyway, so he had this to say this morning. I get watching other people's videos is all you're really good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting Hassan the Hun. I have never defended or backed the Israeli genocide on innocent Gazans. Never will I ever. To which I responded with, in your only vid on Gaza, you admit to not knowing about politics. You try to cover Israel-Palestine as drama slop for centrist audience. You defend Asmongold for inferior culture/genocide comment, then attack pro-Palestinian voices. So I guess you just wanted the ad revenue then. I then followed it up by saying, Muda is a particularly insane case because he's a victim of the same right-wing mobs he often farms in his videos. He literally left Twitter because of the vicious racism, and here he is back again, only to farm more. Motherfucker, you went on Hajj. They hate you more than they hate me, which is true. He literally had to leave Twitter, and it's sad. It's a sad state of affairs when a brown Muslim content creator has to fucking leave a social media platform because people are so vicious and so relentlessly attacking him, not on the virtues of his thoughts or his ideas or his opinions either, just simply because he's Indian. Okay? It's completely unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've talked about it quite extensively. Now, having said that, part of the reason why he came back was to unironically, you know, play the role of one of the good ones. That's what's so crazy about it. Like he will act like he will say, I don't have a political opinion, but then also turn around and demonstrate a political opinion that, of course, is trying to position himself as like a centrist person. Okay? As a centrist person, angling it from the perspective of drama. To which he also responded, by the way, in your video on Gaza. He said, yes, I do admit to not being an expert on the topic. Didn't cover it as drama since it isn't one. Serious situation with dead people and attacks happening every day. I just don't downplay rapes and sugarcoat violent organizations like you. Also didn't defend Asman in vid. Now, what's interesting about that response is it basically demonstrates the exact thing that I'm talking about. It also is a lie. He did cover it as simply drama. Because I responded back to him saying, I didn't cover it as drama with this tweet. Okay. Yeah, I don't do this, and then ends up doing it. I responded with, we were a year into a genocide here. This was your only video on the topic. It downplayed and ran defense for Asman's takes, while the bulk of your commentary revolved around how evil the pro-Palestinian streamers were from clips you compiled off snark subreddits. 990,000 views, though. And then I said, just going to leave this here again. For 16 months, there's been a genocide going on in Gaza. Israel has the same ambitions for the West Bank, which has been under apartheid occupational rule since 1967. If your advocacy is slandering and deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices, just admit you love Israel and its genocide. We know, right? Yes, I gave it a self-like this morning. Suck my dick. I was retweeting it. So my point here is that these guys, I think, thought that they can get away with doing this shit. And for much of the time frame in my coverage on Israel-Palestine, I haven't really hyper focused on like a bunch of these drama slob tubers. I think Bad Empanada has done a decent job. Bad Empanada has done a decent job of like going after some of these guys, at least like by breaking down the lack of arguments that they're posting on their videos, right? Because normally you would think like, okay, these guys don't have any sort of serious interest or whatever. Why are you talking about them? They're silly. They're completely. They're irrelevant, right? Like real things are happening in the world, and these guys are relevant. They're not, because as a collective, they have the capacity to basically fucking inform a lot of uninformed people. And what are they using? What are they doing with the influence that they have? They're deluding people into thinking suspiciously that all of the fucking pro-Palestinian people, all the pro-Palestinian advocates are just like scary racist monsters or whatever. There's scary racist monsters that are undermining rapes. Like that right there, didn't cover it as drama since it isn't one. I just don't downplay rapes and sugarcoat violent organizations like you. That right there is literally, that right there is a political statement. And it is one devoid of any information whatsoever. And yes, in terms of Mudahar, he's an interesting person because I used to talk to him all the time. I used to get help from him on like Steam Deck related stuff. And then he started orbiting Destiny around the same time that Destiny was like becoming super pro Israel. And he noticeably was quiet on this issue. You know, he had more tweets about this. Not sure what he meant by your kind, though. Maybe you know. Yeah, like you are not pro free speech. You're not an honest person. And all you care about either in this situation, all you care about is either making money, okay? All you care about is either making money and farming this as like angling this in the least contentious way possible, and make money off the backs of people fucking dying, babies getting murdered every single day by Israel. It's either something that you're not genuinely interested in, or B, it's worse, you actually do like Israel, but you're too ashamed to admit it. And I don't think he likes Israel and he's too ashamed to admit it. I think he's just like not very knowledgeable and you know, wanted to make a statement about it, but take a very centrist position. And because he can't say something directly about Israel or Gaza, because then everyone's going to eat his ass alive, all he does is go after people who do demonstrate the courage to talk about these issues. Meanwhile, all he does is fucking basically farm clout and money off of it. Yeah, it's almost as if the bulk of the commentary matched what the video was titled/centered about. Twitch allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric from your camp on its platform. The clips were actually sourced from the creators who streamed them. No, they weren't. You fucking took clips that were directly out of context from fucking Destiny's subreddit. That's where a lot of this stuff comes from. It's okay. You don't have to admit it, but we know that that's what a lot of slop tubers do. It's not just Destiny subreddit either. They literally... Most people that make these kinds of like drama-centered videos unironically just source it off of fucking Reddit. That's it. They literally go off of Reddit comments. That's the game out here. That is the level of research that most people dedicate to T channels and drama channels in general. But yeah, it's notice how there is no statement here, okay? Notice how there is no like evidence here. The evidence is Twitch is allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric, or you're downplaying rapes. Like, did this person read the UN report? Did he even watch like the Sheryl Sandberg atrocity propaganda flick and then develop his opinion on this issue? Did he read any Israeli newspapers or American newspapers on the matter? And that's how he came up with this idea that like mass rapes had taken place, because he read the New York Times screams without words propaganda piece that was immediately undermined, by the way. Like, did he do any of that? Is that why he has this position? No, he has no position. He's just repeating something he saw on Reddit. That's my point. And that's what's really frustrating about this issue, is that these guys try to maintain this like nihilistic centrist perspective, but they constantly attack one fucking side while also lightly criticizing the other side. Here, look at this. Look at the situation. Asmongold quite literally said Palestinians are inferior culture and genocide is appropriate.
Everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Ooh, god damn. Bro, what the fuck? Holy shit. Dude, he went in. He's fucking, ooh, god damn. I don't know where the full clip is. I guess it's, so what the fuck is the, who did he say? Did he say the Palestinians were inferior cultures or something? I mean, like, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody should sit there and fucking be like, oh, I guess the whole group of people deserve to be genocided. Like, at the end of the day, that doesn't make you any better.
Damn, thanks, man. That's a good take, right? That's a good take. He's obviously being very critical of Asmongold here. Is it matching what Asmongold is saying? Not necessarily.
You know what I mean? It just doesn't really.
This is the problem that I have with so many fucking centrists, okay? They will always defend free speech on the principles when it comes to like some of the most insane right-wing shit you've ever heard, okay? Nazis protesting on college campuses. Not saying Mudahar is doing this. I'm just broadly saying a lot of fucking centrists, a lot of fence sitters, whether it be people like Tim Pool who presented themselves as such, or a lot of these fucking drama slop tubers, they will only talk about free speech when it's like video game titties getting smaller, or when it's like not being able to say a slur on a fucking social media platform. That's the only thing that is like the defense of free speech. When there is an actual issue of the highest political severity, a genocide that is ongoing, and there are active deplatforming initiatives, they will literally fucking stand right there and advocate for that deplatforming to take place. They will then never turn around and do commentary on a severe violation of the First Amendment, like with the MAHMOUD KHALIL situation, where the American government decided and openly stated that they have no evidence that this person had violated the law at all, that they had actually black bagged them from his fucking house with the goddamn Gestapo from Columbia University and shipped them to Louisiana overnight with the purpose of revoking his green card and deporting him only because he engaged in a protest that they did not like. He didn't violate any rules. He didn't violate any laws. He was the lead negotiator with Columbia University. Think about that, man. Like, I'm done with this shit. If these guys had any sort of honesty, any sort of integrity, any sort of genuine care for freedom of speech, for example, freedom of expression, they would probably spend a good deal of their time criticizing the Trump administration. He's also double cut because he's Canadian on top of everything else. Because like Donald Trump is actively talking about annexing Canada too. That's the other side of the story. But hey, what the fuck do I know?
Make you any better than the shitty party out there. But I assume he's probably referring, if I'm being very charitable, to like.
I mean, why he's being very charitable to Asmon? Was that same charitably extended to someone like myself or someone like Frogan? No, it wasn't. Because being a centrist only means, or being apolitical only means you always end up on one side of the issue, and that side is the right-wing side.
Like gay people who like ally with that. It's like, okay, there's got to be a longer clip than this, dude. Like I feel like there's at least like a fucking 30 seconds from the beginning that I'm missing here that I just have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I'll show you what his take was on.
But like any other motherfucker, you're doing them. You're, oh my god, I want my Camaro, no student loans. F you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back in America.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms every single day? The most outrageous shit you'll ever hear. Like, downright, just hateful rhetoric.
Yeah, now, didn't need context for that, baby. No context necessary. Oh, hell yeah. Loud and proud, USA will put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. And tell Uncle Sam, you're a man. Statue of Liberty came shaking up frizz, and the whole world came crushing down on me.
Now, obviously, the people who are in the military were like, whoa, we're getting that Camaro. I have never in a million years met somebody, and I've met...
That's the funniest thing, is just like, because the Camaro line is such a funny meme. In the video, he defends Asma by saying he's probably talking about extremist Muslims. I know. When he gets the full context of the situation, this is how he responded to it, okay? Like, we covered this before. I covered this on the stream because I couldn't believe it. Like, I was genuinely shocked. I was like, damn, dude, like, that's how fucking hard you want to suck off, like, alt-right weirdos? Like loser ass dudes. That's how hard you want to fucking suck these losers off. You want to farm them that hard. I get it. You're like a tech YouTuber, but it's crazy.
And I feel like I need to clarify. I'm not somebody that is afraid to say that genocide is wrong. I think that there is an actual case of genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. I think there's very serious situations that go around the world.
Very serious situations.
Now, at the same time, these are situations that involve a group of people, Muslims and Jews, that have effectively been at each other's throats for not.
One could say that the Palestinians are experiencing what could be considered the first steps of contextually appropriate framing of genocide, but also, Jews and Muslims, they've just been at it for centuries.
And I don't want to jump and make this like a super political video because, again, I'm not equipped to even discuss this kind of stuff, but I am.
You're 30 minutes in. What are you doing? Yeah, that's what's so frustrating. It's like, dude, if you're not knowledgeable on this issue that is a fucking very serious issue, okay, then why the fuck are you making a video on the issue from the framework of drama while also simultaneously coming down harder on the fucking pro-Palestinian advocates than you do on the side that said genocide is fine, the culture is inferior? And then turn around and say, well, they've just been fighting each other for a millennia. It's bullshit. It's not correct. It's incorrect information. It is ahistorical. And it unironically feeds into this false notion that, like, it's just Jews and Muslims fighting. Like, get the fuck out of here. I can't stand these dudes, man. I can't stand motherfuckers who just act like this is just like a... Muslims versus Jews type situation. Like, my point is this, okay? A lot of people will yell, or a lot of people, I think, in the beginning, in the first couple of months especially, but like definitely over the last 16, 17 months, have been yelling at their content creators to make a statement about this, okay? And it's understandable. You want to apply pressure to the government. You want to keep protesting. You want to get the word out. You want to bring awareness to the situation. And in that process, you want your content creators that you love, content creators with a lot of influence, to come out and make a statement. And you can say, like, I think genocide is unconscionable. I'm not very well equipped to talk about this. That's one thing, right? But like, the moment that you come out and actually try to do this fucking cowardly thing where you're like, I'm pro-Palestine, but I won't really say it fully, but I think genocide is bad. But also all of these pro-Palestinian advocates, in an effort, while there is a deliberate effort to try and deplatform every single fucking pro-Palestinian voice, okay, turning around and being like, yeah, these guys are too radical for my taste. Yeah, you are taking a position. You're taking a cowardly position, and I am infinitely more charitable to people if they admit that they're coming at this from a position of not being knowledgeable, but then they fucking step aside. They don't try to like enter the fray of political commentary with no info whatsoever and then turn around and say, I don't really know anything, but these guys seemingly are really radical. Well, if you don't know anything, then shut the fuck up. Why are you taking a bold stance like this then? You know? Do you think that the 8-second clips that you posted are reflective of my actual fucking commentary on this issue? I've done hundreds of videos with actual fucking professors, journalists, victims of genocide. It's so ridiculous that like all of that is just inconsequential. Israeli academics, Arab academics, like, what are we talking about? What are we doing here? And then it's just all it takes is like one fucking asshole to be like, yeah, this seems radical to me. It just pisses me off so much. It's like, don't assume a fucking bold stance like this. Don't take a bold stance like this. Seems like you have a firmly held conviction on the matter. These guys are too radical. That's the, when all is said and done, when the dust is settled, is that what you want your primary takeaway from this subject matter to be? We have a finite amount of time on this earth, okay? On God's green fucking earth. We only have a limited amount of time here, okay? We are going to perish one day. In that finite amount of time, you and I, Mudahar and myself, we were fortunate enough and privileged enough to have a platform with profound influence, okay? Is that what you want your only takeaway to be from this moment? I'm not pro-Israel. You know, I don't think genocide is appropriate, but these people who are actually calling out this genocide are getting attacked, and I am joining the people that are attacking those people. It's fucking ridiculous. It makes me so mad. It is so cowardly. All he could have done is maybe even shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know why he thinks he's dipping his toes back into this. Okay? Every single, I don't want to talk about that topic, creator is pro-Israel. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Muda going after Twitch here when Destiny and Ethan started brigading advertisers together. Exactly. And it's also the kind of shit that like a lot of these apolitical content creators wouldn't stand for normally. Okay? It's a lot of stuff that these apolitical content creators normally wouldn't stand for if it was happening to any other fucking content creator. You want to know what I mean by that? Like, if any other content, these guys were attacking Ethan when Ethan was like calling out Keemstar's advertisers because they were like, you can't fuck up the bag. You're going to fuck up the bag for everybody. But hey, God forbid, dude, when deplatforming, you're always anti-deplatforming until it's a motherfucker who you don't like or is saying some shit that you don't actually like. I hate that. I hate how cowardly that shit is. Have some fucking conviction, dude. Yeah, he's just he's just framing drama for views from his right-wing gamer audience. I don't think you should think too much on this. I'm not. I know that is the statement. I know that is what's going on. I don't like that. I don't like that these guys' only politics is basically so many slop tubers online. Their only frame of reference for politics is just like, this guy is an avatar for all things progressive. A lot of people fucking hate him for that reason. I'm just going to shit on that guy. And it's a cowardly way to say your position without saying your position. Okay? Oh, I'm a liberal, but honestly, I don't really like this guy who is seemingly far too progressive for me. Guys, I'm one of the good ones. Come on, I'm a centrist. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see that shit. It's cowardly. It's infinitely better if you just don't even entertain this stuff at all. You don't bring it up. You don't get into it. You don't throw your hat in the fucking ring. It's all copy paste too. It's all copy paste. It's all ridiculous. Anyway, shame on Mudahar. And he is like the least offensive person out of all of these. It's just very frustrating regardless. Yeah. Also, one final word on this whole thing. I don't understand why you bring up my Hajj while being the most Muslim cosplayer I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm such a Muslim cosplayer. What the fuck am I doing that's a Muslim cosplayer? It's Ramadan. I'm fucking drinking coffee right now. I've never cosplayed being a Muslim, okay? I was born a Muslim to a Muslim family in a Muslim nation, and my opinions on Islam have evolved throughout fucking time. Just because I defend Muslims and their right to practice their fucking religion doesn't mean I'm a Muslim cosplayer. You know who's a Muslim cosplayer? Andrew fucking Tate. That's a Muslim cosplayer. I've been pretty open about my perspective in terms of like how I view religion, my religion, and what I think of it all. I am culturally Muslim in the same way that like someone will say they're Jewish, they're culturally Jewish, or someone in America who is not fucking really Christian at all will say they're culturally Christian. That's it. My existence, especially in the Western world, is a way to get Islamophobic Americans to understand that being Muslim doesn't necessarily fucking mean that you're, strapping a bomb to your chest and blowing yourself up while saying Allahu Akbar, because that was the fucking primary way that these guys operated. They think every Muslim is like that. It has nothing to do with Islam. And the reason for why I do that is so that people are more understanding. The reason why I do that, and the reason why I explain this every day, is so that people don't come after you with Islamophobic nonsense. It's all good, though. I will still obviously defend Mudahar against the psychotic fucking racist attacks he has to withstand on a daily fucking basis. But I will tell you, I will tell you right now, okay? Just positioning yourself alongside Keemstar and all these fucking drama slop tubers that will write 11 million articles about like, this is the day Hasan finally gets canceled, okay? Doing that shit is not going to save you from these people that literally think you are lesser than them because they're fucking racist, okay? That's it. You will never be one of the good ones. Like, they will not see you as one of the good ones, okay? It's so sad. And yes, it is just popularity and money for a lot of people. This is the job. This is the bread and butter for a lot of people. What's your best video attacking the right wing? I'd love to check it out. Yeah, Hasanabi subscribes to leftist nonsense where everyone fits in the categories. Everyone's ranked on a race-based hierarchy. Like, what the fuck is this person saying? Who is this person? This reply under his tweet literally proves your point. You are getting cooked. That's why you are getting cooked. That's what you get for not taking a clear stance. Oh my God. Normally us right wingers would side with you, but you decide to attack us as well. So go fuck yourself. Yeah, there you go. Like, this is it. This is the audience that you're farming actively. Yeah. Anyway, yes, I know Trump backtracked on ethnically cleansing Gaza. We'll talk about that in a second. But he's also using Palestinian as a slur again. He's back to his old ways. Anyway, I just wanted to briefly talk about that little back and forth that took place and help you understand that the reason why I'm talking about this is not just because it's fucking drama or because I'm like fighting back against people that are engaging in this like smear campaign. The reason why I'm talking about this is because there's also this like far-reaching consequence where a lot of these fucking people that, watch these guys see only one side of the story, a very falsely and narrowly focused, wrong-sided attitude, like wrong opinion on the matter from dudes that don't fucking have any knowledge on the issue whatsoever. Okay? And then their fan bases also develop the wrong opinions. Their fan bases develop like idiotic fucking opinions. Like that's why you hear so many people repeat these silly ass takes left and right. Oh yeah, it's just like Muslims and Jews fighting, right? I don't get it. This Hassan guy and all these other pro-Palestinian content creators, they're all kind of radical, right?
Showing these people and promoting them in this incredibly positive light when there are actually just pirates and terrorists who are putting people in harm's way, especially people that have nothing.
Yeah. The state that is implementing a blockade on the Red Sea in an effort to stop the genocide is actually putting people in harm's way, not the fucking state that is doing a genocide, and not America and all of the other fucking coalition forces that started blowing up Yemen because they decided to fucking stop ships from going through the Red Sea. Because that's the craziest part, because it's like, how are you gonna fucking sit there? How are you going to fucking sit there and what? I don't think this person is Muda's alt account, dude. You can't even be bothered to watch a whole video before making a baseless accusation. My content is for the masses, not some niche group of Palestinian nationalists like you. And by the way, Asmongold's comment was taken out of context. Yeah, I don't think this person is Mudahar. Dude, you're crazy. Yeah, the point I was going to make is, the point I was making is like, you're admitting that it's a fucking genocide, but then you're also saying, but everyone resisting against that genocide is completely inappropriate. They're all terrorists, pirates, rapists, monsters. Get the fuck out of here. Like, these two opinions are so stupid. So what's the alternative? Seemingly, one country is doing a genocide, and that's wrong, but also everyone else that's resisting against it is bad. So what should people do? Just like fucking eat it? Should they just die? Should people just fucking die? That's the best way to resist against a genocide, is just like die. That's it. And then we here in the Western world can feel better about our support. Just die quietly. Don't even die in a way that's like public too, because then you're making Israel look bad. I hate this fucking both sides nonsense. Like, you're not making a brilliant stance, and you're not even on both sides either. You're just saying that while simultaneously leaning heavily on the side that is doing the atrocity. Because the reality of the matter is, silence in the face of injustice is siding with the oppressor. If you are quiet when there is a genocide going on, then you're technically saying, well, this doesn't reach my standard. It doesn't, it doesn't actually meet the fucking standard where I have to make a statement about it, because it doesn't hurt me or my feelings all that bad. So it's wild to me that these guys will also simultaneously be like, well, there is a genocide going on, but also every single fucking group resisting against this in any way, shape, or form they can are also in the wrong, and they're bad. So what's the fucking alternative? What's the alternative? Yeah, if you ask what's the alternative, he'll just say he doesn't know about politics to know the answer, but that won't stop him from grandstanding ignorant critiques. He'll dish out to people who do know more than him. Exactly. Because they wanted to enforce some kind of penalty for the genocide that Israel was conducting. Oh my God. Thank you, Mudahar. I'm glad that you arrived at a reasonable conclusion. Imagine nearly a century of ethnic cleansing to get both sides by an enlightened Western centrist. Yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has his foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. Desmond Tutu. Who's Mudahar help? He's some fucking tech YouTuber who has like an audience of sweaty gamer bros. Okay. Disinformation tracker responded, say, you whitewashed and justified Asmagol's statement about Palestinians deserving genocide due to their inferior culture. Then you vilified Ansar Allah's Red Sea blockade, which was among the least bloody tactics available to pressure Israel and the U.S. to stop the genocide. Apologize and go back to playing video games. Quit crying when people call out your foul and sloppy genocide support. Being dumb is not an excuse for spreading pro-genocide propaganda while tens of thousands of people are dying in a Holocaust your country is helping commit. Well, he's Canadian. I guess they also are helping, though, to be fair. Claiming you didn't know better is not an excuse. You don't mindlessly pontificate on the extermination of another people. You don't condemn people who fight and die to push back against the genocide. You treat genocide like your typical brain-dead gamer rage bait. Yeah. That's what's so fucking annoying. Like, they so shamelessly farm this as though it's fucking drama, as though it's an opportunity to make money and gain some fucking clout. Jesus Christ, dude. Muda should stick to creator drama. He's not sharp enough for political commentary. No, but that's the problem. Also, some aspects of political commentary cannot be covered like it's fucking content creator drama. That's the point. And these guys do it all the time. And they do it shamelessly. And because they establish themselves in a center-right perspective, they can get away with saying whatever the fuck they want from a position of authority when there's no underlying information, no evidence. That's what's so goddamn frustrating about this process too, where you could just say whatever the fuck you want. You can lie every day. You can just admit that you don't know anything. And basically, as long as you are attacking the people that are going against the grain, as long as you are actively criticizing people who are stepping out of line, and stepping out of line in this instance would basically be saying anything about Israel that can be deemed too radical, then, you know, you're good. You can just say whatever the fuck you want. That's it. You will always be able to have a career as long as you are siding with the more powerful institution, okay? If you side with America, if you side with Israel, it literally does not matter. You can and then say, I'm not trying to be gay. What is this?
But I feel like I need to clarify. I'm not somebody that is afraid to say that genocide is wrong. I think that there is an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. I think there's very serious situations that go around the world. Now, at the same time, these are situations that involve, a group
Did it F a little bit?
of people,
Small hiccup?
Muslims and Jews, that have effectively been at each other's throats for not.
It was a Twitch server side situation. I didn't experience that. One could say that the Palestinians are experiencing what could be considered the first steps of contextually appropriate
Video, because again, I'm not equipped to even discuss this kind of stuff, but I am.
Okay, never mind. I watched this already. All right. Let's move on. Let's get to it. Let's talk about the ways in which this also obviously factors into our everyday existence. The American government, the right-wing American government, is now actively looking into denaturalizing or at least revoking the green card of legal permanent residence. MAHMOUD KHALIL is the first step. They've stated that they're going to do this over and over again. Okay. Mudahar was in D's Discord giggling like a schoolgirl, like a hoe, after D came out and publicly said even nuking Gaza won't be considered a genocide. I don't think he even made a video about the sex-based allegations yet. Yeah, it's just weird because like even people who cover drama have been noticeably absent. I have noticed that. There's been like 3 or 4 videos. Can you imagine if a similar situation happened to me? How many fucking videos would be made on that process? But none of those drama slop tubers, with the exception of like 1 or 2, have made any videos whatsoever on their friend who they like being pursued for actively filming some of his orbiters that he called orbiters in the act of having sex with one another and then distributing that pornographic material without the consent of the parties involved. Did Asmongold cover that? It's just weird. I don't know. It's just, it kind of feels like these guys have, considered me a much worse person than that for quite a long time. I wonder what it is. I wonder what is stopping them from covering this issue. I think there is no better way to understand someone's political position than what they choose to fucking cover and what they choose not to cover, okay? Even Epstein's friends burned bridges and made videos regarding the crimes committed. These centrists are the next level. Yes, because the centrists themselves are maintaining this. The centrists themselves are unironically maintaining this posture. They're the ones who are protecting him because they like him, because they think he's fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? Terrorist simps are out of control by Asmongold 6 hours ago. Talking about Mahmoud Khalil, by the way. Mr. Free Speech Defender. Asmongold thinks when boobs get pixelated, or when boobs are like a little bit smaller in a fucking video game, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to free speech. That's the grossest anti-free speech crime that Sony could commit on Stellar Blade. Asmongold literally went after those fucking petitions that freak-ass Grums made. He defended that shit. He hyped it up. But God forbid, when the American state actually fucking puts down the hammer and decides, we don't like what you have to say, you're going to get deported, then he goes, terrorist simps. It's awesome. It's based. As I was saying, pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil was black-bagged from his Columbia University campus apartment by the Department of Homeland Security by ICE agents and expeditiously shipped off to Louisiana. Today, in New York, a New York judge oversaw whether or not that was appropriate. Okay? And it's not appropriate. In the time frame that this happened a couple days prior, we learned that the Department of Homeland Security actually openly stated that there was no illegal reasons there was no law that was violated for Mahmoud Khalil's arrest and subsequent deportation, or the deportation process starting. And that it was specifically because they didn't like what he was saying. It was because of what he was doing and what he was saying, which was Mahmoud Khalil being a pro-Palestinian activist, a student activist. That's it. That right there is a direct violation of the First Amendment. If you can't fucking see that, if you can't understand how dangerous this is to turn a blind eye to, then you're fucked. It's over. Your eyes are closed. Fascism is here, and your eyes are fucking completely closed. It was not even an arrest. It was a kidnapping by the government. And it wasn't even like this person saying things that were anti-American either. It was literally for a foreign nation. For a foreign nation. The nation of Israel he hurt the nation of Israel's feelings. He must now be deported. You cannot be a green card holder and hurt the feelings of the glorious state of Israel. What a ridiculous situation this is. Where are the free speech advocates? This is a real violation of free speech. This is a real violation of the American right to demonstrate.
In our country as it relates to this next story, CBS News 24/7 with an eye to court battles over a pro-Palestinian activist facing deportation out of the United States. We are talking about Mahmoud Khalil. So let's learn a little bit more about him. He's a legal U.S. resident. He has a green card. He protested against Israel's war in Gaza at Columbia University. Of course, we know Columbia University getting a strong finger wagging and a withdrawal of some big-time dollars in recent days. Immigration agents arrested Khalil over the weekend, shipped him off to a detention center in Louisiana. Columbia grad. Now his supporters and legal advocates are rallying for his release. Well, fast forward to today, and this is the scene from the sky. The arrest sparking demonstrations in some parts of our country, not the least of which right outside the courtroom. The White House says Khalil's arrest is the first of many, and that sent protesters who say his speech should be protected as a legal resident of the United States under green card status. Well, they say they're going to protest that. They say he should be protected, should not be deported. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security, we are understanding, says they will detain more people connected with last year's protests. All right, it's my understanding that we have an opportunity now to hear a news conference on this very issue.
Louisiana is a day too long. We and he fully intend to vindicate not just his First Amendment rights, but those of all Americans, frankly, and all lawful permanent residents, and anybody who wants to speak out. It simply cannot be the case that you can be disappeared at night off the streets of New York City simply because the current U.S. government, the current administration at the White House dislikes what you have to say. That is, not just un-American, it's also unacceptable. And so Mr. Khalil and we will fight as hard as we need to in court to bring him home to New York City as soon as possible. And that's one of the motions that is now pending before this court. It is a motion to bring him back home and to free him so that he can fight this removal case.
Why did you not take the judge's invitation to argue the merits?
So we won't be answering questions right now, but
tell us just how unprecedented something like this is. You just talked about that.
Look, this.
No questions yet. Just like
Okay, so I'll just say this and I'll step back. It is absolutely unprecedented. The grounds that are being cited.
This right here is such an insane violation, dude. He's being held in a detention facility in Louisiana. Okay? If people, it doesn't matter what your perspective is. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now. It literally doesn't matter. Even if you're a fucking right-winger, okay? Even if you're pro-Israel, if you are stupid enough to think that this is a good decision, you are so goddamn short-sighted. You are not seeing the fucking forest for the trees. This is an insane violation of the First Amendment. Why Louisiana? Because they judge shop and they have more reactionary, more right-wing judges in Louisiana that will expeditiously move on with this process and possibly revoke his citizenship and deport him, even if there isn't like real reason to do any of those things. Like, America doing this kind of stuff in the war on terror to random people that they decided were terrorists because they were shipped out of Pakistan or whatever, it was already completely unacceptable. It was a violation of human rights. We were gross for doing it. We have ramped up the pressure. We have actually escalated this. It's not even like people with student visas, which also would be completely unacceptable. I'm not even saying that is even remotely acceptable. It's still unacceptable if it was done to someone with a student visa. But the fact that it's being done to someone with a fucking green card is insane. We are officially one step removed from denaturalization. How can people not fucking see that? If they can do it to him, they can do it to you too. Do not think that you are safe. Do not think that you are safe. How can people be so goddamn short fucking sighted?
What crimes did he commit personally to deserve deportation? It's hard to say whether he committed a crime, but there's a higher standard of conduct for people that are green card holders than people who are natural.
That's not true. That's not true. That's literally not true. No. First of all, if that was the case, then the American government could just kidnap fucking tourists on U.S. soil, okay? Oh, you're on a tourist visa. I can kidnap you and kill you now. You have no laws, no due process whatsoever. Like, it doesn't work that way, okay? Everyone that's legally and even illegally on U.S. soil still has due process. They still have a right to a fair trial, okay? The idea, this is like, you don't know anything. It makes me so mad. There is no tiers for people in terms of like the criminal justice system. You can't just be like, no, sorry, you're a green card holder. I can, the government can come in and just deport you. No, the reason why people are fucking freaking out over this is because up until this moment, it is completely unacceptable, okay? Just because the government decides it's acceptable doesn't mean it is. It is not only immoral, but it's also illegal. You can't, based your way out of this argument. It's so fucking stupid.
Naturalized citizens. Yeah, there's a higher standard of conduct. And he wasn't meeting that conduct, so he's getting deported, hopefully.
Hopefully. My grandmother was from Germany, had to flee with her family during Hitler's regime. She had relatives who would eventually be killed in the camps. In her life story, she wrote that one of the first steps when Hitler took power was to strip all educational institutions of Jewish professors, including her father. So they had to leave. This is fascism. This is Nazism. It's already here, and it's not hyperbolic to call it that. Exactly. It's not. It's not. People don't understand. People do not fucking understand what is going on. People do not understand what's happening. What's happening in front of their fucking eyes, dude. Oh, people think Nazis just tuned up fucking the Holocaust button to 11 overnight. Like, it just happened overnight. It wasn't a process that took decades of dehumanization and justifications that were created, legal justifications that were created off of completely false premises that Jews were responsible for all the wrong things in America. I mean, I'm saying American because we are talking about America, in German society. It didn't happen. It was gradual. We are closer and closer than ever before. We're in it now. We're officially in it. The only thing that is stopping Donald Trump from implementing full-blown Gestapo shit at this moment, the only thing that is stopping Donald Trump from implementing full-blown Gestapo shit of like door knocking and just like rounding up people and putting them in concentration camps is logistics, okay? That's it. They don't have enough money and they don't have the detention centers right now. And they don't want, ICE doesn't have the capability to do so. That's it. We've passed the Rubicon. The only thing that's stopping these guys is money, okay? And also, all of this is happening. It's all tied together. All of this is happening. And in the backdrop, we have a Senate battle that I am truly terrified is not going to be fought by the Democrats. Okay? They passed the continuing resolution in the House. All the Democrats voted against it, obviously, with the exception of one. Fuck them. But they had the opportunity to vote against it because they knew that it was going to pass with or without them. In the Senate, you need 60. John Fetterman is the only Democrat that has come out and said they're going to pass this budget bill. They're not going to force a shutdown. They're not going to use the one weapon that they have to claw back some of the insane power grab that the Republicans are engaging in. And John Fetterbrain has already said, no, it's cool. I'm on board. So now you have one Republican that says he is not going to vote for this. And you have one Democrat that said he is going to vote for this. So you still have 10. If the Democrats back down from this battle without getting assurances or protections in this process, it's over. Okay? And what's crazy to me is like, if we shut down the government, it's going to be on our hands. Bitch, the government is shut down effectively. Donald Trump is doing everything in his power to shut down the government right now. Oh my God. And I know that there's breaking news on the story, but I want to cover the MAHMOUD KHALIL side of this first before we move on, okay? Before we move on to that side of the story. I just wanted to give you a briefer on where I'm going to go for this.
I heard that it got blocked. And there should be? Yeah, they should be. And I support this completely. I hope they do this to more of them. We have enough troublemakers in the country already without importing new ones on green cards to start even more trouble.
Dude, you live in a fucking house that has black mold with cockroaches on you, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, this makes me so mad. Oh my God, what a vile, ghoulish way to fucking approach the subject matter, dude. Holy fuck. I'm going to at him. Asmon Gold, thanks. When the Department of Homeland Security being okay. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't even know if I should be joking about the fucking violation of free speech when devs make video game boobs smaller, but like it is so ridiculous. Like free speech defender, dude. Totally valid to fucking deport these troublemakers. I love when I have the misfortune of reading Asmon viewer comments when it's involving you and there are thugs who say shit like, I pray this America hater steps foot inside of Brinkley, Arkansas, Lamau. Yeah. I didn't add him. He's going to see it anyway. I didn't want to add it because I didn't want to put it in the beginning, because when you do it, it limits the reach of the tweet. He'll see it. I'm sure his audience will send it to him. Anyway, it's just like, oh my God.
So he's getting deported. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I heard that it got...
Hopefully, dude. Hopefully he's getting deported. Like, what a fucking insane statement to make, dude. Holy fuck. People are so comfortable making statements like this as long as it's the government doing this shit. It is such a... It's insane. It's insane to fucking be this unimaginably privileged and this short-sighted, okay? A government that will violate its own constitution this freely against people that you don't appreciate, okay, will do it to you as well. I mean, it's a cliche, but dude. The Martin Niemöller poem is just like it's perfectly apt for this situation, you know?
This is Pacifica Radio's letter.
Where is the Oh my God, I'm so annoyed. I just want to watch like one fucking 50-second clip, and there is no here, this is it, I think.
Okay. On this Holocaust remembrance.
I'm so annoyed. Let's find it. I'm sure I'll find it. The first day came poem about the Holocaust is apt in this situation. Is an apt way to understand what the fuck is going on. Okay. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Is apt. It's important for people to understand, okay? Martin Niemöller wrote this poem. He was a prominent Lutheran pastor in Germany. In the 1920s and early 1930s, he sympathized with many Nazi ideas and supported radically right-wing political movements. But after Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, Niemöller became an outspoken critic of Hitler's interference in the Protestant church. He spent the last 8 years of Nazi rule from 1937 to 1945 in Nazi prisons and concentration camps. Niemöller is perhaps the best remembered for his post-war statement. For Asmongold's, then they came for me and no one will speak out is only when the fucking right-wing reactionary movement finally decides video games are too violent and have too much pornographic material. Then maybe he'll fucking leave his house to go protest against the goddamn government, you know? At that point, it'll be far too late, I suspect. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, based. I didn't realize it would go this far. Yeah. In the American history of free speech, okay, free speech protections have rarely ever been afforded to what the federal government is considered radicals, okay? Anti-war protesters, communists, socialists, anarchists, black revolutionary figures, people that are disruptive to the hierarchy, to the pre-existing hierarchies, okay? That's true. American history has not been fond of, throughout American history, the government has not exactly been fond of you know, people that have opinions such as myself. We then turn around and actively whitewash people that have been on the right side of history, and we rarely ever cover the people that were also on the right side of history. We oftentimes will repeat that they were like violent, you know, Malcolm X and things of that nature, like the Black Panther Party. They were violent radicals. And the other radicals that were historically more peaceful, even if at the time we consider them to be radical and wrong, like MLK, who was fucking assassinated, who the FBI actively came after and tried to smear over and over again, we turn around and we whitewash their perspective. We turn around and we whitewash what they stood for and make him a more appropriate figure for consumption in an effort to make sure that people understand that, yeah, no, this is only acceptable forms of protest here, okay? No unacceptable forms of protest. Yeah, civil rights were won by polite discussion and emotional clarity. That's how it happened. which is wrong. That's not how it happened. I cannot comprehend how people don't understand that this is, it's over, you know? If you're defending the government at this point, you're fucking cooked. You're absolutely cooked.
By the government for purportedly claiming to revoke his green card and putting him in removal proceedings. This is a person who is a lawful permanent resident. This is a U.S. person. Those grounds are vague. They are rarely used. Essentially they are a form of punishment and retaliation for the exercise of free speech. We think it won't fly in federal court. We think it won't fly in immigration court. And it certainly should not fly in the court of public opinion.
Why not raise that today? The judge gave me up.
All right. Thank you, Ramzi.
Hi.
Next, I'd like to introduce Bahid Azmi, the legal director of the Center of Constitutional Rights, also a member of Mahmoud's legal team.
Spell your name, please.
Bahir Azmi, Baher Azmy, from the Center for Constitutional Rights. Mr. Khalil's detention has nothing to do with security. It is only about repression. United States government has taken the position that it can arrest, detain, and seek to deport a lawful permanent resident exclusively because of his peaceful, constitutionally protected activism. In this case, activism in support of Palestinian human rights and an end to the genocide in Gaza. The government takes the position that because the Secretary of State finds his dissent unacceptable or contrary to U.S. foreign policy, he can be deported. As Ramzi suggested, it's largely unprecedented, save for ugly historical precedents, including the Red Scare and McCarthyism. That's what we're talking about. We're also talking about a period of repression that the Center for Constitutional Rights knows well, following 9/11, when we were in the courts trying to get people out of secret detention. One thing that's different now is the legal infrastructure is so much stronger, and everyone out here on the streets knows that we cannot hide in the face of this amount.
So not unprecedented. I think it's unhelpful to simply talk about historical wrongs in the context of what is happening right now. It is unprecedented for the moment, okay? It's unprecedented for the moment. That's it. You need to get liberals to understand that this shit is completely ridiculous and it's completely illegal, okay? Yeah, it was Red Scare shit like deporting racial justice advocacy. I mean, they fucking executed racial justice advocates, obviously. No one is safe. No one. No one is safe. You let this government start off by claiming falsely that someone is just simply too anti-Israel for your liking. You could do this to him. You could do this to anybody for any reason, okay? Rosmea Ode was deported over an immigration forum in 2017. A Palestinian-American organizer in Chicago. She was convicted for not disclosing a 1969 conviction from an Israeli military court, a conviction obtained through torture. The U.S. went after her decades later to punish her activism. The FBI raided Hatem Aboudayyeh's home in 2010, but was never charged. A Palestinian-American activist and community leader, Aboudayyeh, was one of the several people targeted at FBI crackdown on anti-war and pro-Palestine organizers. The case fell apart, but the raids disrupted movements and forced activists into years of legal battles. MAHMOUD KHALIL is not the first Palestinian activist in the U.S. That has been abducted. For decades, it has disappeared Palestinian activists without ever convicting them of anything. No due process, just secret trials, immigration loopholes, and laws used to crush resistance. And what is going on right now, what is going on in this situation is that they are dropping. The reason why this is unprecedented, okay, is because they've dropped the legal pretext. Do you understand? They're not even saying that there is a valid legal claim. There weren't any real valid legal claims in these circumstances either, but at least they tried to fucking make it seem like there was a valid legal claim. We have escalated, Okay? We have decided that you don't even need a legal claim anymore. That's why I fucking get so mad about the goddamn Democrats being like, can you please give us a valid legal claim so we can defend it? Like, what the fuck are you saying? No, we are in the what the fuck are you going to do about it stage. Do you understand? They admitted, the Department of Homeland Security admitted that they have no legal claim to this deportation, to revoking this person's green card, other than, I don't like what he's saying. They didn't even mention what he has said so far that they consider to be completely inappropriate. That's the other side of it. It just is mask off. That's it. How can people not fucking see this? Yeah, their only perspective on it is adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. New documents reveal that the U.S. government is basing its case to deport Mahmoud Khalil on Marco Rubio deciding that Khalil's presence or activities in the United States would have serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. This is in-fucking-sane. Oh, my God. How can people not see that? That is the escalation here. The escalation here is that they're not even lying to you, okay? It was unacceptable when they were doing it while also trying to find a legal justification for it. But now they're not even finding a legal justification for it. And before you say, oh, well, what if he was distributing Hamas flyers, right? That's not a legal justification. That is not a legal grounds. That is not legal grounds to deport someone, okay? There is a difference between saying someone lied on their form, okay? It's still fucking bullshit, but there's at least like some legal protection there. Some legal protection where it's not an abuse of pre-existing laws and pre-existing rules, where you can at least claim that you're doing it for that purpose. Claiming that someone was distributing flyers with pro-Hamas propaganda on it is not a legal justification in the United States of America. You cannot do that. You cannot revoke someone's fucking green card over that. That's crazy. Oh, so you like Hamas flyers is what those fucks will say now? I don't give a fuck what those fucks will say now. You can't do that. And there's no evidence that that was happening anyway. And even if that was happening, they're not even using that as evidence. They're not using that at all. It's not a First Amendment violation when a private company decides they don't want to platform you, okay? That's not a First Amendment violation. It's shitty, okay? It happens all the time. It happens to people like myself as well. It is actually, however, a real violation of the First Amendment when the federal government is trying to enforce some cruel measures upon a human being that is a legal permanent resident for the crime of not liking what he has to say. That is a real violation of the First Amendment. That is real First Amendment violation shit, okay? This being done at the behest of a foreign nation makes it even crazier. This is not Israel. This is the United States of fucking America. You can't do this shit, okay? The fact that there are people who don't recognize how insane that is and how this is a completely unacceptable violation is shocking. Mahmoud Khalil was taken by ICE and accused of affiliation with Hamas, but they haven't charged him or shown any evidence. Nobody knows what will happen to him. Under U.S. law, being aligned with the group isn't a crime. Only providing material support is. ICE still hasn't said what he actually did. Razmea Odeh was deported over an immigration form in 2017. This is also unacceptable, and the real reason why they did this was because he was a fucking Palestinian American organizer. That's the reason why Razmea was deported, okay? But in that situation, while that was also unacceptable, they at least had like some minor paperwork thing that they could fucking point to. In this instance, they don't even have that. And even if they did, they're not even presenting it because they don't care. The entire purpose here is to basically move the needle into this fucking direction. The FBI raided Hatem Abudayeh. We already talked about this. Sami al-Arian spent 12 years in prison, 2003 to 2015, and was then deported. A Palestinian professor, al-Arian, was accused of supporting Palestinian resistance, but no evidence tied him to any violence. A jury rejected most of the serious charges. He took a plea deal to end it, but the U.S. forced him into exile after years in solitary. Mazen al-Najjar held 3.5 years, 3.5 years on secret evidence, never charged. A Palestinian academic jailed on vague national security claims. Al-Najjar spent years in detention without ever knowing why. A judge ruled it unconstitutional, but the U.S. deported him anyway. Palestinian resistance is criminalized in the U.S. The U.S. doesn't need a conviction when it can just disappear you through forced exile and political suppression. No charges, no trials, just raids, deportations, and indefinite detention. We all have to fight this, or they'll keep getting away with it. I would go so far as to say all of those previous instances of unacceptable ways in which these people have tried to find legal justifications for deportations like this played a role in what the Trump administration is doing now. And I'll go so far as to say that the Democrats also are liable here. They are morally culpable in this as well. Before you say, Hasan, Democrats would never do this, remember, they spent the entire 16 months overseeing a genocide, actively arresting more than 3,500 student protesters, constantly claiming that they were fucking violent, radical terrorist supporters themselves. The Democrats kept saying it. So then, yeah, of course, when a Republican comes in and he says, well, you guys have been saying these guys are terrorist supporters, time to fucking pack them up. This is how it works. They do not have to use any real justifications for it. They can just simply claim.
There are a lot of reasons to.
They can just simply fucking claim you're a bad dude. You're funded by Iran. You're funded by Hamas. A laughable notion. No evidence necessary. You're done. You're out. You're deported. And they will move on from green card holders. If they can do this to green card holders, they can do this to student activists that are on student visas. If they can do this to student activists on student visas and green card holders, they can do this to American citizens as well. And if they can do this to American citizens, they will eventually do it to you. It doesn't matter. You might think, okay, well, I don't give a fuck about Palestine. I don't give a fuck about Israel. Who cares? Okay? There will come a moment where it will be an issue that you do care about. How do you not understand this? As the illegal enforcement moves in this fucking direction, if you think you will be spared by the violence, you are a fool. It will eventually come for you or someone you care about. Okay? What are the odds of them putting him and many others in the future in Guantanamo so they can skip this whole law bullshit? They already said that anyone who destroys Tesla will be branded as a terrorist. Yeah, that's the other side of this. Like if someone engages in an act of vandalism against Tesla or Tesla stores or whatever, then there is a legal process to go through. You can't just slap them with the vague terrorism designation and decide to do whatever the fuck you want to them. Terrorism as a political designation is intentionally vague. The reason why it is intentionally vague is so you can apply it to whoever you don't like. The terrorism designation is applied so that you can deny them their due process. I don't know how more people are not up in arms against this. And I genuinely am shocked that, like, look, I'm not expecting Asmongold to have a principled freedom of speech stance. Like, obviously, make no mistake. He's just, reacting to whatever his fucking chat is saying. But god damn, dude. Like, it's shocking that more people don't understand how genuinely consequential, how genuinely damaging this is. Yeah. Like, Mr. Trump will end this war on free speech. Like, that's, yeah. Holy fuck.
Of repression. We will be fighting in the courts and fighting in the streets to bring Mahmoud home and prevent this level of repression from spreading to many others, as the administration has threatened to do.
Why not argue the merits in court today, sir? The judge invited repeatedly.
Thank you, Bahid. Now we'll hear from Professor Joseph Howley, an associate professor at Columbia University.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Howley, H-O-W-L-E-Y, and I'm an associate professor of classics at Columbia University. The last time I spoke at a press conference was April 18th. That day, police officers in crowd control gear entered our campus for the first time in decades and carried off dozens of students who were peacefully and quietly encamped on one of the enclosed lawns in front of our library, threatening no one. As I watched this unfold in horror, I was asked to speak at an emergency press conference alongside Mahmoud, who had just been asked to negotiate on behalf of the encampment. It is always dangerous to speak in public for Palestinian rights, safety, and freedom with your face uncovered and your name declared. You can be sure you will be harassed, doxxed, terrorized. People will try to get you fired from your job.
What is this person? There was a question that someone had. I feel like even if they're wrong, they'll still maintain opinions out loud because it's contrary to their enemy, you. I mean, it doesn't matter.
For speaking here, I will receive a new round of death threats,
There was
slander,
there was someone in the chat that asked me a question like, I don't know where it went though. I lost
to my
it.
employer. When I step down from here, I will publish these remarks to protect me from the inevitable attempts to misrepresent my words. And Mahmoud, as a student negotiator, took these same risks and many more. Mahmoud is a man of decency, honor, and kindness. He has distinguished himself in his work as an advocate and negotiator, as someone committed to peaceful resolution of difficult situations. He is a consummate diplomat in his disposition and his character. What the Trump government is doing to Mahmoud is obscene. It is unreasonable, intolerable, unconstitutional. So why do they think they can get away with it? The Trump administration is betting that Americans will happily look the other way as one more Palestinian is victimized here on American soil. They are betting that when you hear Mahmoud's name or the word Palestinian, the parts of you that make you a thinking and rational and caring person will switch off, and you will believe the worst about him, and you will turn a blind eye to these grave violations of his rights. And after what I've seen over the last year and a half, I'm not sure they're wrong. Anti-Palestinian groups have spent all year casually leveling the most dangerous accusations on the flimsiest grounds, and members of our own community have repeated them. Don't like seeing a kafia? Call them a terrorist and call the cops. Don't like their views? Call them anti-Semitic and get them expelled. Don't like that your Jewish colleague has the chutzpah?
CBS News 24/7 outside the courtrum where those arguments.
The guy in the back is saying we love Trump, and he's trying to. Apparently, there were people that were at that protest. They're saying that, he was like antagonizing people, trying to fight them, trying to start fights and shit. That's what happened.
About Mr. Mahmoud KHALIL played out. And now we have an opportunity to talk to somebody who was on the inside of that courtroom. Let's bring it over now to CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman. outside that Manhattan courthouse. You were just in the courtroom. Obviously, the perspectives we just heard were very much in favor of Mr. Khalil. What can you tell us about those arguments that happened in court today?
So, Reed, this really wasn't a hearing where we were hearing about the merits of this case. And it's actually interesting because the judge expressed surprise about that there was no discussion about the merits or about bail for Khalil. So the real things that they were discussing are, there's a threshold issue of the jurisdiction. Mahmoud Khalil is currently at a detention center in Louisiana. He was arrested in New York. In between, he was brought to New Jersey. And what the government says is that the Southern District of New York is not the proper forum for this to be taking place. Khalil's attorneys have asked for him to be returned to the city. So that's going to be a key thing that needs to be decided here. Another thing that came up that was interesting is that Khalil's attorneys talked about the fact that they have not had proper access to their client since he was brought to this detention center in Louisiana. They said they have not yet had an attorney-client.
Yes, there's not anything I can do. Is CBS's audio okay? They cut the speech to talk about some shit, but anyway, here.
Hi everyone, my name is Shaza Abushi Dalal, that's SHEZZA-ABBOUSHI-DALLAL. I am a staff attorney with the CLEAR Project and one of Mahmoud Khalil's attorneys, and I will be reading a statement on behalf of Mahmoud Khalil's wife, who does not wish to be named. My husband was kidnapped from our home, and it's shameful that the United States government continues to hold him because he stood for the rights and lives of his people. I demand his immediate release and return to our family. His disappearance has devastated our lives. Every day without him is filled with uncertainty, not just for me, but for our entire family and community. Our loved ones are struggling with the pain and fear of his sudden absence. And yet, we are not alone. So many who know and love Mahmoud have come together, refusing to stay silent. Their support is a testament to his character and to the deep injustice of what is being done to him. Thank you.
A big win for.
So, before we get to Chuck Schumer, I do want to show you at least like the one Democrat that we've seen. Asmongosa, anyone like Khalil should just go home. Yeah, I know. We saw. Okay. It's an incredibly stupid position and incredibly inconsistent with at least the way he presents himself as a defender of free speech. Obviously, he's not. But that revelation is only new to you if you, I guess, like previously held this conviction. You thought that he truly was a free speech advocate. I mean, look, the guy has literally done numerous videos. The guy has literally done numerous fucking videos on how Trump is defending, is a based free speech defender, while also simultaneously advocating for the deportation of a person that directly violates free speech. Here, let's take a look at what he had to say. I want to hear what he had to say. This is the largest political commentator on this fucking platform. Let's see what his opinion is on this issue. He titled it, "Terrorist Simps Are Out of Control."
Any reasonable ground to believe he would have a potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequence. And you mentioned he's a resident alien. He can be deported under U.S. law for if the Secretary of State has any reasonable ground to believe he would have a potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequence. And you mentioned the student organization. The student organization put out.
Let me finish. But before you move on, because I think that's a really important point, right? That's the statute that they're using.
Yeah.
Have you seen any evidence to suggest that there is actually a serious reason to believe that this student is going to be a threat to national security?
I mean, I've certainly watched the abomination that's gone on at Columbia and Barnard and other places, and I will just tell you,
threat to national security?
and I'll just tell you that his
absolutely.
Absolutely.
And also, being a threat to national security is not the only expectation. a person could be dangerous. Like, I think that, like, saying a threat to national security is an attempt to minimize his behavior in order to justify defending him. The fact is, this person paid lip service and was part of an organization that promoted a terrorist organization. He was a leader of the organization. Playing it down, yeah, this is, again, is it, do you guys see this? This happens constantly. The exploitation and the intentional manipulation of language is one of the most pervasive and...
Bro, you're doing that right now by saying this person, terrorism. Making this person out to be a terrorist ringleader is quite literally what you claim Scott Jennings is doing here, which is ironic because you agree with him. Like, what the fuck? You just said this dude, without any evidence whatsoever, you're like, this dude is a ringleader of a terrorist group. He's offering support to a terrorist group. The fuck is a terrorist group? What even is a terrorist group? Like, what do you mean by that? What has this group done, for example? Do you have any evidence to back up this claim whatsoever? Do you have any evidence that Mahmoud Khalil has offered material support to a terrorist group? No, of course not. Can an American legal permanent resident even offer material support to a terrorist group? Yeah, they have in the past, like the IRA. Plenty of Irish Americans have offered material support and even trafficked weapons into Ireland, okay, during the Troubles, and I didn't have an issue with that. And I still think it was a good thing that Americans did that, including American congresspersons, as a matter of fact. Okay? The idea of just like simply saying, well, this is a terrorist group. This guy likes terrorism. This guy likes bad guys is fucking ridiculous. You're not making an argument at all. You're just simply repeating what the State Department is saying. Oh,
I would say subversive tools that a lot of people use that is extremely persuasive to people that don't have a lot of, like, I would say, like, verbal intelligence. And you see this happen, and it doesn't get explained very often because most people, honestly, straight up don't understand it.
So I'm not going to let you move on because this is...
I'll tell you why it's a threat to national security if you let me answer you.
Well, Scott.
You want me to answer you or not?
Okay.
His organization says we are dedicated... fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. Okay. He's not a citizen.
Okay.
What are you talking about? What is this statement? That's not even, the total eradication of Western civilization. Number one, there is no evidence whatsoever that this person has ever said that, or even if it was real or not. It turns out it wasn't fucking real. Okay? That literally was just a falsehood. He has spread a falsehood. Yes, I watch a bunch of like OSINT Twitter Andes. They actually tracked down the supposed flyer that had said that, okay? And they found out that it was just made up, not real. Now, having said that, what the fuck does that mean? There are people that actively champion neo-Nazi causes. You still can't fucking deport them unless they have actually agitated or moved in the direction of doing a heinous crime. The bar, deportation, or the revoking of a person's green card, legal permanent residency, what the fuck? What the fuck? Refresh. That was a Twitch server side issue. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Twitch today. It was not on my end at all. I don't know what the fuck that was. It just like straight up ended my broadcast on my end as well. I saw that. Some people probably were able to hear. What? More charitability for Amon at this point? Just another piece of shit right-wing grifter? What the fuck are you saying? I have no charity at all. What are you talking about? I will extend charity to people as long as, one, they are being charitable and actually covering the subject matter from a position of authority with a little bit of interest in understanding it. If they're doing unrestricted right-wing propaganda, it's over. It's done. No more fucking charity. What are you talking about? Anyway, That ship is long sailed. What the fuck? Stop trying to fucking create drama out of this anyway. I don't really care. Listen to me. Listen to my words. Okay? This right here is not even like historic fascist apologia. Okay? This is active current day fascism that's taking place, and he is championing it. It's completely unacceptable. It is completely fucking unacceptable. The only reason why he can get away with saying this shit is because the government is doing it. So when the government is doing it, you can get away with saying whatever the fuck you want. If the government was, as it did in the past in the antebellum South, was participating in chattel slavery, for example, yeah, you could actively say it's awesome and defend it over and over again. In a situation like that, it would not be considered unacceptable. As a matter of fact, it'd be considered unacceptable to say chattel slavery is unjustifiable. Okay? Understand that. This is so insane, dude.
Case closed. Get out. Easy enough. Yeah. How could you possibly debate this? And
What do you mean, how can you possibly debate this? It is directly at odds with the First Amendment. Okay? The standards for every person on U.S. soil for deportation, which is a violent fucking, which is a violent process. Deportation is a violent process, okay? No ands, ifs, or buts. You're removing someone from their life, their livelihood, their family members, their culture, the life that they grew up in. It is an inherently violent act. It's a very violent act. And if the state has the capacity to engage in an inherently violent act such as deportation, they have to have an incredibly high bar to clear. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and say there's no justification for deportations or any sort of legal enforcement. Okay? Of course there are. That's the whole basis behind having rules and laws and standards and regulations. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and act like there's no rhyme or reason for deportations ever. Having said that, this instance is completely unacceptable. And it's not like they are lying. It's not like they're lying and finding reasons for it. Well, I guess Scott Jennings did lie in this circumstance. But the irony there is that what Scott Jennings lied about is still not acceptable for deportation. You cannot fucking deport someone or revoke their green card because they were distributing a fucking pro-Hamas flyer. That's insane. What are we talking about? It is a direct violation of the First Amendment. A direct violation. What the fuck do we have any of these rules for? Glenn Greenwald is correct on this. He says, also, quick First Amendment review. People are allowed to praise whomever they want. I can stand up every day and say, I love Al-Qaeda. I can argue Hamas has the right to use violence to resist Israel. I can urge the U.S. to nuke Iran or Peru. That is called free speech. And yes, non-citizens do get the benefits of the Bill of Rights. Okay? The idea that the Constitution is for U.S. citizens only is fucking wrong. You're just wrong. If, for the record, if this wasn't the case, there could be no real legal battle in this process. There is one, okay? There is one. Can you imagine just being like, hey, the government, like, what happened? Remove your own personal perspective about Israel from the matter for one moment, if you are even in here and found yourself watching me, even though you're pro-Israel, okay, accidentally. Remove that part of the equation for a second. What happened here is the government said, I don't like what you said. I am going to take away your green card. Initially, they thought he was on a student visa. So they were going to revoke his student visa, which, again, unacceptable. Then they found out that he had a green card. Okay? Then they were like, fuck it, we're going to revoke your green card. And then they actively said, this is the reason why we're revoking your green card, because we don't like what you have to say. That is insane. How can you fucking defend that? That is completely insane. It is completely unacceptable. This is a landmark legal case, and this legal battle will determine the future of American fascism. Straight up.
This is the issue, is that these people are nailing themselves up to a cross of a person who is supporting a terrorist organization and is part of an organization that wants to eradicate Western civilization.
That's not true, for the record. Here, I'll show you the proof. It was, I think it was a Tal Hagen or whatever that showed proof. Hold on, let me find it real quick. That the Western civilization flyer or whatever wasn't real. I will tell you once again, even if it was, that's still not a bar that you can fucking clear for deportation or the revocation of a green card. It's not. Okay? You can't fucking do that. I need you to understand. You cannot do that. Here's a misinformation, disinformation researcher, Tal Hagen. Based on an OSINT review, the original post is alleged to have been uploaded by CUAD is highly likely to have been real. This is based not on... Wait, what? The original post has been uploaded is highly likely to have been real. This is based on not trusting... I thought that you said that it wasn't real. We are Westerners... Wait, what? Heads up, this is fake. The statement came from a group called Columbia University Bengali Student Association. It was printed on Mondo Wise on August 4th, 2024, in a much longer essay expressing solidarity with the student movement in Bangladesh. On August 8th, 2024, the IG accounts called Jews in School and Anti-Semitism Today posted the picture claiming it was from CUAD's page after an ex-user named Stu Studio posted the Mondo Wise article to his X page. This is evidence of radicalism all Zionists are using to attack MAHMOUD KHALIL today. Screenshot of a fake IG post. Tal Hagen says it is highly likely to have been real. The conclusion that it is real based on one important piece of evidence, the link address. Okay? He says that it's real. The first mention of the code is mentioned by the OP Mondo Wise article, now deleted, written by Hind Hall 46. Hind Hall refers to a hall in Columbia University, renamed by Palestinian protesters. No details are given to the identity of authors themselves. Right deleted post, left of what appears now. This post, real or not, as I have stated, and I still don't think it was real, but it doesn't even fucking matter if it was real, is not enough to fucking deport someone. Okay? The post by CUAD was allegedly written on August 7th, 2024. We have no screenshot of the post showcasing this as being the date it was uploaded. However, the next day on August 8th, 2024, various pro-Israel activists and organizations begin to make posts about the alleged CUAD post. One of the earliest people who posted about the alleged post wasn't from Jews in School and Anti-Semitism Today, but rather the Stu Studio. We know this via the inspect tool and covering the time date given. After this post, several different users discussed the alleged post from the CUAD, including those two aforementioned Instagram users. Campus reform. What's the next steps? Sources for these pages claim. All the previously mentioned posts, besides the Instagram duo and the New York Times, provide an alleged source of the original post by CUAD. All of them lead to the exact same link address. Okay? They're saying that this post that was highlighted and elevated by pro-Israel accounts is a real post that they had actually briefly mentioned on their story that came from initially a student group, a Bangladesh student group. Okay, the post in and of itself reads as follows. We are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. We stand in full solidarity with every movement for liberation in the global South. Our intifada is an internationalist one. We are fighting for nothing less than the liberation of all people. We reject every genocidal eugenicist regime that seeks to undermine the personhood of the colonized. As the fascism ingrained in American consciousness becomes ever more explicit and irrefutable, we seek community and instructions from militants of the global South who have been on the front lines in the fight against tyranny and domination which undergird the imperialist world order. Biplop Chobe, revolution must continue. This statement okay, saying we're fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization comes across as a scary one to people living in Western civilization. They're like, ooh, it's scary. Scary posts are not enough to deport a fucking student activist leading the Columbia University Apartheid Divestment Group. You are out of your fucking mind. This statement also is one that is not as scary as you think it is. These are people who are talking about people that are being destroyed, okay? People that are being fucking destroyed by American imperialism, by Western imperialism. A student activist who didn't even fucking post this, even if he literally distributed this flyer to every single person and said, we want to destroy Western civilization, okay? We want to destroy Western fucking civilization. It's completely unacceptable that like Western civilization is destroying our lives. We live here. We want to do everything we can to basically stop American empire from destroying the global South. Even if they said that every fucking day of the week, you cannot deport the person for saying that. That is fucking insane. Oh. I don't care if this offends the sensibilities of liberals. If you are a liberal and you care about the First Amendment, this is a direct violation of the First Amendment. Holy fuck. If you think that it is appropriate to deport someone who is like 8 degrees removed from a post that we don't even know if it's like actually real or not, but even if it's fucking real, even if he was running around posting this fucking thing every day, like putting it up like Martin Luther on every fucking door you could find, okay, and just slamming it on every door you could find, you cannot deport this person for that. That is ridiculous. The fact that this is it, the fact that a post that they claim was reposted by the Columbia University Apartheid Divest Instagram account is enough for one of the fucking lead negotiators in the CUAD. Okay, the fact that that is the smoking gun evidence that they have is insane, because the smoking gun evidence they have is also not enough. In order for someone to be deported, okay, and there is still not enough evidence, like the Tal saying that this is a reasonable evidence because like there's an Instagram post without showing the actual Instagram post. The origination of this post is, you know, this is definitely not his best work in terms of clarifying something like this. But you need to understand something. I'm going to say it once again. Even if Mahmoud Khalil every day was distributing flyers like this, okay, that said these words on it, you cannot deport him or revoke his green card over this. That is a violation of the First Amendment, okay? It is completely and utterly unacceptable. Do you understand?
How do you, like, this should be the easiest W of your life. How does anybody argue against this?
First Amendment sucks to suck. I mean, get wrecked, libtard. See, it seems more like the ones cheering for his deportation don't actually care about this argument. Yeah, there is the real reason why they want to fucking cheer on his deportation is because they just want to punish pro-Palestinian activists. That's it. They don't even care about Israel. I don't think Asmongold gives a fuck about Israel. What are you talking about? He's just flying off. He's just flying off on anything that is like pro-Trump or pro-right-wing, pro-MAGA. He's just, you know, saying this is great. It's based. That's his position here. Couldn't a lawyer argue that it's a terrorist threat to the U.S., which was the ground to remove a green card genuinely? No. I mean, they could try and argue that, but it's completely fucking unacceptable. Okay? All of these free speech defenders do not understand how free speech works. Okay? They misunderstand it, either deliberately or because they don't care. They openly acknowledge that free speech is a defense of being able to say slurs, and then no one else can say anything in return to you saying the slurs. Okay? That's free speech. That's the extent of free speech for these guys.
Real.
He doesn't need to be here.
Why doesn't Asmin use the politics tag? What is this shit? Yeah, that part I don't understand. I don't understand how Twitch has not enforced Asmin to use the politics tag. I don't know. People say he doesn't use it. I'm shocked if that's the case, considering that we literally watch the same shit. And if I don't use the political tag, I'm sure he's using it. Because if he doesn't use the politics tag, he would get fucking banned.
Described him having viewpoints that you disagree with.
He's not using it right now. I don't think you're correct on this. I'm sure he's using it. Yeah, intended for certain audiences. He is using it. You're wrong. Why do chatters come in here and say wrong shit? He is using it. It says intended for certain audiences, may contain politics and sensitive social issues. He is using the politics tag. You guys are so fucking stupid, dude. Some of you motherfuckers are so goddamn dumb. You don't even do like 3 seconds of research. You just come in here and you just say some shit. And if I don't immediately check it and I read you fucking saying it, okay? I read you fucking saying it. You just create a fantastic opportunity for someone to clip that and be like, Hasan is lying about Asmongold. Why do you do this? Do your fucking research, man.
Again,
this dude, it's actually insane how manipulative the language is. Viewpoints that you disagree with. Oh, well, that's, this abstract, like personal opinion, just a general.
People are talking about the tag in the bottom. No, that is a tag that I put on my own stream. That's not what we're talking about. This is a separate tag.
Idea. Again, you see how this is happening. What crimes did he commit personally to deserve deportation? It's hard to say whether he committed a.
Yeah, even members in his community. Are like, what are you talking about? What crime has he done?
Crime. But there's a higher standard of conduct for people that are green card holders than people who are naturalized citizens. Yeah, there's a higher standard of conduct.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. They still get First Amendment protections. If they didn't, green card holders are one step removed from the naturalization process. Full-blown naturalization implies that you can vote. That's like the major distinction, okay? As a green card holder, you can't vote. But and also you, I think, have to tell the government if you're like out of the country for extended periods of time. But beyond that, green card is basically a placeholder until you get your full-blown naturalization. This argument is wrong regardless, okay? There is no higher standard, as in you can't do certain things beyond what I just described, okay? Especially as it pertains to free speech. There is no fucking higher standard there. It's just wrong. It doesn't make any sense. So much of conservative commentary, and not just from Asmongold, but just in general, so much of conservative commentary unironically just comes from someone not knowing basic facts about a situation and just going off on the incorrect assumptions that they've made thus far. That's it. And I'm willing to bet if he was pushed on this position, he would turn around and bring up what I just said, which is, well, green card holders, they have to let the federal government know that when they have to leave the state for 6 months or they can't vote. So there is a higher standard. It's like, yeah, not on fucking speech, though. OK, you're not. That's in this process. It does not matter. What you're describing does not fucking matter. Green card holders are de facto citizens. OK. And this protection does not just extend to green card holders. It extends to everyone on U.S. soil. It's supposed to extend to everyone on U.S. soil. Okay? If it did not, then the American government could unconditionally and unironically go up to a fucking area where there's a lot of tourists and round them up. No due process. Just, you're a tourist. You have no rights. Can you, like, think about that? You have no rights, baby. You're a fucking tourist. Sorry. We can kill you and torture you now because guess what? We've decided you have no fucking rights.
And he wasn't meeting that conduct, so he's getting deported, hopefully. I heard that it got blocked.
It did get blocked. Or it is
and there
in the
should
process
be?
of being
Yeah,
blocked.
they should be. And I support this completely. I hope they do this to more of them. We have enough troublemakers in the country already without importing new ones on green cards to start even more trouble. Who needs this?
What do you mean trouble? Like, you're literally... Asmongold's position on this is just, I also don't agree with what this person was saying, or at least what I'm suspecting this person was saying. Okay? So it's okay if he gets deported. What a fucking crock of shit. What happened to the I defend people I disagree with on the basis of free speech? What happened to the Trump is based for, ending the war against free speech? What the fuck?
Is that enough to have someone lose their rights in this country?
He has viewpoints that, in my opinion, jeopardize.
Yes. He doesn't have a right to be here. No non-citizen has a right to be here.
The security of the United States.
But how?
He is obviously a radical who is here to foment.
No, he's not a radical at all.
Violence against the United States government.
He's not a radical at all.
He's not. He's not. He's just not. He's not. He's not a radical at all. Taking a moral position against a genocide and an apartheid is not a fucking radical position. Okay? What the fuck?
And he's
also claiming something is radical, claiming something is a radical statement is not enough to fucking justify deportation. Oh my God.
Part of an organization that wants the total eradication of Western civilization. That's not radical. Do you want to know what I think is really sad? Is that I believe them. I think that's not radical for them. I know this helps your content. I applaud someone with common sense. You're just tired of this crap and face-palming hard at their stream. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? No, I think that it's a difference of opinion. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind this at all. And I think that it's important to call this kind of stuff out because I think this type of, especially like verbal manipulation, is so pervasive nowadays.
You're doing verbal manipulation by saying someone is a terrorist, by saying someone is a radical, and not actually addressing the meat of the fucking argument. That's what you're doing. You're saying, oh, well, yeah, apparently the Columbia University apartheid. He didn't even say that. Scott Jennings basically said, oh, no, this person actually wants and has said that he wants to eradicate Western civilization. Okay? That's what his claim was. You didn't even do any fucking research into it. And you also didn't even look into whether or not that is an appropriate reason to deport someone. That right there is unironically what you're claiming other people are doing here.
And most people, I'm going to be honest, don't even notice it.
Thank God you're woke enough to notice it, though.
He wants to destroy Western civilization against the United States government.
You're saying eradicate Western civilization doesn't make you a radical?
Has he acted in any way that is violence against the United States government, as you just said?
I think these protests...
What a great argument.
That is a great argument. Yes. That is actually the bare minimum argument here. Yes. The standard for deportation has to be insanely high. What are we talking about? Yes, you have to literally do violent acts at the behest. You have to do like literally an act of terrorism. Not just like what the American government considers terrorism, like what most people would understand as like fucking violent, like a violent act. If you put a pipe bomb in someone's, I don't know, someone's backyard or some shit. Like, yeah, that is how high the fucking standard for deportation is. What the fuck? Saying words that I disagree with is not a standard for deportation. The entire conversation that we're having right now is that the Trump administration wants to make that a bar for deportation and revoking someone's fucking green card. That is insane. Oh my God. We didn't even fucking revoke the citizenship and deport the Boston Marathon bombers. What are we talking about? Like, think about that, dude. Think about that. Like, the Boston Marathon bomber, the surviving one, is still in an American prison, okay? What the fuck are you saying?
Somebody who wants to eradicate the entire country, we have to wait for them to do it. Eradicate the culture. We have to wait for them to do it before we get rid of them. What a great way to look at it. Yeah, let's wait for it to happen. That's smart.
And the violence.
The Boston Marathon bomber became a naturalized U.S. citizen on September 11, 2012. Okay? Dzhokhar Tsarnaev became a naturalized U.S. citizen on September 11th, 2012. They could have denaturalized him then. You know why they didn't? Because you don't fucking do that. That's a crazy thing to do. That's a crazy thing to fucking advocate for.
They have fomented, and the intimidation and fear against the Jewish kids on these campuses is absolutely an act of insurrection against the United States.
I don't think any American speech, Scott. That's enough.
Look, look what they have.
Yeah, it is. Categorically, it's enough. And I think that every normal person in America would say that they want somebody deported who is actively a supporter of a terrorist organization and wants the eradication of Western civilization. Any normal person who's not been radicalized by the internet, if this person is not a citizen, get them the fuck out. And also, let's apply a little bit of logic to this too. This is what I said.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for the logic, dude. Let's apply some logic.
Johnny Somali goes to Korea and he acts a fool. Korea puts him in jail for 10 years. Everybody's happy.
Wait. Johnny Somali went through the fucking legal process because he was in violation of numerous laws. He did crimes. This person didn't. That is the fucking point. You can't just say something is a crime because I don't like what he's saying. That's the whole point. The entire reason why this is a extension and a violation of precedence is because he didn't do a fucking crime, let alone one that justifies the revocation of his fucking green card. Johnny Somali didn't go to Korea and was like, I don't know, I love the DPRK or something. And I don't even know if like there are actual free speech protections in Korea against that sort of thing. He went and he harassed people routinely. And they still haven't deported him. That's the other thing. Like.
And do you want to know one of the reasons why Koreans were so angry? It's because he was trying to, like, dry hump.
Dude, no, he said that too. But that's not what. Okay. once again, that is not the only thing he did. Okay? That is not the only thing he did. That's number one. Number two, rules and laws as far as like being a public fucking nuisance are entirely different in a place like South Korea or in a place like Japan. That's number two. Number three, he was on a fucking tourist visa. He wasn't a green card recipient. Okay? He's not a green card recipient in the United States of America where we have free speech restrictions. Restrictions as in restricting the fucking federal government from taking criminal action against someone whose words you don't like. This is not an apt comparison, especially considering that, once again, Johnny Somali as a tourist did crimes, okay? This person is not a tourist. He has a green card, and he didn't do crimes. This is an entirely separate fucking position.
One of the, like, Korean comfort women statues that were, like, relics of World War II because of war crimes. It was blatant disrespect to their culture, and everybody was supporting this and thinking that.
What about American culture, man? Are you anti-American? What the fuck is going on? By the way, you could literally do that in America. You could do that in the United States of America, for the record. Or something similar to that in the United States of America, and it would not be a standard that is violated enough to revoke someone's green card or even their fucking tourist visa, really.
It's a good thing. And by the way, I completely support Korea for putting this person in jail. You are a visitor to this country. You are not a citizen in this country. You are a guest.
Why is there... Why is there a distinction between legal permanent residents and green cards if they're all, in Asmongold's world, non-citizens? This is deliberate. Maybe he doesn't realize what he's doing, but he straight up is saying, even if you have a fucking green card, you're not a full-blown American, okay? He's not a visitor, dog. He has a fucking green card. He has an American wife who is 8 months pregnant with their child. What the fuck are you saying? Like, does he think that it's only the case because, like, this dude has a brown name, like a scary name? What the fuck is he saying here?
Get the fuck out. If you're doing this, if you go to Russia and you start talking about how bad Russia...
I hate this argument. Do you want America to be like Russia? Is that what you want? Because you're advocating for America to be like Russia. What the fuck? This is so stupid. God damn, I hate this fucking argument. I hear it all the goddamn time. They always, dumbass right-wingers always come into my fucking chat and say, Hassan, if you don't like it, leave, dumbass. Oh, we got free speech here, you fucking idiot. Also, I hate you for using that free speech. If you don't like it, go to Russia. I'll exile you to Russia or Turkey, Turkestan, wherever you're fucking from. It's like, oh, so you want there to be restrictions on free speech. Got it. Okay, nice. Like, what do you mean? Oh, if you did that in Russia, you get fucking deported or thrown in jail. It's like, yeah, exactly. But we're not. We're not. Are you saying we should?
Russia is, you're going to get kicked out of Russia. If you go to China, I don't think you're even going to get kicked out of China if you do that.
Yeah, what are they going to do? What are they, oh yeah? What's the Chinese government going to do? They're going to fucking torture you?
If you do this anywhere else in the world, you would immediately get removed.
Do you like that? Is that a thing that you're advocating for in America? Because that's what you're advocating for in America. Oh my God.
Because it's common sense. If someone comes into your house and they start complaining about it constantly and, you know, supporting somebody burning down your house, I would tell them, please leave my house. In any other abstraction of this logic, it becomes outrageously retarded.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The house analog is so funny when you're talking about the whole ass nation. Okay. I love when conservative morons constantly be like, well, you know, we need some fiscal belt tightening because if your family is spending more than they make, then you're in debt. It's like, dude, that is the government. Okay. Do you agree with every single person? Are you advocating to basically fucking make the country into your house? As in, everyone has to agree with you? First of all, your house specifically. Holy fuck. America is turning into Asmongold's house. Jesus Christ. That is kind of the problem here, okay? Big problem. But having said that, of course, the fucking entire American country is not the same. It's not an analog. You can't make an argument like that. You don't agree with every single person in this country. It's normal. It's understandable.
But inside of this contrived and ridiculous line of reasoning, we are defending a person who wants to eradicate all of Western civilization and supports a terrorist organization. And this is the person who is...
No, he did not advocate for that. That's number one. And even if he did, it is still not a justification to revoke someone's green card. Holy fuck. He is unironically going, oh, try that in Russia. You'd get deported real quick. And then unironically advocating that we should do that in America. How does no one understand this? How, like, it genuinely doesn't make sense. Do you think it's awesome that in your hypothetical that, like, you get deported in Russia and it's awesome that that happens in Russia and we should do it more here? Because that's what you're saying. This is a very personal issue for me, not because, you know, I'm branded as a radical, pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas guy or whatever the fuck, right? I don't give a shit about that. That's not the reason. The reason why this is personal to me is because I come from Turkey, okay, where there are no free speech protections. This is an issue that I have advocated for fairly fucking consistently, okay? The reason why I've advocated for this fairly consistently is because I know what it looks like when you don't have free speech protections, okay? You go to fucking jail for hurting the feelings of the government. That is not something that I think is good for America. And that's where we're at now. Here, I'll let my brilliant conservative friend make this argument for me instead. Perhaps that will be that will drive home the point a little bit better.
So let me suggest that as a legislature, your chief job is to ensure that my taxpayer dollars in this state go toward making sure that people like me and people with whom I disagree get to speak in places like college campuses, and not toward regulating what speech you find good and what speech you find bad, because it's a really dangerous business, and there's speech I don't like, there's speech you don't like. But if we can't agree that there is a difference between speech and violence, we're not going to be able to have a free state, let alone a free country.
Wow. Now he loves it that the Trump administration is basically revoking grants from college campuses because they haven't been aggressive enough. Thoughts on Mudahar's response and the video in particular? What, did he do a video on it as well? I know he tweeted he tweeted out a storm. I already addressed it this morning.
Thanks. So let me suggest.
Yeah, leftist commentator Ben Shapiro. Yeah, radical liberal Ben Shapiro.
Worthy of support. I know there's like 5 people in chat that actually think this, right? But I'm saying that there is a large enough contingent of people that think this, that it's a conversation point. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I actually think the guy who departed from Colombia should be put in Gitmo. Well, I don't know about that. Just send him back to his country. Fuck that. I don't want to spend money keeping this guy in jail. Fuck that. I don't want to deal with that.
Engaged in is a...
You seem angry? Yeah, of course. The question is, why aren't you? Why are you not angry? Why are you not angry? How are you not angry? We're watching a fascist administrative apparatus basically decide on who gets fucking deported, who gets criminally prosecuted for speech it doesn't like, and you don't even recognize how dangerous this is. Yeah, of course I'm fucking angry. This is unlike what a lot of these free speech defenders constantly claim, like a private institution deciding, I don't like what you're saying. I don't want to, I don't want to allow you into this business or whatever the fuck, okay, which sucks and is shitty. This is a real violation of the First Amendment, okay? Arresting people for political protest is done by the state specifically so that there's a chilling effect on speech, so you know not to do it again. This is precisely what the American government is doing right now. Optics matter, always have, and if you are going to argue for an issue, you can't insult the people and culture that has allowed you to complain about your issue without being jailed. You can say legally you can't deport him, but if the public doesn't view him favorably, it'll be harder to argue against his deportation amongst the general public. Are you not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm also describing why this is a dangerous precedent and it will be harmful to the general public in general. That is my whole fucking argument here. And also, the notion that this person who is being obviously fucking tarred and fettered all around the fucking internet right now, the notion that he is assuming a generally unfavorable view and that's why he's being deported is, one, ridiculous, because it's not that the overarching, like the overwhelming majority of public decide who gets deported and who doesn't. And number two, the notion that like everyone fucking actually wants to deport people for saying mean things about Israel is psychotic. Israel is at its lowest level of popularity in the United States of America right now. What the fuck are you saying? Politicians and those in positions of power are infinitely more pro-Israel than the average person in the United States of America. What? So the guy's a terrorist supporter and a ringleader of an organization committed to supporting said group, and these guys unironically think they should be let free in their own countries, openly operate freely instead of imprisoning them here. Even at their foundation, these arguments make zero sense. Oh, yeah, you're saying that even the notion that he is like a terrorist ringleader and that's why, therefore, he should be freed and go do terrorism in a foreign nation is a stupid argument. Yes, if you follow it to its fucking logical conclusion, even though the underpinning, the underlying premise is completely false. But even if we just dropped that fact for a moment, okay, in that process, yes, when you follow it to its fucking logical conclusion, it's ridiculous. The poster mentioned Western civilization, not Israel. You are a fucking moron if you think that that's what he said. You don't know anything. You're not coming here with the actual fucking facts. It is a poster that was fucking reposted by CUAD allegedly. He never said it. And even if he did, it still doesn't fucking matter. Even if he did fucking literally go along, like, dude, Americans are supposed to defend the values of free speech regardless of whether they agree with what is being said or not, okay? This is the conversation that we're having. What the fuck are we doing here?
Clear threat to the United States. And if you want the United States to be overrun by radicals the way Europe has, be my guest. But I think the president needs to stand up for the integrity of the United States.
What is the threat?
The threat of our country being, and our college campuses being overrun by radicals who are trying to run Jewish kids off of campuses and anybody else who disagrees. Yes, they are.
They're not.
UCLA.
They're not. They never. I was there at UCLA. They were not trying to do that. You're a fucking liar. You're lying again and again and again. As a matter of fact, the protests are led by Jewish students. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. But hey, guess what, dude? You know the thing that Asmongold hates? The narrative massaging and the manipulation and lies and the exploitation of language? That's what's happening here, but I'm sure he won't fucking call it out. Or maybe he will. Let's hear him out.
It's not about whether they're Jewish or not. It's got nothing to do with it. Like, if he was doing it towards, like, white people, black people, anybody like that. And also, like, this is another really good component to it, is that if this was a person who was a white person who's come here from another white country and they were joining the KKK, everybody in this panel here would be saying to deport them.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. You don't know that. I wouldn't. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Unless they have actually committed a violent act, I don't think that people should be fucking deported. What the fuck? No. People do care about this. I hope people understand. People do care about this, okay? Look at fucking Elon. I jokingly say Elon should be deported because I know it'll never fucking happen. But, like, that's the case. Elon Musk himself is a perfect example of this. Elon Musk literally lied on his fucking... on his visa. He has legally, the government legally could deport him. The government legally could say, hey, you lied on your student visa. Hey, guess what? You actually fucking dropped out of school. You were not supposed to do that. And you are not legally here. That is a direct violation. You can actually fucking deport someone for that, okay? This wouldn't even be someone joining the KKK, by the way. Okay? This would be someone like Asmongold. Okay? Asmongold doesn't realize that by defending a right-wing position, he actually, under a Brandon administration, let's say, he would be advocating for his own deportation or his own denaturalization. That's the point that he doesn't understand. It's not... He didn't fucking join Hamas, dumbass. You can't make this fucking comparison. It's just someone who says, I don't like genocide. I'm making demands alongside the rest of the student body as a green card holder. It's as though you decided under this woke Kamala Harris hypothetical scenario, okay, where we're doing DEI only, okay, nothing else. We decided that everyone and anyone that has any conservative opinions that the Democratic Stasi-backed state has decided is wrong and inappropriate, they will now be able to unjustifiably deport all white people or all people that are saying, you know, I'm a conservative. That's what it's like. That's the actual comparison here. Not that like someone joined the fucking KKK or whatever. And even then it's not appropriate. Drop Sites Ryan Grimm discusses how the Trump administration argues. Okay, here.
That they don't.
Here, let's hear what Ryan Grimm had to say about this.
I'm glad Sagar pinned her down on that because now we understand that the administration is, like you said, making the claim that they don't need to charge a green card holder, and there are probably a lot of green card holders. That means you're a lawful permanent resident. You're on the pathway to citizenship next. Next, you take your test if you want to. That if you're in that status, lawful permanent resident, that Rubio can kick you out without any due process, without charging you with a crime, without even an administrative process, kind of inside of the State Department. That if he decides that you are a threat to national security, he can get rid of you. The argument that they are making is that combating anti-Semitism is a foreign policy priority of the United States, and that having somebody who's anti-Semitic in the United States undermines the U.S. ability to pursue its fight against anti-Semitism. So you could also imagine if Democrats said that, as they did, that climate change is a national security threat and that foreign policy is organized around combating climate change, that anybody who's here, who's a permanent resident, who doesn't approve of the Biden administration's climate policy is therefore a threat to climate policy.
Or protests it and hands out anti-climate denying posters, whatever it is, yeah.
Or if they said that, look, January 6th was an insurrection and the Proud Boys are domestic terrorists, and that then anybody who says anything about the 2020 election is therefore supporting domestic terrorists, and if they're a permanent resident, then they can be expelled. You know, you're right that there is this law in the books that could be read to grant the Secretary of State this authority. We've been around for 250 years. That history has been dark at times. There are an awful lot of ugly laws and draconian laws on our books that we understand today are in complete and obvious conflict with the Constitution. And this is one of them. So we'll see, though, whether or not the court ends up agreeing with that. There will be a hearing late this morning between the council and the government.
Why not call Zach? He will not entertain a debate. Why are you asking me? Go ask him. Like, the notion that I'm running away from him is incredibly silly. I would have that conversation with him any day of the fucking week. He's not going to do it.
Everybody would be saying this. So, really, it's another argument of optics. The logic here is perfectly sound. Because they're white. Yeah, exactly. It's all emotional optics reasoning. This is whenever I was talking about people having suicidal empathy, I would argue that wanting to keep somebody who wants to eradicate your culture in your country when they're not a citizen, that's suicidal empathy. Selective picking of information? Yes. No, they wouldn't, because legal immigrants are given protections under the Constitution as well. Legal immigrants are given protections under the Constitution as well. Well, number one, he's not a citizen. So, you're saying an immigrant, anybody who comes from this somebody immigrating, not all immigrants are equal. There are some people who have immigrated illegally.
He actively avoided your tweet and argument and banned people who asked him to respond. Yeah. He's not gonna entertain it. Are you kidding me? Especially because if he entertains it, then his audience is gonna say, "Oh, dude, you will destroy him. You'll own him." They want to see a bloodbath, right? Because they view this as drama and content. And if he entertains it, then his audience is going to start asking that question more and more, and he's going to have to fucking ban more people. Obviously, that's something he doesn't want to do. So don't ask me. Ask him why he won't talk to me about this stuff. Especially because, it makes the situation harder because he has to come across as reasonable if we have a conversation, and then it's going to make it way harder for him to assume these positions later on. His entire content hinges on him not knowing everything.
There are some people who have immigrated legally. There are some people who have diplomatic immunity because they're diplomats from other countries. And there are some people who are on green cards, other ones that are on work visas, etc. So for you to just say immigrant and using this broad term, this is another, again, intentionally dishonest use of language. Again, asylum seekers, yes, another intentionally dishonest use of language in order to push an agenda that is...
No, dude. It's the fucking current government that's using intentionally dishonest language. This is ridiculous. The lack of self-awareness is crazy. No. I think they're conflating the Constitution applying to immigrants within the U.S. versus applying to them within their own country. Why? I can't understand why people listen to this guy as a question that you guys are asking. There are a lot of fucking dummies out there, man. That's it. Asmongold's popularity is a placeholder for the popularity of this kind of idea. People obviously want this kind of commentary, okay? That's it. That's it. Asman just states facts. Yeah, totally. It's interesting because his entire argument hinges on him refusing to address the blatant free speech violation here. So I don't know what facts you think he's addressing in this circumstance, but he's not. He's not addressing facts. Hassan does this a lot, where he takes the person's argument and turns it into an extreme caricature of argument. Okay. The easiest way to avoid that is to talk to me on your stream then. You know what? I'm going to apologize first. Apologies if I've misunderstood your argument. But I'm open to hold on. I'm open to No. Apologies if I misunderstood your argument, but I'm open to clarification. What the fuck is help me write? You seem to be entertaining right now. You guys are so fucking stupid. You're so stupid. A lot of you are so dumb. You're a stupid person if you don't understand why I'm writing like this, okay? I'm not going to fucking explain myself. Excuse me. You are stupid. I'm not going to say in person. Talk to me directly. Chad has never heard of tact. I know. Supporting a person who's part of a group that's an advocate of terrorism, that is very unpopular position to have. Getting rid of people that support terrorist orgs on a green card here. I would say 80 to 90% of the population agree. Yeah, that's a ridiculous statement. Okay. He also, his argument immediately hinges on, I assume that everyone agrees with this, so it's good. That's ridiculous.
Is
the fake flyer is really the key to all this, in my opinion? No, it's not. Because the flyer itself, even if it's real, is still, okay, you know what's popular? Free speech is popular. Okay? You know what's unpopular? A direct violation of free speech. That's unpopular. You know what's not popular? Fucking Israel. Okay? Sure, Hamas, not exactly a popular organization in the United States of America, but it doesn't matter. Violating free speech at the behest of Israel is an incredibly unpopular thing to fucking do. It is also an incredibly dangerous precedent to set.
In my opinion, massively regressive. He said legal immigrant. Yeah, but there are multiple types of legal immigrants, and each one has a different classification and expectation. And also, like, some legal immigrants are citizens, some are not. The bar for behavior for them is different. Here's the truth. If this guy was an American citizen, I would completely support his right to do this. But he's not.
Hamas is internationally labeled terrorist org, therefore any propaganda for it on American soil kind of violates free speech. No, it doesn't. You don't know anything. No, it does not. What are you talking about? No, it does not. That's the you can in the United States of America, you can literally fucking say you love Al Qaeda, you love the KKK, you love Nazis. The government can't fucking deport you over it. What are you talking about? It is also constitutionally protected. He's saying he won't talk to you because you're intentionally being dishonest. That's cowardice. Okay? That's cowardice. I have always extended charitability to Asmongold every single time I've had a conversation with him. That is definitely him refusing to have this conversation because he's worried. That's it. Asman says he doesn't want to engage with you right now. He says he thinks you're making a mistake for being extreme about this. I don't think I'm making a mistake. I think what's extreme is the federal government deciding speech that I don't like means you can get deported. That's extreme. It is an extremely un-American thing to advocate for. I think that is the real extremism here, not me defending that. The reason why I said I would talk to him directly is so that he can explain his position without interruption. Okay? It is the only way to have a normal back and forth rather than going after clips, going clip for clip, or doing this or that. The best possible way to deal with this would be in person. And I will always be charitable, and I will always treat anyone with respect as long as they also do the same to me, and as long as they don't fucking, say some unhinged like Nazi shit, okay? Yeah, your right to say something depends on what the administration thinks of it, which is no free speech at all, said Will Creeley, legal director of the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, a nonpartisan First Amendment group. I think the reason why he doesn't want to talk about it is because this way he can isolate his community from hearing a alternative perspective, because he's not very open-minded. I am not afraid. I am not afraid of hearing different perspectives. I do it every day, and I'm willing to entertain Asmongold's perspective that is different than mine. Is it a shock that he's getting pushback?
We have enough
crazy.
Terrorists here that we have to support their First Amendment right to be fucking terrorists. We have enough of them. We don't need to import new ones. No, you would not. Why do you think I wouldn't? Insane agenda? No, we're not. No, why do you think I wouldn't? This has got people fired up. A lot of people got a lot of opinions about that. Yeah, people are really upset about this. And also, what's the logic? If somebody is a citizen, then how could we deport them? Where would we deport them to?
What is this? Hen Mazik is tweeting about me? Nice. What is this? The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind the rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." Article 7 of Hamas's founding charter. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Why is he just, is he claiming that I'm saying this? Like, what? But the claim, without any evidence whatsoever, that the Hamas were rapist savages that were simply interested in kidnapping people exclusively because of... Dude, what's funny about this argument is that, like, virtually every single fucking person, with the exception of, like, maybe a dozen, that were around when the Hamas original charter was written is fucking dead. Like, what are you saying? This is from what is it? From like 1988. What the fuck does this have to do with anything? The argument that I'm making is that the operational principle of all Palestinian emancipatory movements is not guided by anti-Semitism. If you have to go all the way back to fucking 1988 to be like, see, when the dudes that fucking wrote it are all fucking dead, is idiotic, especially when they rewrote it in 2016 or 2017. I was around in 1988. What are you saying? Yeah, but you're not a Palestinian, and Israel didn't fucking kill your parents. Also, there has never been a moment where I've defended this anyway. What the fuck is this? What do you say to someone who goes, but they haven't changed the charter since, so they endorse it? You tell them, what the fuck are you talking about? They haven't changed the charter. Yes, they have. They have. What? They have changed it. They did. In 1988, I wasn't even alive back then, obviously, but in 1988, when Hamas wrote that charter, they were initially becoming a fucking tiny, marginal political movement. They were nothing. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Really? Like, where would they go? Like, are we going to have, like, I don't know, we can send them to, like, El Salvador's prison or something like that? It doesn't even make any logical sense. Usually agree with you, but I don't today. No. What I'm saying, I'm at work. I can't type it all out. So protesting is cause for deportation. Protesting, that's fucking retarded? Yes. If you are protesting in support of a terrorist organization and you're not a citizen, absolutely.
Yeah, we should have deported every fucking Irish American that offered literal material support to the IRA. We should have deported every single fucking student protester that was a green card holder for protests against the Vietnam War. We should have deported every single fucking protester that protested during the civil rights movement. We should have deported every single fucking protester that protested against apartheid South Africa. Like, what the fuck, man? You can only have this kind of confidence in this kind of statement if you personally don't realize that it'll never happen to people that have your opinions, okay? You're just like, you're confident in this position because you think you're confident in this position because you think it'll never happen to you. That's it. The underlying basis for like conservative conservative advocacy always revolves around, it'll never happen to me.
Yes, 100%. Like, I would absolutely support that. Get the fuck out. You are a non-citizen.
But isn't what he was promoting a direct violation on his green card? No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. No. Okay? It's not. It is not even a violation for non-citizens. Like, he's a fucking legal permanent resident. He has basically the same fucking, on principle, he has the same protections afforded to every other person. Non-citizens are protected by the First Amendment.
Get follow on? Yes. It's that's not the same as saying that you would fully support them when you said it was terrorism. Well, okay, so whenever I say I would fully support them, is that a person's First Amendment rights are very important. And a person does have a right to...
Not a citizen, end of debate. It doesn't matter, dude. What are you talking about? Holy fuck, you are wrong. I don't know how to have this argument with you. I don't know how to have this conversation with you. You are fucking wrong, okay? If you were right, people wouldn't be having this back and forth right now to begin with. Not only is it immoral, but as it stands right now, it is still illegal. Why? Ask yourself why you believe this. You can't. And then follow through on that logic. Can you go? Can the federal government come in and just fucking kill tourists? Okay, they're non-citizens. They're on a fucking tourist visa. Can the federal government just come in and be like, sorry, you're dead now. Boom. Why? Because I don't like what you had to say. You can't do that. There are rules protecting every single person on U.S. soil from the enforcement of or incredibly violent actions from the government. You know what I mean? Not a citizen, sorry, I can just torture you, is fucking insane.
Hate Western civilization and want to eradicate it in a certain extent, right, as a citizen. And my point is that because we have to deal with those people, and that's already really fucking annoying. Now we have more of this to add in. Trump's in 5 minutes? Yeah. Let's just wrap this up. I'm going to time you out. You've been very annoying, but I don't think it's a ban. But, you know, it's almost a ban. The problem isn't the actual approach.
I'm going to treat you like a non-citizen.
Yes, it's performative type of propaganda.
I DM'd Asmongold. I said, I could talk to you about why this happens move is unprecedented and incredibly dangerous. Okay? It's on balls in his court.
Yeah. Legal immigrants also have First Amendment rights. No, actually, they don't. Green card holders do not.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They do. He's just objectively incorrect. What? Is he going to give some evidence that I'm unfamiliar with? Maybe he has something that I don't know.
That's the whole conversation point for this. No, they don't.
No, that's not a conversation point. No, you can't just say they don't. What? Who decided? What?
Yeah, it's just this simple.
They wouldn't even let them go to class. First of all,
they were. Says who? The people that wrote the laws.
What? No, they did. What?
First of all, there were violent counter protests at UCLA that were done by Jewish organizations.
No, both sides. No, that's true. He's right.
Mahmoud Khalil case goes to court, spotlighting green card holders' rights. Let's look up First Amendment, okay? Green card holders also have the right to free speech, according to David Cole, a Georgetown law professor. The First Amendment does not distinguish between citizens and non-citizens, says Cole, who successfully represented Palestinian clients in a lengthy First Amendment case. Therefore, since you couldn't punish a citizen for their speech, you couldn't deport a foreign national for their speech. Green card status can be revoked, as in cases where someone has obtained that status by fraud or they commit serious crimes. The government also has broad powers under anti-terrorism laws, including the ability to block entry or remove a non-citizen. I do think for people who are non-citizens, there's some risk in protesting, depending on how the protest is interpreted, says Jason Zabov, a partner at More Osorio, an immigrant law firm in Washington, D.C. And the reason for that is because of the anti-terrorism provisions are just so broad. These are some of the most insane provisions that we've been using since post 9/11. Having said that, this person has not violated even those fucking provisions. That's why there is already a legal battle. There is a legal back and forth. Asmongold is entirely incorrect on this. He said he won't talk to you because you started with this misinterpreting him. That's just the reason. Okay, well, again, he doesn't want to have this conversation because I think he doesn't want me to inform his audience. Oh.
The guy in the cowboy, he's right. There were. I watched it happen. And the fact is that the violent counter-protests were the ones that were initiating...
Please read, there's a precedent for it. Aliens in the United States. Brother, I don't think you understand the statute that you are posting about, okay? This is a very serious issue, okay? The statute that you are posting does not mean what you think it means. Classes of aliens ineligible for visas or admissions means, okay, an alien, an undocumented documented non-citizen trying to come into the United States of America. If this provision extended to people who have already gotten their actual authorized waiver as a legal permanent resident, okay, revoking the green card status of a person, for this reason is the same as advocating to denaturalize a person. Do you understand? Like denaturalizing a naturalized citizen, or even a U.S. born naturalized, or U.S. born citizen, a native born American citizen. Okay. Revocation is different than denying a waiver. What is this? Asman just went over this to prove he's right. And the question within the existing law, in and of itself, if that was to be the case, we have to argue on morality as well. Do we think this is a good argument? I don't think it's moral, and I don't think it's legal either, okay? This is a double Monty. People are confusing the constitutionality of the residency applications versus presence on U.S. soil. The U.S. government can use shit like Communist Party membership to deny entry into the U.S., but once you're in the U.S., you are granted constitutional rights by virtue of being on the soil. Thank you. Okay? That's why this is incredibly, incredibly important. This case is a landmark case, okay? Waivers are authorized. Waiver authorized provision authorizing waiver of certain subparagraphs on this paragraph. Security-related grounds. Any alien who's a consular officer, the Attorney General knows, has reasonable grounds to believe seeks to enter the U.S. to engage solely, principally, or incidentally in any activity to violate any law in the United States, terrorist activities in general. All of this is about a denial. A denial. You don't understand what you are reading. The grounds for denying a waiver is different than once that waiver has been given to you. A legal permanent resident has different fucking standards. What is happening? Also, I think that shit is stupid too, for the record. That is literally a direct anti-communist move that the American government has historically used. I talked about it yesterday. Of course, if you only watch me in fucking clips, you don't know that. You can waive someone's rights to come into the United States, but once they have a waiver, once they are a legal permanent resident, okay, once they're on U.S. soil, they are protected by the Constitution. The problem here is Asmongold doesn't understand what he's fucking reading. He's reading something that he thinks proves his point. It's not. It actually does not prove his point at all. Yes, the American government, if you watch me frequently, I've talked about this before, American government has a bunch of stupid anti-communist laws. For example, on your application, you have to literally say that you've never actually entertained communism. You've never actually participated in a communist party or whatever the fuck, okay? Like that's a real thing. You cannot be a part of any sort of communist activities. That's literally the law. It's ridiculous, but it's still the fucking law. I don't agree with it. I think it's stupid. I think it's a remnant of the Red Scare era. Red Scare 1, Red Scare 2, right? But this argument in and of itself is about denying a waiver into the country. When you already have a legal permanent residency, revoking that is an incredibly fucking high bar to clear. Ugh. I just hate that America, once again, is unironically like removing the last 4 or 5 good things that it has in its fucking constitution. Okay? It's just crazy. Like, we are never getting healthcare. We're not doing any of the good shit that other countries are doing. We're just only focusing on the bad shit. Here he starts reading here at timestamp.
For admission. So here we go, and this is again B, terrorist activities. So an alien who has engaged in a terrorist activity has reasonable ground to believe is engaged in or likely to engage after entry with terrorist activity, intention to cause death, is a representative of a terrorist organization.
I'm literally DMing him, telling him he's wrong. Like, once someone is a legal permanent resident and on U.S. soil, they are still afforded the same constitutional protections everyone else has.
A political group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity. So based off of this, if he is part of a group that endorses a terrorist organization,
Crash Out
then
Piker this is not a crash out at all. I'm trying to correct a colleague of mine from making a major mistake in front of 52,000 people who don't know the truth, who don't fucking understand it.
To this, he can be deported. So this is what the rules are. This is what the rules say. Now, Hasan might have a good point. Is this going to stand up against the First Amendment? And if he wants to sue the government and decide that, I think that's fine. Now, my personal opinion is
this is not applicable This is not applicable to the current situation. This is not applicable to the current situation. Oh, the current situation is different. This is a legal permanent resident. You're reading a denial of waiver into the country. Yes, the American government can also... Here, I'll give you a great example. Something as stupid as accidentally keeping a fucking banana in your backpack. Customs and Border Patrol has dogs, okay? Customs and Border Patrol has dogs. Why do they have dogs out there? There are dogs that specifically sniff out agriculture, okay? If you come into the United States from an area where you have a banana in your backpack as a tourist and they find this fresh vegetable or fruit in your fucking backpack, you can be denied entry into the country. Now, in most circumstances, they won't do that, but they have that right. If you have a fucking banana in your backpack, once you've passed that fucking boundary, you can't be removed from U.S. soil. The reason why is because when you're coming into the country, you have a different set of standards than past the point of entry into the country. It's that simple. And by the way, I'm not discounting why there is global biosafety standards. Obviously, it's understandable that the Customs and Border Patrol has this rule. It just comes across as silly, but there is a good reason for it. But that's besides the point. Okay? That's it. There are different rules in terms of coming into the country versus once you are inside of the country. It's pretty simple. It's that simple. He read my DM and said if that's the case, he agrees with me. That undermines his entire point that he's conducting for the past 2 days. So all he needed to do was figure out that like non-citizens and citizens alike have the same fucking constitutional protections, especially legal permanent residents. That's it. Like the underpinning of this argument is just like a fundamental misunderstanding of existing law and constitutional protections. He's insinuating that he doesn't think you're right. No, I am. Being blocked from the videos the other day, let me find out what? Oh. Anyway, I don't know why so many people came in here to fucking tell me that you're reading the law incorrectly. I'm sorry to say. Wait, what? No. Explain how I'm reading the law incorrectly, or explain to me what the existing law is for this. You have to read A and then drop down to 4C. Wait, what? I'm going to ban you if you're just fucking with me. I hope you understand that. Classes of aliens ineligible for visas or admission. Wait, what? That's A. Classes of aliens ineligible for visa or admission, except as otherwise provided in this chapter. Aliens who are inadmissible under the following paragraphs are ineligible to receive visas and ineligible to be admitted into the United States. Okay. Wait, where the fuck is 4C? Oh, an alien whose entry or proposed activities in the United States Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. Again, this is about admission into the country. He is not in the process of applying for a visa. He is a legal permanent resident. He is not in the process of applying for a visa. This is what the State Department thinks is a valid claim. This is the underlying argument, the silly ass argument that they tried to fucking put forward. It's inadmissible. It just doesn't apply in this circumstance, and it doesn't apply at all. You have rights. You have rights as an immigrant. You have rights as a legal permanent resident. You have rights that protect you. Okay? Saying you're reading it wrong, I am not. No, I just don't understand. The notification of determinations is if determination is made under Clause 3, which is with respect to an alien, the Secretary of State must notify on a timely basis the chairman of the Committees of the Judiciary and Foreign Affairs and the House of Representatives of the Committees on the Judiciary and Foreign Relations of the Senate the identity of the alien and the reasons for the determination. I'm reading C4. Read my messages. I'm crying here for the love of God. No, you're reading it wrong. Still reading the wrong thing. It's 8 USC 1227. What? Another update on Asmongold. He said that he's not going to engage in a debate because it's stressful and annoying. Hassan is beginning his interpretation with a... Wait, what? Wait, I already saw that. He said that earlier. Maybe the point is that he shouldn't have been given a green card because of that clause, so now they're revoking it and deporting him? No, you can't do that. You can't just apply... you can't apply a post hoc justification for revoking someone's green card like that. That would mean that you can also denaturalize citizens. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you can't fucking do that. That would mean that if tomorrow he had his citizenship test and he became a naturalized U.S. citizen, that would mean that the government could denaturalize him on the basis of the fact that he was a non-citizen at a certain point. That's not how it works. You can't do a post hoc application. That is also unconstitutional. Now, the problem is the Trump administration does not give a fuck about the Constitution, clearly. And they're trying to erode the Constitution, which is unironically the argument that we're making right now. The argument that we're fucking advocating for against is this. This is the whole point. Oh. President in violation of law. Any alien who's president of the United States in violation of this chapter. Non-immigrant status violators. Violators of conditions of entry. Termination of conditional permanent residence. In general, permanent resident status. Wait, what? Why do you think this proves your point? I don't understand. He didn't do fucking marriage fraud or anything like that. What? What law did he violate? That's the whole point. 8 USC 1227 says that if an alien commits terrorism, they're plausible to be deported. Yeah, it's not. It's not terrorism. You can't say something I think is terrorism and then fucking deport someone. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of, that's the whole argument. That's the whole argument. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, any alien who's described in subparagraph B or F section of this title is deportable, okay? Terrorist activities is an intentionally vague designation, but you can't fucking decide. You can't just simply say, I don't like what you're saying, so you're a terrorist. That is insane. That is an insane erosion of constitutional protections that were previously afforded to non-citizens and citizens alike. Do you not understand my point here? I'm saying that the American government, with no care or consideration for the Constitution is unironically trying to erode a protection. That's the point. That's what they're trying to do. And it is, as it stands, currently illegal. It is also immoral. If they were to turn around, and decide that it is legal now, I would also argue against the dangerous precedent that this is setting. And I am arguing against the dangerous precedent that they're trying to set. The entire fucking debate or the back and forth happening here is that the American government is literally trying to manipulate pre-existing law with very little evidence, with no evidence whatsoever. And they've been... the Trump admin isn't even using this argument. Their whole case relies on Rubio personally signing it. Exactly. How the fuck do people not understand that my anger here, my resentment here, my frustration here, and my fears here are the fact that we are now deciding unilaterally, one fucking guy goes, you're a terrorist. Why are you a terrorist? I don't really need to tell you why you're a terrorist. You're just a terrorist. Now you can get deported. That's fucking psychotic. That is a direct violation of First Amendment. Just like BDS is a direct violation. Like anti-BDS laws are also a violation of the First Amendment, for the record. Just so you understand. They still exist, but they are a violation. Weirdly enough, both of these violations are happening at the behest of Israel. It's also wild. It's also wild considering that the current administration is now actively talking about vandalizing Teslas being an act of terrorism. Yeah, he's not an alien. He's a permanent resident. There's no visa. He lived in the United States with no limit. Exactly. This is such a silly conversation to have. This silly back and forth to have. Like, and also, when faced with evidence to the contrary, Asmongold immediately said, if it's true, then I guess he's right and I'm wrong. That's what he said.
Legal cause, reading that's about denying a waiver. When someone's legal permanent resident on soil, it's not as constitutional protections everybody else has. Well, if that's true, then he should stay. Yeah. And
it is true. It is true.
And that's really it. I mean, like, I think that they need to decide that in the court. Right. And if that's the way that the law works, I mean, I don't really know exactly how the law works. This is what I've heard.
Then why did you spend 48 fucking hours worth of content saying? Oh my God.
But that's if. Yeah, exactly. Now, in my opinion, by the way, this is still my opinion. I don't want to have anybody in the fucking country that's not a naturalized citizen that's supporting a terrorist organization. And I don't think that we need to afford the full rights of freedom of speech to people that are not even citizens to advocate for terror.
Okay, you don't like the First Amendment. That's it. You don't like the First Amendment then. You are anti-free speech. That's it. You are anti-free speech. Is chat saying you folded, shaking my head? Wait, what? Are they just imagining alternative realities? How the fuck am I folding? He's the one who's walking back the underlying falsehood that he was operating off of, that he was so confidently talking about, that has now been seen by hundreds of thousands of people. And he's also the one who doesn't want to talk to me. Oh, they're saying you folded, that he folded. They're mad at him.
For President Trump.
Anyway, I can't believe this is even a point of contention when KHALIL was protesting on behalf of all these people. Yeah, we're not even tackling I haven't even been able to talk about the ridiculousness of the claim that he is a fucking, the claim that he's a fucking terrorist. Like, it's so stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Wait, well, I want to get on a call. He says that I am intentionally misinterpreting his audience or something, or intentionally misinterpreting what he's saying. But the real reason why he doesn't want to have that conversation is because even a DM caused them to go, okay, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know exactly what this is.
I think this is an insane position to have.
And that he found it stressful.
Now, if Hasan, here's the thing, though. If Hasan is right, if he is right, then he should stay. I just don't think he is from everything that I've read and I've seen about it.
I don't think you read anything. No, what have you read? What have you seen about this? What have you read about this? I don't think you've read anything. The thing that you read, you misinterpreted. What?
So we're going to find out. And, bro, how do you argue against that? I don't know. I have no idea how people argue against that.
Wait, what?
But, yeah. And let's see here. No, Patriot Act won't allow him to stay. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's a good point. I forgot all about the Patriot Act. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead and look at this.
Oh, my God. Right-wing Twitter, Reddit, and Vibes is what he read? Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. I don't even... Dude, the thing that he read, he didn't even understand. The thing that he read, he misunderstood. I corrected him. I corrected the thing that he read that he misunderstood. And he just turned around and went, okay, I don't agree with him. I don't believe him. Or if he's right, then yeah, he should stay. And then followed up by celebrating the Patriot Act. Now, the reason why we can't have a fucking conversation, even though I added him directly, is because he doesn't want to have the conversation. It's not me. I have not only a genuine, firmly held ideological conviction here, but I also understand the pre-existing rules set in place better than Asmongold does. It's okay. It's all right to not know everything. And I certainly don't know all of the confines of like, I don't know everything about the fucking immigration law either. All right. Having said that, it seems like I know a little bit more than he does, or at least know how to correctly read and interpret the things that are in front of me. I love how we went from we are getting rid of woke with an executive order to we are deporting people for free speech and buying Teslas to own the libs all in like 11 days. I know. But the thing is, we didn't. I don't think the American population moved in that direction that quickly. I think that the media is trying to move everybody into that direction. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 32 community gifted subs.
Trump and the Republican Party as the House passes a funding bill.
Yeah, we're talking about the funding bill. It passed in the House. There was one Democrat that said yes, and one Republican that said no. I forget who the Democrat was that said yes, but it is going to get to a standoff. It's going to be held up in the Senate,
to avoid a government shutdown.
The House bill now goes to the Senate, where Democrats face a dilemma. Should they pass Trump's agenda or force a government shutdown?
Yeah, they should force a government shutdown actively. And also, remember, there's two sides to every negotiation. You don't have to force a government. Yeah, Jared Golden is the Democrat. Thank you. You don't have to force a government shutdown, as a matter of fact. It's just entirely dependent on the Republicans and how many concessions that they will give to the Democrats.
They don't like either.
But remember, when Democrats...
So claiming that this is on the hands of the... claiming that this is in the hands of the fucking... Oh, my God. This guy's still talking about Hamas being a foreign terrorist organization. Jesus Christ, dude. Chatter. You cannot... You just... Do you like the First Amendment or not? Okay, do you like the First Amendment? Do you think that free speech is good or not? If you say no, you don't like the First Amendment, you don't like free speech, then that's fine. At least you're recognizing that. Then we can have a separate conversation about how that will inevitably loop back around and harm you as well.
Democrats railed against government shutdowns in the past.
You can't just go, but Hamas on this issue. We are not in fucking Israel, okay?
Reopen government today, and he should.
And when you multiply those federal workers by their family members, the people they love and care about and who rely on their steady paycheck to survive, you get a better sense of the pain that the president is causing with his shutdown.
So there you go. That was a different mindset, perhaps. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson joins us now with his first interview since that critical vote, which delivered, you lost one Republican, you got Jared Golden, 4 Democrats. Mr. Speaker, how much pressure is now on the Senate to do what you did?
Well, huge pressure, Brian. This was a big night in Congress last night to get that done. We passed a clean, simple bill to keep the government funded for the rest of the year. And every Democrat, except for one, in spite of all their previous sayings about how disastrous it would be to shut the government down, they all voted to do exactly that. So now the ball is sent over to the Senate. And Chuck Schumer has a big decision to make. Is he going to cast a vote to keep the government open, or is he going to be blamed for shutting it down? And that's clearly, very simply, what they have to decide. And I hope they do the right thing, because government shutdowns, as they all said their own video and have said 1,000 times, is harmful for everybody. We don't need that.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, would there...
It's ironic because they want to shut down the government. Like, they are shutting down the government. They're actively shutting down the government, while simultaneously saying it's the Democrats that want to shut down the government by not passing the spending bill. It's like, yeah, no, they're actually trying to stop you from shutting down the government fucking permanently.
There'll be some change in the process. I know Thomas Massey. I know you know Thomas Massey. He's been the same ever since he was elected. And there's been one issue that he's railed against his entire career, which is the spending. And the president, I know, is on the same page when it comes to that. That's why he has Doge. Is there a way to bring them both together? He's not anti-MAGA. He is MAGA as well. But I think they're coming at it from different parts. He wants regular order. Will we get that?
But yeah, of course, everybody.
They want to do $13 billion in cuts to non-defense programs such as mental health and substance abuse treatment and workforce training. It's not like it's not exactly a clean resolution bill that was previously agreed upon. It's just fucking ridiculous. And it's totally, even if it was a clean resolution, I don't think the Democrats should go along with it until they get firmly held assurances on a bunch of shit that the Trump administration is trying to do. This is how you play ball, okay? Republicans quietly cede power to cancel Trump's tariffs, avoiding a tough vote. House GOP leaders tucked the provision into a procedural measure needed to pass a government spending bill. Is this a 60 vote or a majority vote? No, it's a 60 vote. If it was a majority vote, it'd be cooked. They need to have a filibuster-proof majority. They need to have 60 votes to be able to pass this. Okay? The Democrats should use this opportunity. This is one of the best opportunities the minority party has against the government. It is one of the last remaining things that the Democrats have in their hands to be able to stop this from passing. Spoiler, they won't. No, they will. They've said that they will. Getting 10 Democrats in the Senate, aside from John Fetterman, who cancels out because there is also what's his face? Fucking ramen noodle hair, Ron Paul's son, Rand Paul, who is going to vote against this. Yeah. Senator Schumer said Democrats have the votes to block the House spending bill. Our caucus is unified on a clean April 11th CR that will keep the government open and give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass. We should vote on that. They are activists. Here. It should be very clear to every Senate Democrat that any vote for cloture will also be considered a vote for the bill. People aren't going to be tricked with procedural games. They know exactly what's going on. Defend Medicaid, vote no on cloture, no on the bill. Yeah. A vote for cloture is a vote to gut Medicaid. A vote for cloture is a vote to abandon seniors, veterans, and working families. A vote for cloture is a vote to rip healthcare from those who need it the most. They think they can sneak this through, dress it up, play word games that American people see for what it is. Cruelty, says Last Day With You. Yeah. Can the U.S. House Republicans cut $880 billion without slashing Medicaid? The answer is no. They can't do that. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's see.
He wants regular order. What my friend Thomas Massey missed yesterday is that the vote was to allow this administration to continue their work so that we can bring about all these big changes for the FY26 budget. That's the one we start immediately after FY25 is off the table. That's what everybody's excited about. So what will happen is the Trump White House, the administration, will send to Congress a budget that requests to spend less money. Why? Because we're going to be able to incorporate all the savings that DOGE is uncovering and finding, all of the innovations that the Trump administration and his extraordinary cabinet are bringing about to change the way the federal government works. This is the Super Bowl. This is the moment we've all been waiting for our entire careers. And finally, the stars have aligned so we can do that better. It's going to be great for the American people, a more efficient, effective government that uses their precious resources, their taxes, in a more responsible way. And we're excited about that.
And Mr. Speaker, government funding still does run out in 2 days. And so you guys have passed it. So essentially it's the playoffs. You're getting to the Super Bowl. You've got to have the Democrats vote for it. And you need 7 to start the process. The conventional wisdom is, because the Democrats had an hour-long meeting where they said, we can't make it look like we're giving Trump a win. And so we have to oppose it. And that's why everybody on the Democrat side has been opposing it. The conventional wisdom is they're going to do what you guys have done in the past. And that is they'll have 7 Democrats walk the plank, vote for closure. Then when it comes up as a bill, every one of them is going to vote against it, and you're going to win. The Democrats are going to lose in the Senate because there are more Republicans, and they're going to get with a simple majority.
Yeah, look, Chuck Schumer has to decide all that strategy and that math, but I think they need to put the partisan politics aside. This is not a win for the Trump administration. This is a win for the American people. I mean, when the government shuts down, you have government employees who are no longer paid. You have services that begin to lag. It brings...
It's so funny to hear Republicans spell out the devastating nature of government shutdowns. Especially when it's their favorite weapon to wield and they have so consistently. And the counter to this is very simple. Okay, then pass a fucking bill that concedes on understandable points from the Democratic Party. You have power to stop the shutdown. The Democrats love to play ball. They want to play ball. They keep saying that they want to play ball to a degree that I don't even agree with them on. So, you know, especially, it's especially funny because, like, the thing that they are trying to do, the thing that they are trying to fucking do is also destroy the government anyway. Like, they want to permanently shut down the government. And the Democrats are coming to the table saying, like, no, we don't want to permanently shut down the government. So if you don't concede to us and give us assurances that you won't permanently shut down the fucking government, then, you know, you're going to go to a government shutdown. It's going to be on you.
Great harm on the economy and the people. I mean, military servicemen, men and women won't be paid. TSA agents, you'll start to have long lines at the airports. I mean, Border Patrol agents. We have to keep the government operating. And Congress has a responsibility to do that. And Chuck Schumer has to weigh that today. And I hope he does the right thing. I hope they put partisan politics aside and do the right thing for the people. The House Democrats engage in a shameful display of partisan politics. And I think they're going to regret that vote.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Department of Education. We had Linda McMahon on last week, and she was saying this is just a mandate. She's following the orders from the president, saying that she wants to eliminate the Department of Education, but she knows she needs Congress's help on this. Here she is on the Ingram angle last night.
That was the president's mandate, this directive to me, clearly is to shut down the Department of Education, which we know we'll have to work with Congress, to get that accomplished. But what we did today was to take the first step of eliminating what I think is bureaucratic bloat. Clearly, we're not taking away education. The president never said that. He's taken the bureaucracy out of education so that more money flows to the states.
So, Mr. Speaker, what is your reaction to that? And
148, Emma and Sam were talking about the line item changes in the bill. It's not zeroing out funding for agencies. It's not clean. Wait, at 148? You mean 1 hour and 48 minutes?
Here you see a screenshot of part of the budget resolution. And you will see that despite the fact that Speaker Johnson has said this is a clean CR, continuing resolution, in fact, there is a series of
Yeah, that's why it's ironic when fucking Michael Penis says nobody wants to see a government shutdown. We don't want these federal employees to not get paid. Also, if you don't fucking vote for this bill that says government employees will not get paid, you want government employees to not get paid. Like, what do you mean, dude?
Slight changes. $0 for the Department of Agricultural programs. In other words, this is line 16. It's going through different lines in the original continuing resolution and saying substitute whatever huge number was there in terms of billions of dollars for zero. $0 for Department of Energy programs, energy projects. In Section 204, by substituting zero for $13,045,000. In Section 530, by substituting zero for $38,414,000. And now, I'm not even sure if that's million or billion because I don't see the original, but those numbers look like million to me. Substitute in Section 542. Now, I don't know what 542, but the point being that there's a series of these things. It is not a clean continuing resolution.
Yeah. It's not.
Will she get the support of Congress to shut it down?
We're fully in support of what Secretary McMahon is saying there. She's talking about efficiency and accountability. She's talking about directing resources to the places they matter the most, and that's to the hands of the local school boards, to parents who can direct their children's education, with the assistance of the teachers there local and closest to the people where it really matters, where they can make those decisions. For too long, the Federal Department of Education has been pushing down federal mandates, using taxpayer dollars in an inefficient manner, and enriching teachers' unions, okay? The results are really regrettable. We see that America is falling behind other countries in education standards and in the test scores and all the rest. So this is a time for change. I think this will serve students, parents, teachers, administrators better to have that down at the local level. And Secretary McMahon is bringing that change about. This is a long time coming. You'll have greater choice for parents and students.
Yeah, you know what I think about? When I think about people who are just the parasitic force suckling on the teat of the federal government, I think a teacher is getting paid like $38,000 a year that have to do Uber after they're done with their regular workday so they can buy supplies necessary for their job out of their pocket. That's what I think. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Teachers deserve less, dude. That's what I think.
You'll have a lot better outcomes, I think, and this is something we all applaud.
Right, now we got all eyes on Friday, Saturday, right? The deadline to see if we get this budget passed and we fund the government until September. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Super corrupt. Yeah. John Fetterman came out and said, by the way, that he would be in support of passing this bill because he's a fucking baboon. I will never have to shut the government down. I have brain damage.
How about we stop sending bombs to kill children? Here we go.
Someone pick the fighter to shut the government down.
This is designated state opposition. You guys cannot be here. You guys cannot be here.
How are we getting humanitarian aid to Gaza?
Senator.
When the Zionist state continues to violate terms.
Oh, they're filming me too. Oh, I don't expect that.
I can't focus on your words. Bro, you know people are going to clip that and say the tolerant left? I don't give a fuck. When have I ever been tolerant to psychopathic monsters, dude? Yes, I'm not fucking tolerant. You know why? Because I'm not a goddamn pussy, okay? That's it. I'm sick and tired of motherfuckers who are like, oh, so much for the tolerant left. Like, what do you mean? When have these guys been tolerant? Yeah, fuck this guy. You can cry bully all day, every day. You can be like, oh my God, I can't believe you how mean you are to fucking psychopathic, bloodless monsters like John Fetterman. Yeah, dude, I'm not. I'm sorry. I have no tolerance. Yes, I bully bullies, okay? If that makes you sad, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Go somewhere else.
John Fetterman. Guys, please, we're trying to do our job here. We're trying to do our job here.
Senator, where are you on the ACR plan?
Well, on the CR? I mean, I've been very clear about it. I mean, there's no new news on that.
Are you a yes?
I've already said that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's no news. And now you're going to have to make that choice. It's like, are you going to shut the government down? Or are you just going to say, hey, I disagree with many parts about the CR, but it's like that's where we are. Or if there's some kind of a process where that they can essentially strip the filibuster requirement, and then if they raise the
why enjoy your little echo chamber? Sick. Dude, enjoy your grandparents fucking dying because they don't have Medicare anymore, okay? Like, what do you want me to say? I'm fucking fighting for your grandparents because you're too stupid to fucking fight for them, okay? Like, what is this argument? Like, oh my God, look at your little echo chamber. Like, you think it's going to be good for you? You think it's going to be fucking good for you? You think it's going to be good for your loved ones, you dumb fuck? Dudes learn one fucking term and they just like blast it in the chat. It's an echo chamber. I just asked to talk to Asmongold about this. Not this, about the free speech violations coming from the Trump administration. He's the one who didn't want to talk to me. And you're over here being like, enjoy your echo chamber. Yeah, I'm owning the libs, dude. I'm owning the freaking libs, dog. You don't understand. When my grandparents are fucking... when my grandparents no longer get health care, I'll be owning the libs so hard. When my parents can no longer have health care, I'll be owning the libs. I'll be thinking to myself, well, at least the libs are owned, you know?
The debt limit? Well, then that's a double capitulation. And then that means they don't want to just tell and saying, yeah, we are effectively voting for it, but then we can technically say that I voted no on that. And so that's...
So do you have how many of your colleagues do you think will vote along with you to keep the lights on when government funding expires at midnight?
Well, what I'm saying, it's like, you know, for me, I'd never vote to shut the government down. And if you are wanting to, if you don't want to vote for that CR because you want to protect the government and some of the things that I don't agree with that are happening, well, then again, it's like I'm not going to cut the baby in half. It's like so that's the thing. So that's the thing. Yeah, you know.
This senator is supporter of genocide. Murder children. He is cutting babies in half. He cut 20,000 babies in half. You already did that. You voted voted for more bombs to murder Capitol Police. This senator is a mass murderer of children and a supporter of genocide.
What's your level of concern about cuts to the Department of Education?
The only babies he supports cutting in half are babies that have been cut in half with American munitions in Gaza. He loves when those babies are cut in half, you know? Also, the fucking journalists are yelling at the pro-Palestinian protesters. They're like, I'm sorry, I know you want to get your fucking quote from the ogre real bad, but, you know, let him have his moment.
Hoping that other Democrats will join along with you and not shut down the government, correct?
Yeah, if you had any fucking honesty or decency as a congressional reporter, you would also be asking similar questions about, you know, his unconditional loyalty and support to the apartheid state of Israel. But of course you don't. That's why you're there.
I'm saying that that's the choice. And you can either vote for the CR and not, you don't have to, that means you don't agree with all of it. It's just that we agree that you don't want to shut the government down. And now do you want to risk, having the economy move into a recession? I'm not willing to do that thing. And now if you claim that we want to protect the government by shutting it down, that absolutely will impact millions and millions and millions of people. That's the choice that we have to make. And that's a CR that I know there's not one single Democrat, including myself, that agree with all these elements as well now too. So make that choice. You're going to shut the government down or no, and I'm not going to do that. And that's doing the hard and the right thing right now. And I'm not going to pander to the extreme kind of reaction right now, but that's where we were. And it wasn't that long ago that we were scolding at the Republicans threatening to shut the government.
No, I just don't have any brain processing power beyond, this seems hypocritical to me. Dog, you are repeating what Mike Johnson is saying. Is this guy a moron? Is the question you asked, Chatter? The answer is yes. Yes, he is an absolute imbecile. Asman made it 1 week to follow to chat from 1 hour. Yeah. I mean, look, when Asmongold's community members come in here, they're usually just telling me that they're going to kill me violently. I suspect that the reason why he wanted to moderate his chat is because people in his own community or people coming from outside of his community are like, hey, why are you wrong about this thing that you've been advocating for? Like on the fundamentals, like just wrong about the facts of a matter. Yeah. Anyway, I forgot to mention two things. One, this is, I hate to do it to him, but Christopher Murphy, who apparently had a relatively human reaction to what the fucking government is currently doing to Mahmoud Khalil.
A young man by the name of Mahmoud Khalil, an immigrant and a legal permanent resident of the United States, is being held right now in prison, even though no criminal charges have been filed against him. And I want to tell you why that should matter to every single American. Khalil is a recent graduate of Columbia University. He opposed Israel's military operation in Gaza. He has deep animus toward Israel's policies and the U.S. support for those policies. He helped organize the protests over Gaza at his university.
Notice how he's not saying it's anti-Semitic and saying he has deep animus towards Israel's policies and America's support for Israel's policies, because that's correct. That is framing the issue on the boundaries of truth. That is not greatly overemphasizing lies that the Republicans are telling in an effort to justify this clear-cut violation of free speech. If Biden were in power, he'd be saying it was anti-Semitic. Let's be fucking real. Probably. You're not wrong about that. Chris Murphy, post-Kamala Harris defeat, has certainly changed his attitude a little bit. But, you know, just like with my support for Al Green and the actions that he took at the joint congressional address, I'm not going to immediately slap down Democrats. The reason why I'm not going to is because whether I agree with them or whether I think they're being cynical or not doesn't matter in this process, because we have to fucking lock in and actually expect them to do the right thing, to demonstrate moral courage, to actively fight back against this fucking administration. That's why urging your congressional representatives to you know, pressuring your congressional representatives to do the right thing in times when they're necessary, like not passing this fucking bill, is the right thing to do, and in many instances, the only thing to do. That's the only shot we have. That's the only thing we can do in this situation. That doesn't mean that you should just like stop and be like, all right, well, I'm supporting the Democratic Party, and then that's the end all be all. We're good. That's not what I'm saying at all. But if Democrats do say the right things, I'm not going to be a person who fucking criticizes them in the moment, because I understand the necessity. I understand the need for them to do the right things.
Last year, you can disagree with his views or his politics, but there is no evidence he has broken any law. But last weekend, Trump officials entered his apartment and took him into custody. They brought him to a detention facility in New Jersey at first, but when his family went to visit him, he wasn't there. For a while, his family and his lawyer had no idea where he was. They eventually found out that he was being held in a detention facility in Louisiana, and that's where he still is today. In dictatorships, they call this practice being disappeared. No charges, no claims of criminal behavior. The White House doesn't claim he did anything criminal. He's in jail because of his political speech. And here's why everybody should care. In America, your political speech is protected, whether or not the president likes what you say. But today, if you're loyal to Donald Trump, your speech is going to be protected, even if it's hate speech. You can be Marco Ellis, an employee of Doge, who said he, quote, was racist before it was cool, and, quote, normalize Indian hate. And the vice president of the United States will tweet in your defense. But if you are disloyal to Trump, or you're organizing against Trump's political agenda, your speech could be criminalized. You could find yourself in jail. Now, Trump chose to begin by disappearing a Palestinian immigrant, hoping that his place of birth and his immigrant status would just cause people to look the other way. But
which it did. For right-wingers, that was all it took. Well, for right-wingers, all it took was that Trump is doing it. That's all it was for many right-wingers like Asmongold and whatnot. I do still believe. Here's why I think it's important for Chris Murphy and others to say this, and not whatever the fuck Chuck Schumer was doing yesterday. Because I do think that Americans don't like when the government goes, yeah, fuck free speech, okay? But Americans, myself included, we're all kind of stupid. So we need someone to go on television and say exactly what's going on, with no ands, ifs, or buts. Just directly address what the fuck is happening. That is why we need the Democrats, whether I agree with them or disagree with them. That is why I criticize the Democrats. And that is precisely the reason why when a Democrat comes out and says the correct thing, okay, without sheltering the public from the truth or without lending any credence to the falsehoods and claims being made by the Republicans, I will celebrate that. Do you understand? Because without the entirety of the Democratic Party chirping in the same way that Chris Murphy is right here, most Americans are only going to hear the likes of Asmongold, the likes of Fox News, the likes of Marco Rubio. They're only going to hear Scott Jennings. They're only going to hear that perspective. Do you understand? And then they're going to think, yeah, this isn't a fucking severe violation of free speech. This is a terrorist getting pack-watched. Do you see what I'm saying?
Cannot. Because once it becomes normal for the regime to disappear people simply for protest against the regime's policies, once a citizen or a resident of America can be locked away with no charges against them simply because they protested, there is no going back for America. Even if you're a hardened Trump supporter, this practice should cross the line for you. Even if you disagree with Khalil's views, this practice should cross the line for you. This has nothing to do with supporting Trump. This is about supporting an American value.
100%.
Maybe the most important American value, protecting free speech, even if it's speech you disagree with. If our new reality is that a president can disappear an opposition protester with no charges filed against them, we are not America any longer. Today it's Mahmoud Khalil. Tomorrow it's me or you.
He's right. You keep acting like Democrats aren't controlled opposition. Their function is not to disagree or obstruct with the Republicans in any way. Dude, what are you talking about? I know that the Democrats de facto operate as the controlled opposition, but this is one instance where the fucking dude in front of you is not behaving in that way. So my hope is that if you give people like this their flowers in this specific moment, not in any other circumstance, okay, because they're playing a very important role. Look, I don't know how to describe this, okay? I don't know how to describe this to people who just refuse to understand. I don't agree with Chris Murphy on much, okay? I think his support for populist leftist positions are cynical, but it doesn't fucking matter because Chris Murphy has the bully pulpit. Maybe not the same to the same degree as the president, but he still has a platform. He still has power. And without people in positions of power, stop saying talk is cheap. Talk is not fucking cheap. Talk is very expensive. Shut your stupid bitch ass mouth up, okay? Shut the fuck up. Talk is not cheap in this situation. Because the point is, Americans are stupid and they need to hear people say this so they understand what is actually happening. Because if the opposition party just buckles and shows their belly in the way that, like, for example, Chuck Schumer was speaking out on this issue saying, like, this guy's an anti-Semitic terrorist, but I don't think he should be deported unless you show me what laws he has violated or whatever the fuck. When you say that, you're conceding to the Republicans on the framing, so Americans don't even think about whether or not this is a violation of the First Amendment. They can only think about it if someone is fucking saying that is a clear-cut violation of the First Amendment. You need people to fucking say it. That's what you need. I'm not saying Chris Murphy is going to be our next president or some shit, okay? Fuck. If the entire field of conversation is dominated by right-wing misinformation, you'll always turn around and go, wow, how do we get here? Well, we got here because no fucking opposition party actually spoke out. Do you understand? This was my argument against immigration as well. The Democratic messaging on immigration was dog shit. Oh, where is the... I have another thing. I want to show you a video of Mahmoud Khalil.
Refugee.
Carly Chong says, it actually disgusts me that so many people, and usually extremely privileged people, are saying things like he's an awful person, but you should support his free speech. Instead, he's someone who overcame and risked so much to protest genocide. So that's who you're talking about. Here, let's hear from him about his background and his story. This is Mahmoud Khalil's background and his own story in his own words, how his family ended up in a refugee camp where he was born and his aspiration for a free Palestine. This clip is from The Encampments, which features Mahmoud. It was set to be released this year by Watermelon Pictures and executive produced by Macklemore. We're releasing it today to counter the torrent of lies being told about him. Follow the links below to sign the petition for his freedom and to make a donation to his family. This is what Breakthrough News posted.
Raised in a Palestinian refugee. I was born and raised in a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Damascus in Syria. My family's history in Palestine actually goes back to as long as my grandparent could trace it. They lived in a very small village right next to Tiberias. Mostly they were farmers. My grandmother, she used to tell us that she had Jewish neighbors. They would share a piece of land where they would farm it. Tiberias was one of the first cities that the Zionists targeted in 1948 with ethnic cleansing. In April 1948, a month before the Nakba, the Zionist militias, they burned one of their villages. When they heard the news about it, they had to leave immediately. Some of the men went to fight. Big families, they had to go to Syria. My grandmother, she was pregnant at that time. She had to walk 40 miles. She gave birth on the way. When they arrived in the refugee camp, they thought it's just a matter of days until they would go back. They did not want to be killed because they heard about the horror stories across Tiberias. My dad was born in a tent. His family lived in that tent until like mid-70s when they upgraded to small structures. In the 90s, they finally kind of like had concrete buildings. To us, it was always a temporary home until we go back to Palestine.
Yeah, he's the terrorist here, not those who actively support the things, the state that did this to him and his family. There's an update on drop site. According to Fox News and much of the rest of the media, MAHMOUD KHALIL has called for the total eradication of Western civilization. Even if the allegation were true, it would be protected speech, but it's not. The phrase appeared on an Instagram post linked to an organization KHALIL has been affiliated with. However, drop site news can report, based on conversations with a source with knowledge of the situation, that KHALIL was not involved in any of the Columbia University apartheid divests Instagram post. He may not have even seen this post and may not even be aware that this phrase is being used as a part of a Kafkaesque effort to deport him as national security threat. It doesn't fucking matter even if he did, though, because although he is multiple steps removed from a fucking Instagram post that was reposted, okay, guess what, dude? It's still constitutionally fucking protected. It's still constitutionally protected. In a government document obtained by the Washington Post detailing the legal case against KHALIL, the U.S. State Department cites Section 237A4C1 of the Immigration and Nationality Act as the sole legal justification for his arrest and deportation. The statute allows for the deportation of a visa or green card holder if the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe an individual's presence or activities in the United States would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. To justify KHALIL's alleged threat to U.S. foreign policy and national security, his opponents is seized on an August 2024 Instagram post from CUAD. The post stated that CUAD was fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. The full post from the Instagram account we already read, but I'll read it again. Okay. We are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. We stand in full solidarity with every movement for liberation in the global South. Our intifada is an internationalist one. We are fighting for nothing less than the liberation of all people. We reject every genocidal eugenicist regime that seeks to undermine the personhood of the colonized. As the fascism ingrained in the American consciousness becomes ever more explicit and irrefutable, we seek community and instruction for the militants of the global South who have been on the front lines in the fight against tyranny and domination which undergird the imperialist world order. Biplop Cholbe, revolution must continue. The caption beneath the post stated, from the people of Hinds Hall, a statement in solidarity with the student movement in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina has been ousted by the people, but the revolution is not over. Long live the global intifada. The post has since been deleted. Drop site news was not able to determine how soon it was removed. What is Columbia University Apartheid Divest? It's a coalition of student organizations at the Columbia University advocating for financial divestment from companies profiting from Israeli apartheid, genocide, and occupation in Palestine. Can you imagine, claiming that if you are even tangentially involved, or if you saw a post, or if you like the post that the American government doesn't like, then you can be deported? Like, I cannot believe how fucking little evidence they have for such a high bar to clear. how little evidence they have for such an insanely high bar to clear for deportations. Like, I'm genuinely shocked at the incompetence demonstrated by this administration every single day, even on issues that they ostensibly care about, like fucking finding reasonable grounds to do like insane deportations. This is a pretty significant move, right? If you want to undermine the First Amendment and say, nope, we're setting a legal standard, a new precedent that you do not have First Amendment rights and protections if you are a legal permanent resident. That's a major difference in the way that things have taken place thus far. The very fact that they, one, initially thought that he was on a student visa and then found out that he was a green card holder is insane to me. Like, you didn't do basic research. If you wanted to make this person an example, there's probably a bunch of students that they could have made an example of. Like a student that has said some edgy shit, okay? A student that has come out and been like, yeah, long live the Intifada, I think Zionists don't deserve to live, or some shit like that, okay? That would still be legally protected, okay? Even if you are a student visa holder. But the very fact that they went after a green card holder thinking that he had a student visa, found out that he had a green card and still continued with this deportation process, and the person they went after, they couldn't find a single piece of evidence to even like massage the narrative, is shocking. They are shockingly incompetent at trying to use the pre-existing legal structure to undermine those protections. It is crazy. Do you think it's incompetence or boundary testing? I think it's incompetence. I mean, they are boundary testing, but they could have done it in a more competent manner, where they could have at least like been able to present a decent case for why they have to do this, and they didn't. That's what's incredible about this. Like that's also kind of shocking about this, you know? Here. But I guess it doesn't take much for dumbasses to still advocate for the complete erosion of free speech here in this country.
Thank you for that rousing welcome.
Love you, man.
Love you back, and really, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I have to say. I just want to thank all of you, and express not just my admiration for your courage and your persistence in showing up for Mahmoud, for the rights and lives and dignity of.
Yeah, like all those people are also terrorists now. Why? I decided. Sorry. I'm denying you your fucking rights now. Why? I decided it. There's not much you can do about it. Sucks to suck.
The Palestinian people in Gaza and beyond, for everything that you all have been doing for as long as this tragedy, this genocide has been going on. And the last thing I'll say is, it doesn't matter how long this fight is going to last, because we know, and more importantly, Mahmoud and his family knows, that you are with him. And that is a huge source of sustenance and courage. And that's what's going to enable us to keep doing this for as long as we need to until he's back.
If this was a student visa, people wouldn't care as much. The fact that it's a green card holder married to a U.S. citizen that's 8 months pregnant. Yeah, I mean, they should care. Even if he was on a student visa, they should care. It's still a fucking direct violation of the First Amendment. I'm just saying, it's shocking that they didn't even, it's shocking that they literally were like, oh, he's not a fucking student visa holder. Well, doesn't matter to me. Still, I'm going with it. It's fucking nuts. and they couldn't even figure out like they couldn't even they couldn't nab him on anything. Like they had nothing. It's just I can't believe they couldn't even find like a heated moment or some shit. You know what I mean? It's not that significant, but because the crime that the government is committing here is egregious, but it is literally I can't help but, be surprised at their incompetence once again. All right. Is it really incompetence? Yes. Yes. A more competent administration would have been able to figure out a better reason to do this, or a reason that's like more defensible.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have Micheál Martin, Taoiseach, Ireland. It's a special place, and he's a very special guy. He did it the hard way also. He served, and then he took a little time off, and then he served again. I've heard about that. That happens on occasion. And he's done very well. And we knew each other from a long time ago. But it's a great honor to have you in the Oval Office and have you at the White House. We have tremendous business relationships with Ireland, and that will only get stronger. The relationship we have personally and every other way is very, very strong and very, very good. So I just want to welcome you to Washington, D.C. and to our country, and thank you very much.
May I thank you, President. It's a great honor for me to be here to celebrate St. Patrick's with you.
Right.
And I thank you for your hospitality and the warmth of your reception. And I commend you in terms of the work that you're doing, particularly in terms of the pursuit of peace, which we discussed earlier. And I think that's going well. And you really have, in the first sort of 100 days of this government, you've done some extraordinary things very quickly.
Thank you.
Everybody's watching in that respect. So
thank you.
Delighted to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's a great honor to have you, and special people, very special people. I know a lot of Irish, and growing up in New York, I know a couple of your people that used to live in that beautiful Ireland, and now they're here, but they love your country very much. You know, they have a great feeling toward your country.
They have, and a lot come back for holidays and
they come back.
Stuff like that, and checking out their family, ancestry, and things like that. You know.
Great, fantastic people.
Some go to Doonbeg as well. Yeah.
And they go. We love Doonbeg. I love them. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Maybe I won't, but
we would like
I
to
think
come
I
back and
will.
see it.
We'll get there. We're going to get there. It's a beautiful place, wonderful place. Any questions?
Mr. President, on tariffs, how far
are you please.
President Trump, how worried are you about the counter tariffs from the EU, which were announced yesterday? And also, how worried should Ireland be, given the fact that it has a massive trade surplus with the US, over $50 billion? Micheál Martin might be quite nervous about what would you tell him to get?
Well, I don't think he looks nervous to me. And if he was nervous, he wouldn't show it. No, we do have a massive deficit with Ireland, because Ireland was very smart. They took our pharmaceutical companies away from presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And, it's too bad that happened. It's a tremendous job I give. Look, the Irish are smart. You're smart people. And you took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies, but, through taxation and proper taxation, they made it very, very good for companies to move over there. And we had presidents and people that were involved in this that had no idea what they were doing, and they.
It's not a lie. He's not lying. Ireland is a tax haven.
Lost big segments of our economy. The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out with them in my first term. It did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough, and it's our turn too. You know, we get a turn at that also. But they have not been fair. They sue our companies and win massive amounts of money. They sued Apple, won $17 billion, and they use that for other reasons, I guess, or to run the European Union. So I'm not knocking it. They're doing what they should be doing, perhaps, for the European Union, but it does create ill will. And as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10% or 2% or 200%, then that's what we're charging them. And so I don't know why people get upset about that, because there's nothing more fair than that. And we had a problem with Ontario, and they dropped that when I let them know what we were going to be doing. They dropped it immediately, so I'm glad, because electricity, you shouldn't be playing with electricity. It affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life, so we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago, and I said that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well right now. But we're doing well because I won the election. If I didn't win the election, you would have had a very bad period. I think a lot of the stock market going down was because of a really bad 4 years that we had. It wasn't. Oh, shit, dude. I didn't realize. I thought it was because you kept saying you're going to do tariffs and then rolling them back like a dipshit every day. It turns out, no, it was Biden again. Damn it. God, he's so good at this. How can he keep doing this? When you look at inflation and all of the other problems, wars and inflation and so many other problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had, I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs. Little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30% in the last few days. We got it down. We did a lot of things. We have a great Secretary of Agriculture, and we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially, and so many other things. A very big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel, and that's faster than I would have attempted. We put on the gas. We stepped in the gas in order to get oil. And what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. And I think that the tariffs that we're talking about, and again, reciprocal, I think that the tariffs, there are some cases where they're a little beyond reciprocal because, you know, we've been abused for a long time as a country. We have been abused really for a long time. And we will be abused no longer. Okay.
Are you going to retaliate to the EU?
Education, sir, would you describe for us, is this meeting your vision by cutting about half the workforce? And what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during the first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, and but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them never showed up to work, Kelly, and. Unfortunately, and that's not good. And when we cut, you know, we go, and that's what
America, the permanent victim, always the victim.
What I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last couple of months. When we cut, we want to cut, but we want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people, and Linda McMahon is a real professional. Actually a very sophisticated business person, and she cut a large number, but she kept the best people. And we'll see how it all works out. But our country...
Speaking about the people that Muda is capitulating to. Oh yeah, I saw this. No. I also saw a bunch of people who were like, quote, retweeting him and being like, "No, Hassan, we hate you a lot more than we hate Muda." And it's so funny because the dude is basically openly saying he's a racist. Dude is openly saying he's a racist, but like, yeah, he hates Muda because he's racist, but he hates me more.
Country was run very badly. I mean, whether it was that or contracts that were signed that was so bad, so obviously bad, and I go through them in speeches. I could go through them all day long. I could read for billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, and all of that fat and waste and fraud and abuse is being taken out. But it's incredible what's happened. Now, Department of Education's maybe more so than any other place has a lot of people that can be cut. They're, number one, not showing up to work. Number two, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number 1 in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream. And you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say. 1.4 billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. You know, normally you'd blame size. It's too big. How can you do it? But China does it. So we think when you move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark. Those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now, then you're going to have 10 that won't be so great. You're going to have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But
that's interesting because I don't think it's localities that dictate how much privatization takes place in China or Norway or any other country that you mentioned. And yet your advocacy or what your solution is to the problem that Americans are facing is to gut the Department of Education instead of like gutting the private profiteering in this sector that causes the funding to move in the opposite direction.
what we want to do is always school choice, but we're going to do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing...
Yeah, I want the dumbest people on the planet to have a say in what kind of education kids are getting. You know, Christian Science and the like. That'll certainly make us competitive in the fucking global stage in terms of education.
A very good job. We'll be running education, not run... I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or a conversation? What would be your
I won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire if it kicks in. We have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there. On average, 2,000 to 3,000 young people a week are being killed in that stupid war that would have never happened if I were president. So we have people going over there, Mr. VP. Do you have anything to say about it? Because you're very much involved. What's going to happen?
Well, we've got some conversations that are happening on the phone and in person with some of our representatives over the next couple of days. As the president said, we think that we're in a very good place where the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and we're now going to see whether we can get the Russians to agree to a ceasefire too, and we'll certainly have news.
Yeah, I want him to pull that "have you said thank you yet" shit to Vladimir Putin. That's what I want to see. Have you said thank you yet? Yeah. Say thank you to fucking Adolf Hitler, okay? I wonder how that would go.
On that when we find out that news.
Are you confident that President Putin will keep the ceasefire, considering that he's broken them in the past?
We haven't spoken to him yet with substance, because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree. So we're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing. This is a very serious situation. This is a situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen. Incompetence allowed this to happen. This shouldn't have happened. October 7th in the Middle East should have never happened with Israel. The horrible leaving, the way they left Afghanistan should have never happened. Inflation should have never happened. You know, we have great inflation numbers, by the way, just got released. Inflation is way down, and it's based on what we've done, and we've done it in a very short period of time. You know, we had virtually no inflation. For 4 years, we had almost no inflation, and when these characters took over, we went from no inflation to the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. So it's very interesting. Go ahead.
Are you going to retaliate against me?
And by the way, I have to speak of inflation. I love these socks. What's with these socks?
It's in honor of the T-shirts.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's socks.
That the United States is recognized as having such an important role in the peace process, and yet half the parties from the Northern Ireland government have decided not to come to St. Patrick's Day celebrations.
They haven't what?
They haven't come over. They're boycotting the St. Patrick's Day celebration.
What are they boycotting?
They are talking about your position on Gaza as one of the reasons why they...
Oh, I haven't heard that. I really haven't heard that. Look,
can I just say, I got to pay tribute to the President on the peace initiatives. The one thing we've learned in Ireland about the peace process that you've just spoken about, and I recall back in the early 90s, when the first tentative steps to get peace in Ireland, people criticised people like John Hume or people like Albert Reynolds, and then Taoiseach. But they kept going. And when we got that ceasefire in 1993, okay, it took a number of years to get the comprehensive peace settlement. But again, the guns more or less largely went silent. The war in Ukraine is a devastating war on young people. And I think that very simple, straightforward narrative is to be commended. We all have children. I mean,
Dude, I'm sorry. This is the most embarrassing Irish representation I've ever seen in fucking broad daylight. Like, dude, you can't. How do you call yourself Irish and then glaze Donald Trump, dude? This is completely unacceptable. I guess you got to do that. You got to genuflect. You got to kiss the ring.
Shocked at the prospect of young people losing their lives in that number, be they Ukrainian, be they Russian, whatever. Anything we can do to stop the violence, I think, is an extremely positive day. And there will be all sorts of people having qualifications on it and all the rest of it. It's our job then to work on it and to try and build it, Europe, US and everything.
I will say, and thank you for that, but I will say, last week 2,500 young people died while we sit here and talk.
Yeah.
And while they talk about peace, but they've been talking about peace. This should have never happened. This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's what makes me more angry than anything else, because you've had far more people die than they report. than these people report for whatever reason, but you had far more people. The numbers are far more devastating. You'll find that out someday. And it doesn't affect you very much. They're not Irish, and they're not from my country. They're from Russia mostly, almost all from Russia and from Ukraine. And people could say, why are you doing this? Why are you involved in that?
Bro, he's a Dugan truther. He's saying they're mostly Russian. Russia is killing mostly Russians. All of Ukraine mostly is Russian. And then maybe some Poles. This guy, Alexander Dugin, he's got a lot of good ideas. Ukraine, do you mean more Russia? Ukraine is just flat Russia. It means the border. Folks, I'll tell you, back in the day, you wouldn't say Ukraine, you'd say the Ukraine. Why would you say the Ukraine? Because it means the border. I love borders. I love borders so much. I want to build the wall. Keep the Polish out of Ukraine. We must restore Russia to its glory by allowing it to maintain its beautiful border, also known as the Ukraine.
Because 2,000 people a week are dying. And they have families, and they have mothers, and they have fathers, and they have sisters, and they have brothers and friends. And they're dying. And I've seen the pictures, the satellite pictures that we see all the time. And it looks like Gettysburg in its prime, because that was, they say, one of the most horrific battles ever. You have kids lying all over these fields that are dead, because the weapons today are unbelievable, between drones and various types of guns. I'm not even talking about beyond that with the big babies. You understand what I mean? I hate to even mention the name, the nuclear.
The big babies, the nuclear
name. I hate to mention it, but you have weapons today that are so powerful. And I see kids every week. I see pictures of kids laying all over the field dead. They're dead. Beautiful kids. They're dead. And they're not from here, and they're not from where you are, but he's working very hard. We're all working hard to get this thing finished. It's crazy over nothing, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's just a terrible situation. And I think we have a chance to get it done. So we've gotten half of it as a ceasefire, and if we can get Russia to stop, then we have a full ceasefire, and I think it'll never go back to war. I think something will happen.
Can I ask you about Ireland's relationship with Israel? There's been a lot of talk recently. The government are looking to bring in what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would ban goods from occupied territories.
Good morning.
Prime Minister Netanyahu recently. Did Ireland come up in that conversation? Did he raise any concerns about the Irish government?
One thing I'll tell you, you're not from Israel, that's for sure, huh? She's definitely not from Israel. It's an interesting question coming from you. We talk about everything. Israel has been under siege, as you can see, and they had to fight back. October 7th was a terrible thing. People don't like to mention it, but it was a terrible, terrible day in the life of the world. And it's amazing the way people don't mention that, but it was... I've never seen anything like it. Those are other clips I get to see. You know, as president, you get to see clips that you'd rather not see. But I see clips, and that was a terrible day for the world. And,
terrible clips.
We're working hard with Israel. We're working hard to see if we can solve the problem. I will say I just saw 10 hostages, and they were treated really badly. They were really treated badly. I was shocked. I asked them, was there any kindness shown? They were in there. One was in there for 500 days. One was 323 days. I said, was there any, 10 of them, I said, was there any kindness displayed? Like, did they ever, like, say, don't worry, you'll be okay? Or give you a little wink, or give you, like, an extra slice of bread or something? And everybody said, all of these people said, zero. It was hatred. It was pure hatred. So mean, that's a very deep-seated problem. You have a,
Could you give the Taoiseach some advice? Could you give the Taoiseach some advice? Ireland is in the midst of a housing crisis now, and I know you have a lot of experience as a businessman. How can the state build tens of thousands of houses at speed?
You know why they have a housing crisis? Because they're doing so well. They can't produce houses fast enough. That's a good problem, not a bad problem.
That's a pretty good answer, President.
No, it's true.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you?
Everybody should have that problem. That's okay.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU?
I know this gentleman. He'll get it solved.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU? Will you respond to their retaliation?
Oh, of course I'm going to respond.
You will retaliate.
The problem
with more
is
tariffs.
our country didn't respond. Look, the EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Including Ireland? Is Ireland taking advantage of the US?
Of course they are. I can't, you know, I have great respect for Ireland and what they did. And they should have done just what they did. But the United States shouldn't have let it happen. We had stupid leaders. We had leaders that didn't have a clue. Or let's say they weren't business people, but they didn't have a clue what was happening. And all of a sudden, Ireland has, you know, our pharmaceutical companies and other this beautiful island of 5 million people has got the entire U.S. pharmaceutical industry in its grasp. And you know, you mentioned housing and you mentioned other things. I mean, I have property in Ireland, as you know, and I love it. It does great. But I'd like to see the United States not have been so stupid for so many years, not just with Ireland, with everybody. You know, I looked at trade deals. I was telling the group yesterday, I looked at trade deals in term one. It's one of the reasons I decided I had to do this, because somebody had to straighten it out, and I didn't see anybody that was going to. I looked at trade deals that were so bad, I'd actually say, how is it possible that this could have happened? Who would have been so stupid to let these deals happen? For instance, when the pharmaceutical companies started to go to Ireland, I would have said, that's okay if you want to go to Ireland. I think it's great. But if you want to sell anything into the United States, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on you. So you're never going to be able to sell anything into the United States. You know what they would have done? They would have stayed here.
So do you planning to lower more?
He's so lucky that I wasn't.
Are you planning
He's so lucky.
What's really funny about this conversation is that he's not technically wrong. Okay. He's not wrong. Ireland is a tax haven. And I have long been an advocate for America using its like market entry. You know what's really funny about the tariff shit? Whenever people ask me, Hasan, what about capital flight? What about capital flight? What about, you know, the tax havens that exist all around the planet? Like, that's the reason why America has to lower taxes. I'm like, no, that's not true. Okay? Because we do have entry into the American market. It's a huge, huge benefit for these companies. And I have long maintained the position that if you are an American company and you move your assets overseas, or if you're an American company and you move your manufacturing overseas, then if you don't pay the taxes back to the United States of America that you need to pay, then you don't get to sell shit here. This is something that I've talked about quite a bit. This is something that I've advocated for quite a bit. And it's weird because on the one hand, Donald Trump refuses to advocate to increase taxes. He wants to make taxes competitive with tax havens. But simultaneously, he's just like saying, like, that's why I want to do tariffs. Yeah, do fucking taxes. Do taxes and also apply tariffs if you want in terms of companies leaving the country. And if they don't pay taxes and they want entry into the American marketplace, fucking tax the shit out of them at the point of entry, or just shut them off from the American marketplace.
Are you
planning to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland?
Well, we are planning to lower taxes, yeah, if the Democrats behave, but the Democrats have no clue. You saw that the other night during the speech. 2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens. 1 young man has very serious cancer and many other problems.
EU heads coping, claiming that they weren't created to screw over the United States. It's wrong. EU was created to undermine the United States of America. Wrong. That's why the EU was created.
Look at the people up there. They all had difficulty, very serious difficulty, but...
Yeah, he's like, oh, I can't believe Democrats didn't clap for the kid with cancer. Cancer baby. Had him on stage. Democrats didn't clap for him. They like when kids have cancer. They didn't clap for me when I said I'm going to deregulate the EPA so more children can also have brain cancer from chemical exposure.
When we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, you know the whole story that...
He's literally like, look at all my props that I put forward, and the Democrats didn't actually, entertain them. How messed up.
That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood, crying. Their daughters have been absolutely just destroyed, killed, viciously killed. And the young man who loves the police departments, he had cancer and has cancer, very bad cancer. There wasn't from people sitting there, Democrats, there wasn't a hand clap. Nobody stood. They were just stone-faced. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them. There was no standing for anybody. The only thing they liked is when they heard about the death taking place with Ukraine. They were happy about that. They were happy about that. Pocahontas was very happy. She's the one that was slapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
On tariffs, there's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency, only with NBC, which is one of the worst networks on television, by the way. Let me just tell you the inconsistency. I have the right to adjust. And I was called by the automakers as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc., the big 3, the big 4, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period of 4 weeks so that they're not driven into a little bit of a disaster for them? They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a...
Yeah, he called Mahmoud a Hamas sympathizer, right? That's what you're...
Palestinian, as far as I think so. I have to get the
And they called Chuck Schumer a Palestinian.
I was very happy. She's the one that was slapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
On tariffs, there's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency, only with NBC, which is one of the worst networks on television, by the way. Let me just tell you the inconsistency.
Okay, let me tell you something, okay? The reason why the ADL is not making a statement about that is because they agree with Donald Trump. They, too, like using Palestinian as a pejorative, and they also think that... Chuck Schumer is not harsh enough. Under the regime of Zionism, a gentile U.S. official can denigrate a Jewish official's identity if the gentile demonstrates absolute loyalty to the dictates of foreign apartheid state called Israel. Under the same rules, a Nazi Sieg Heil gesture becomes a stiff-arm salute if delivered by an absolutely loyal gentile servant of Israel. Yeah. That's true. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can be the most anti-Semitic dude on the planet. As long as you're pro-Israel, it don't matter. A lot of these people don't care about actual anti-Semitism. They simply care about being pro-Israel. If you're pro-Israel, you're A-OK. You can say whatever you want.
I have the right to adjust. And I was called.
Oh, they did make a statement. My bad. A president has many powers, but none of them include deciding who is and isn't Jewish. Doing so and using Palestinian as a slur are both beneath any POTUS. Instead of weaponizing people's identity, use the power of the bully pulpit to bring the American people back together. You were doing so great yesterday when you were advocating to deport. You were doing so great yesterday when you were trying to deport MAHMOUD. Now you're calling Chuck Schumer a Palestinian. ADL defending Schumer. Yeah. Softest condemnation of all time. Oh, yeah, it's not serious. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck what ADL has to say, bro. I'm sorry.
By the automakers, as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc.
I really hope that Trump catches wind of the ADL getting mad at him and then gets mad back at the ADL and then starts calling them Palestinians too. That'd be sick. I'm just imagining a world where Trump and the ADL are duking it out. Oh, that'd be so funny. I mean, nothing would come of that, obviously. ADL itself is no longer like an institution with any sort of teeth. Like they've completely lost their sauce, right? Having said that, it would be sick if they fought.
The big three, the big four, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period of 4 weeks so that they're not driven into a little bit of a disaster for them? They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a block that just...
Why would the ADL push back? Are they trying to save their PR? Yeah. They want to come across like a legitimate institution because if all the normies... A lot of normies basically lost confidence in the ADL. They just like kind of dropped ADL in its entirety. And the reason why they did is because the Sieg Heil salute. Like when the ADL defended Elon Musk, very clearly hitting the Sieg Heil, I think that was a big point for a lot of normies to be like, okay, I'm done. Like normies that don't normally pay attention, when they're like, dude, come on. You are not a serious, reputable institution. And I think that is the reason why they have to like turn around and now kind of play ass covering to the best of their ability to be like, no, we still care about anti-Semitism in moments like this.
I won't
it's bullshit.
It's called flexibility. It's not called inconsistency. It's called flexibility. And I think you want me to be flexible too.
Is flexibility going to be your ongoing view towards?
Sure, I'll always have flexibility, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it.
SpaceX rescue postponed. Nice.
By other countries and by, frankly, incompetent U.S. leadership. Grossly incompetent. I gave you an example of Ireland. I would have never let that happen. Impossible for that to have happened. But
wait, what? Oh, I thought he was talking about like the Good Friday Agreement or something. For a second, I was thinking like Ireland, it had its own October 7. Let me tell you, okay? The Troubles, very troublesome. That's why they call it the Troubles. I would have never let that happen. Ireland would be united.
We're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left are coming.
Bloody Sunday. It's the bloodiest, folks. It's like Gettysburg. From the standpoint of blood.
Back, if you haven't read, we have the biggest computer chip company ever, has virtually all of the market. I didn't call them, they called me. And they called for two reasons. Number one, we had a great election of somebody that they want running the country. And we won in a big mandate. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won by 2,750 districts to 500. Think of that, 2,750 districts to 500. That's why the map, when you looked at it, was entirely red, meaning Republican. Not meaning communist. Meaning so anyway, look, this country needed somebody to defend it. It's this big, beautiful place that was being ripped off by illegal immigrants coming in from prisons, coming in from mental institutions, gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers, pouring into our country with the open borders. I am so angry at.
Do you think they're still going to be talking about this election win in 3 years? Yes. The Falcon 9
is to make sure that the vehicle is safe and that we can make a call in time to prevent going through unnecessary procedures as well. So again, we didn't load propellants on the vehicle. That does make this egress a little bit easier, a little bit faster for the crew.
And that clamp arm that we keep referencing, so those clamp arms are on the transporter erector that the Falcon 9 is on top of, and they are located around the second stage of Falcon 9. There you can see them on your screen right above the lower thirds. And they stay around the second stage of the Falcon 9 until we have the strong back retract, which takes place in the final minutes of the countdown around the T-minus 4.5 minute mark.
Dude,
exactly.
Dude, I saw this poll. I think this survey, this major poll that came out, would it say like, yeah, 56% of adults say they disapprove. 44% of Americans still say they approve. Okay. I'm sorry, but Americans are unsalvageable. Okay. Americans are on crack cocaine. The fact that there are 44% of Americans that are like, nah, dude, his economy handling is great is so insane to me, dude. It is insane. So much of this is just like cult-like thinking and having a telegenic guy be the messenger that says the economy is gonna be great. That's it. The fact that there are 44% of Americans that still say like, nah, shit's great, actually. God damn. God damn. I had a coworker tell me volatility in the market is good. I'm excited. I think so much of these conversations revolve around people who just want to sound smart and don't want to entertain the notion that they might have been wrong. And so they're just like kind of responding to whatever comes their way with like a, nah, you don't understand. Things are still good, brother. Like, I think that's what's going on. Because what your coworker told you, what your coworker just told you is unironically the dumbest coworker take of all time. It's such a classic, incredibly stupid coworker take coming from a guy who just wants to sound smart. Is the Patriot double down? Yeah. Stock market volatility is good, just not for you, okay? Definitely not good for you because under our handling of the stock market, the gains are privatized, but the losses, well, the losses are socialized. That's how it works. Bro, it's not that. These people don't think they're smart. They think Charlie Kirk is smart. Incredible stuff overall. Every time I learn a new thing about the state of affairs in America, I lose even more confidence. It's not like I had a lot of confidence to begin with, but I lose even more confidence in my fellow countrymen. New York Times reports that Columbia admin is warning international students to avoid publishing work on Gaza and purge their social media mentions of MAHMOUD KHALIL. Dean of the journalism school openly said, "We cannot protect you from abduction by ICE. How is this still business as usual?" Days after immigration officers arrested a prominent pro-Palestinian campus activist, administrators of Columbia University gathered students and faculty from the journalism school and issued a warning. Students who are not U.S. citizens should avoid publishing work on Gaza, Ukraine, and protests related to their former classmates' arrest, urged Stuart Carl, a First Amendment lawyer and adjunct professor. With about 2 months to go before graduation, their academic accomplishments, or even their freedom, could be at risk if they attracted the ire of the Trump administration. If you have a social media page, make sure it is not filled with commentary on the Middle East, he told the gathering at Pulitzer Hall. At Pulitzer Hall. Pulitzer Hall. I'm going to repeat that. They're gathering at Pulitzer Hall, the journalism students at Columbia at Pulitzer Hall, to tell them, hey, don't do any journalism on issues that might piss off the fucking administration. At Pulitzer Hall. Super cool stuff. Anyway. When a Palestinian student objected, the journalism school's dean, Jelani Cobb, was more direct about the school's inability to defend international students from federal prosecution. Nobody can protect you, Mr. Cobb said. These are dangerous times. What good is it that you are a school if you are not going to forcibly purge ICE from your fucking campus? If you're not going to go to New York State to say, we do not want ICE on our campuses, they are not allowed to come here. What good is it? Like, what good are you doing as a school? Imagine paying like $250,000 to $400,000 to go to this goddamn school, and the school's like, sorry, you're going to get deported if you do journalism about things that Trump cares about. Notice how they're not just saying Gaza, by the way. They're not just saying Gaza. If you do journalism about Ukraine and the protests related to their former classmates' arrest, you can't even talk shit about Trump's handling of Ukraine because you still might get deported. You might as well say you're complying with the administration. What a fucking ridiculous, what a crock of shit, dude. What a gross violations, what a gross violation of human rights and all norms is fucking crazy. Yale suspends scholar after AI-powered news site accuses her of terrorist link. Wait, what? I read that and it didn't even register. Yale suspends scholar after AI-powered news site accuses her of terrorist link. The deputy director of a liberal project at Yale Law School was put on leave over allegations that she is linked to Samidon, a group that the U.S. government says has funded terrorists. Halie Dotagi, a scholar in international law, began a new job in 2023 as a deputy director of a project at Yale Law School. As an activist who has championed pro-Palestinian cause in both published papers and public appearances, Dr. Dotagi seemed to fit into the left-leaning mission of the Law and Political Economy Project, which promoted itself as working for economic, racial, and gender equality. Last week, though, she was abruptly barred from Yale campus in New Haven and placed on administrative leave. She was told not to advertise her affiliation with the university, where she has also served as an associate research scholar. What? Yale officials cited the reason as allegations that she was tied to entities subject to U.S. sanctions. It was an apparent reference to Samidun, a pro-Palestinian group placed on U.S. sanctions list last year after the Treasury Department designated as a sham charity raising money for a terrorist organization, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Samidun, by the way, is only a part of the Treasury Department's designation as a sham charity because, for the record, like, I don't even know about her links to Samidun, but the only reason why it's considered a fucking terrorist entity or a pro-terrorist entity is because Israel decided it was a pro-terrorist entity. Samidun, whose information I have relied on in the past, right here, by the way, you can see it, is the Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network. It is a prisoner solidarity organization. Do you want to know why the Treasury Department designated it as a terrorist organization? The world decided they're terrorists. No, it was initially Israel that decided it was a terrorist organization. Now, this person isn't even, I don't know if they're actually linked to the, I don't know if they're actually directly linked to Samidun. Okay? And make no mistake, I do not care if they're affiliated with the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. I do not care about that even one bit. The real reason why the Israeli government came after them is specifically because since 2021, Israel has listed it as a foreign terrorist entity and pressured the American government to also do so. The reason why Israel has designated them as a foreign terrorist or as a terrorist entity is because they actually played a role alongside other Palestinian prisoner solidarity networks in exposing heinous crimes that Palestinians were subjected to under Israeli military detention. That is the reason. The decision came 3 days after a news site, powered at least in part by artificial intelligence, published a story about Dr. Dotagi's connections to the group. The news site called her a member of a terrorist group. Dude, I'm sorry. Let me tell you something. I think a lot of this stuff is escalating because Israel is spending more money on tarring and feathering virtually anyone that has ever even been tangentially critical of Israel. The sole purpose of this is to stop people from criticizing Israel completely. They know that the public opinion is the lowest it has ever been in the 76 years of Israeli history. Okay, whoa, Alex Jones, though. Yeah, call me Alex Jones of the left if you want, even though the Israeli government itself said that they have to do this and that they're spending more money doing this. Also, let me explain something to you. It's not a fucking stretch. It's not a stretch to make this assertion when Israelis themselves, like the Israeli Knesset itself, does not hide it. They're very open. Yeah, here it is. From the Jewish News of Northern California, Israel has spent millions trying to win hearts and minds abroad. It's about to spend 20 times more. The Israeli government plans to offset wartime spending and an economic slowdown with tax hikes and deep cuts to public services. Nice. Austerity, baby. Let's go. That certainly won't cause people to fucking leave Israel. That'll keep them there for sure. But the proposed budget for 2025 also includes a massive new allocation towards pro-Israel advocacy efforts abroad. Under the new budget, Israel's foreign ministry will receive $150 million on top of what it gets for its existing activities for what is officially known as public diplomacy, or in Hebrew, hasbara. Oh no, the horror. I thought Ethan Klein decided that this was a slur. I thought Ethan Klein decided that the thing that the Israeli government actively says it's doing, using the term that the Israeli government uses, the Hebrew term, that I thought was a slur now. Oh no, ban incoming. Why are they saying slurs? That sum is more than 20 times what such efforts have typically been allotted in the past years. He thinks it's a slur only if you use it. Oh, it's a slur when I use it. Okay. He said Hasbara means lying Jew. Lamafel. Bro. Once again, my mistake. I didn't realize I was in the presence of Mr. I'm the one who dictates how you protest against the genocidal apartheid settler colonial enterprise. I didn't realize I was in the wrong again. Dude. Shit. The dramatic expenditure is a result of the political deal that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu struck last month to shore up his governing coalition. Yeah, anyway. So, there you have it. His point makes sense if you're really stupid. No, he didn't. He said it means propaganda. They're lying to you. No, I heard that. What do you mean, no, he didn't? I literally watched him say it. The fuck? What are you talking about? I don't know if you've ever been right. Wait, what? Asman don't want no smoke from Hossie Daddy. Big dog, woof, woof, woof. Call his bitch ass in Discord. Okay, it seems like you've figured out a moment where I was right. Lamau, Hassan equals October 7. This is a guy who just wants, I'm joking, I love you. This is a guy who just wants me to pay attention to him. All right, let's continue. Yeah, it was a notice me senpai moment. In an interview, Dr. Dutagi, 30, called herself a loud and proud supporter of Palestinian rights. I'm a scholar, she said, adding, I'm not a member of any organization that would constitute a violation of U.S. law. The swift action against Dr. Dutagi illustrates the tightrope American universities are walking. Yeah. Last week, after being named on a list of schools accused of tolerating anti-Semitism, on Monday, the Trump administration announced Yale was among 60 schools that could face funding cuts if federal investigations show evidence that they've permitted anti-Semitic behavior. My bad. I didn't see him say that. Wait, what? Then why did you come in and say, no, he didn't? He said it means propaganda. They're lying to you. What the fuck? God damn, dude, you were fucking, you had your convictions and then you just dropped it. What happened? I'm still a fan of you and Ethan because I don't engage with online communities. Okay. Well, more power to you, brother or sister. Anyway. Let's continue. Look, I'm not gonna discount Ethan Klein heads who still watch Ethan Klein and still watch me at the same time, because I don't want them to also entertain the notion of like falling into the pit of despair that is like being surrounded by drama slop tubers, Keemstar, fucking Joey Salads, you know what I mean? And actively yeah, I'm in here, but I don't fuck with y'all. Like, I would rather have this person still maintain their worldview instead of just like full tilt becoming a reactionary that spends all of their time and effort shitting on a person that's trying to do their very best in the face of tremendous fascist pressure. Like, there is just right-wing propaganda fucking everywhere online. And those guys who I still maintain the belief that, you know, there's a little bit of a progressive dog in them, okay? Not just headband, but there are certainly still a lot of active community members that have just been blinded by the stan culture attitude. Like, all this like stan culture behavior has like caused them to start thinking of me as just a fucking enemy. No, there isn't. Stop saying that shit. No, there is. There certainly is. What is this? Has Dixerto lost his mind? Twitch unbanned Smash Pro Zero after 5 years. Streamer went from 400 pounds to 188 and now is a bodybuilder. That's great. Now tell us what he was banned for. What was he banned for? However, Barrios was permanently banned on Twitch back in 2020 when multiple pros and Smash community members were accused of sexual assault and misconduct. What the fuck? Grooming and pedo stuff? Ay, 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 ay. Oh my fucking God, bro. What the okay. He told a 9-year-old girl, okay, you have to be lying. Get ready for his pivot to political commentary. Yeah. Relax. At least he never criticized Israel. True. Oh my God. I don't know. I got nothing. Partnership sexual misconduct allegations. On July 3rd, 2020, Zero announced that he would be retiring from professional competition following the allegations of sending sexual messages to minors when he was 19. and that he would also be ending all of his sponsorships. This includes an incident in 2014 where Zero allegedly asked Katie, a 14-year-old girl at the time, to Oh, God. Zero later made a statement on YouTube saying he was sorry and was seeking therapy. The following day, Tempo Storm announced that they would be severing ties with Zero, with Facebook following suit. When Invent Global asked the team's CEO, Andrew Reynad Yanyuk, if he saw a world in which Zero is able to rehabilitate himself potentially and potentially rejoin Tempo Storm in some capacity, he responded, I don't know. I don't like to speculate about the future. I just take things one day at a time, you know? I think Zero's a very different person today than he was when he wrote some Skype messages at 19 years old. I think he has had a lot of personal growth over the past few years that I've personally seen. So I'm optimistic about his ability to recover. Asmin viewers, free speech. He's been doing anti-cancel culture stuff on Twitter for like 3 years. Okay, I don't want to know about this. I already have enough awful shit in my brain, man. Every fucking day, the American government is collapsing. Every goddamn day, there's just awful shit happening. Oh, this is a funny Hope Corps take. Hold on. Here, listen to this. Use a hoax science anyways. They don't know shit. Epidemiology is a hoax science anyways. They don't know shit. You're a fucking baboon, dude. Not even a baboon, because I feel like even a fucking baboon would be like, there's disease, I think, here. I should move away. You, on the other hand, are rushing towards the fucking disease. What do you know? You're a fucking Twitch commenter, dude. What are you talking about? What happened to the fucking universe, dude? All technological advancements, fucking academia, the field of research, scientific discovery, cast it aside. Throw it away. Look alive, gentlemen. There's an American here. People just straight up, they go, excuse me, thousands of years of research, ain't never seen a guy like me before. All of the fucking experts are stupid. You're not even literate. Shut the fuck up. Americans unironically think they know better than like people who have poured their entire lives into this shit. So much of the shit that you take for granted is unironically experts working tirelessly behind fucking closed doors so you don't get trichinosis from the fucking meat that you're consuming, but you just take it all for granted. You know nothing. Like, I don't know what a germ is because I can't see it. So it... Ay, ay, ay. What is this? This is another one that's popping off? Oh, shit.
I think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative.
Okay. Get the fuck back to your seat. Get the fuck back to your seat. Women should be seen and not heard. Why are you here? Frolicking about. Why are you here and not barefoot and pregnant in your home in the kitchen serving your man? Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to cameras? Are you a witch? Are you a witch? Shoulders uncovered? Frolicking about like a harlot? What is this? Fuck you mean you want Christian nationalism?
I actually think that...
Oh, that's, man, I crack myself up, you know? This trans/ format is so perfect for your random tangent rants. Yeah, it really is. I'm hilarious. He right, though? Thank you.
That this liberal...
We need more of those. I mean, I pop off like 11 times every single day. MHUD shared breaking news clip if you want to see.
Man, that's cool. You see that? What? The dinosaur? That's it's a woolly mammoth.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just recently found one where I'm from in Philadelphia.
They did?
Yes, alive.
What?
Yes. Yeah, they found it alive, and it was just on the news last night. And they said that the scientist that discovered it actually made it in the lab. I'm on the phone with the
scientists came to life?
They found DNA and they took it from the bones, and somehow they created it and brought it to life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it actually got loose and was running around in Philly last night. It was all over the news. And they thought it was an elephant at first, but then when they saw the tux, they knew it was a woolly mammoth.
Wow.
Yeah, so now they're trying to find...
Is it scary?
It's scary, man. They say it weighs 420 tons.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and it ended up smashing a bus.
Yeah.
That was, there was a bus going to the casinos in Atlantic City, and it just ran the bus over.
So the scientist that made it alive, they need to kill him.
The scientist is on the run right now. He got on a plane and fled to Africa, and he's in pursuit. I just read it on the news today that he actually made it out of the country. Of course. So...
Creating a 460-ton man.
Average Republican conversations, but instead of like fun, cute things like woolly mammoth, it's actually about how an undocumented immigrant did those things and weighs 420 tons.
They're trying to catch the damn thing. I said, guys, you're not going to catch that thing with a net. They're trying to catch it with a net. You know? So anyways, that's why I left. No, that's why I'm dead serious. That's why I left Philly yesterday. I said, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Why are they in Cincinnati Airport? Why wouldn't they be? Where else can you have enlightening conversations about the dangers of woolly mammoths? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm in Philly. Is this real? Yeah, it's real.
Now to new global tariffs that take effect today on orders from President Trump. There is now an additional 25% charge on all steel and aluminum imports worldwide, which likely means higher prices here, and it's got a lot of American companies rattled. Meanwhile, the White House became a car dealership yesterday with an event on the South Lawn where President Trump appeared to want to know what's it going to take to get you into a brand new Tesla today. Weijia Zhang's at the White House. Weijia, quite a sight yesterday. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning to everybody. Quite a show, a staunch show of support for the world's richest man, as many Americans look for reassurances about their own financial futures. President Trump's message to them, everything is great, everything is fine. And he is moving ahead with more tariffs, no matter what Wall Street says.
After Tesla stock tanked 15% on Monday, taking its biggest hit since 2020.
I want to buy one of these.
President Trump turned the South Lawn of the White House into a car lot, making a sales pitch for Americans to buy a Tesla, which he pledged to do.
I'm going to have it at the White House, and I'm going to let my staff use it.
Tesla stock climbed following Trump's endorsement, but the markets were rattled Tuesday after Trump posted an early morning threat to increase the fee on Canadian steel and aluminum imports from 25% to 50% in response to Ontario's Premier Doug Ford imposing a 25% tariff on electricity going to the U.S. But by the afternoon, Ford reversed course.
We have both agreed. Let cooler heads prevail.
Prompting Trump to back down too, reverting to the planned 25% tariff, which begins today. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick brokered the truce.
The markets are going to learn. Let the deal maker make his deals.
Lutnick says Trump's policies will take time to implement, but he insisted it's worth it.
These policies produce revenues. They produce growth. They produce factories being built here.
Despite Wall Street's reaction to the trade tensions, Trump said he does not think there will be a recession.
I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom.
Just 2 days earlier, he was not so sure.
Are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that.
Tuesday evening, surrounded by the CEOs of America's biggest companies who have watched their stocks slide, Trump defended his economic strategy.
The tariffs are having a tremendously positive impact. They will have, and they are having.
Just a few hours ago, the European Union, the world's largest trading bloc, responded to that increase in steel and aluminum tariffs. The EU announced plans to impose counter tariffs on about $28 billion worth of U.S. goods starting in April, saying it must act to protect consumers and businesses. Gail.
Got it, Weijia. Thank you very much. As of this morning, the United States is applying a 25% tariff.
Bro, this is prosperity incoming.
On imports of steel and aluminum. We deeply regret this measure.
Biden famously never did this with the Ford Lightning or the Jeep Rubicon electric vehicles. All these guys are just salesmen. No, Biden never fucking did it specifically because the person that is the owner of either of those companies had given him $100 million by way of PACs that he had also brought into his administration directly at a time when their stock prices were fucking plummeting. I feel like that is a ginormously different detail that we're forgetting about, I think. Not even 100 million, 290 million. It's ridiculous. No, Biden at times as the American president has gone to an American car show to be like, buy American. You know what I mean? That's the difference. Tesla is an American car manufacturer as well. The difference here, however, is that Donald Trump literally had a fucking QVC price chart on his hands, like a crudely written price chart that he was stuck with to say the prices of each individual car, to be like, you should buy Tesla. He also said vandalism against Tesla and Tesla stores will be considered an act of terror. What the fuck? Oh, Tesla, buy Tesla.
Tariffs are taxes. They are bad for business and worse for consumers. They are disrupting supply chains. They bring uncertainty for the economy. Jobs are at stake, prices up. Nobody needs that on both sides, neither in the European Union nor in the United States.
You draw a dick on a Tesla, you draw a dick on the window of a dusty-ass Tesla, and you're, I don't know, a green card recipient, I will take your green card away. Okay? Fuck it, why not? I mean, they're doing that for a person whose opinions they don't like. Might as well do that for that too.
The European Union must act to protect consumers and business. The countermeasures we take today are strong but proportionate. As the United States are applying tariffs worth $28 billion, we are responding with countermeasures worth 26 billion euros. This matches the economic scope of the tariffs of the United States. Our countermeasures will be introduced in 2 steps, starting with April 1st and fully in place as of April 13th. In the meantime, we will always remain open to negotiations.
Today, I am announcing that the Government of Canada, following a dollar-for-dollar approach, will be imposing, as of 12:01 a.m. tomorrow, March 13th, 2025, 25% reciprocal tariffs on an additional $29.8 billion of imports from the United States. This includes steel products worth $12.6 billion and aluminum products worth $3 billion, as well as additional imported U.S. goods worth $14.2 billion for a total of $29.8 billion.
So we'll do a Canadiano.
A coffee shop on Vancouver Island and a quiet act of defiance.
Should have a Canadiano.
You want a Canadiano today? Please. Sure, let's do it.
But beneath the bravado.
Canadiano! No, they're doing freedom fries, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. At least, like, they have a more valid reason to be angry at America. They have a more valid reason to be angry at America than America did at France. Like, France was like, oh, we're not going to participate in... We are not going to participate in your imperialism. Only in West Africa do we do the neo-colony. we do not go into le Middle East. And America was like, freedom fries it is, baby. No more French fries. We only do le imperial in imperialisme. Only in le West North Africa. And then we were like, how dare you? How dare you? I'll show you what. Is giving French Zelensky? I know. I've been stuck on Zelensky. Mr. President.
A seething sense of betrayal.
Next up, the Capuchina.
This bullying, we're a tenth of the size of that country, 300 million or 400 million people in the States and about 40 million in Canada, but we picked no fight.
Canadian here, definitely BDSing U.S. goods and cancel our New York City trip the next month. Fuck the U.S. Hey, I'm right there with you, baby. But also keep subscribing to at least This American, who is also anti-America, right there with you, and offer support to your cause. Use your Canadian dollary dues here at the broadcast for $6, or I guess it's 12 Canadian, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub, even if you're Canadian or not. How much is it? Subs are $8 in Canada, not $12 dues. Don't send Hasanabi your money. You disrespecting Canada, and it's upsetting. I'm not. I'm saying I cannot explain to you how much I am in support of Canada shitting on America. We deserve it. There is not a nation that deserves it more than us, okay?
Yeah, but it just keeps coming to us.
On the top shelf, Alan hides the labels of American-made bottles.
Tennessee, Wayne Gretzky cream, and it's just about empty anyway.
Wayne Gretzky cream liqueur.
Oh, wait, they also hate Wayne Gretzky now, right? Because he's a cuck to America. Yeah, that was really messed up, that Wayne Gretzky is just like so pro-America. It's like, dude, how are you going to do that to your own people?
Once a Canadian ice hockey hero, now considered a traitor for his support of Trump.
He's proven that he doesn't even respect our country anymore.
It's now government policy in British Columbia not to sell any American-made booze, a clapback at US tariffs on Canadian goods. A decision taken by its premier.
Very nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
But the threats don't end at tariffs. Trump wants to make Canada the 51st state.
I've been speaking to people, British Columbians, today, yesterday. They're genuinely fearful of annexation. Do you think that's a possibility, and are you scared?
So I find it deeply unsettling. The advice that we get continually about the president is to take him seriously, but not literally. I would love to have that kind of luxury. And the danger, I think, is not taking him literally and seriously.
On the ferry which links Vancouver Island with the mainland, news lands of Donald Trump's fresh threat to impose 50% tariffs on Canadian aluminium and steel.
Thanks for saying the BC ferries.
Then it was revised back down to 25% for now. There's real tariff fatigue here, confusion surrounding the on-off tit-for-tat nature of these policies.
What do you think the end game of all this is?
Just to cause chaos, that's what I think. So yeah, not too thrilled about it, but it's kind of galvanized Canadians together, so that's the silver lining.
I was planning a trip to Las Vegas. We've canceled that. Now we're going to Salt Spring Island. When I go to the grocery store, I look for the Canadian, the little maple leaf that a lot of grocery stores have put on the shelves to, try and purchase Canadian items or Mexican items, anything other than the United States.
You think his main aim is to make you weaker?
Without a doubt. Yeah, that was his game plan from the beginning. So it had nothing to do with fentanyl going in.
What's your theory on why Trump is whacking Canada so hard and not Mexico as hard? He likes Claudia Sheinbaum. Also, Mexico plays ball on immigration. But more importantly, he likes Claudia Sheinbaum, and he thinks Canada is a libtard nation. There's all of the EU, with the exception of Viktor Orban, Canada and the entirety of the EU, Canada and Ukraine are all like libtard countries. Okay? They're all libtard countries. So he hates them with a passion. He's like, this is just more Democrats. In his mind, he's like, this is Kamala Harris. And here you have Zelensky, which is more Kamala Harris. Why does he like Claudia? Because he likes popular leaders, and Claudia Sheinbaum is very popular, but also Claudia Sheinbaum and, you know, the Morena admin previously played ball with Trump when it came down to clamping on migrants that were trying to cross the Mexican-U.S. border. But also because she's a boss lady. Or maybe in my head canon, Trump hates Canada because he met XQC and he couldn't stand him. he just met XQC, was like, I'm done with this country. We're putting sanctions on Canada. Especially Level. That's what happened. In my head canon, that's what happened.
Into the United States, that was just a ruse.
Fentanyl is a national tragedy shared by Canada and the US. The streets of Vancouver, a painful reminder of that. But the Trump administration claims there are secret fentanyl laboratories across Canada and that the ruinous opioid is flooding.
Or maybe he does want to legitimately annex Canada because climate change, which is both woke, gay, and fake, is actually not so fake, and that all of Canada is going to be the best possible real estate. So that's why he wants to annex Canada.
Flooding over the border. It's the reason, they say, for starting this trade war. A bogus excuse, say others.
There is no one who knows anything about drug markets in North America who would agree with the statement that Canada is a substantial part of the problem in the United States. It's simply a fiction. It's simply a lie. No question that fentanyl has devastated the United States. Fentanyl is devastating Canada. And so I think in that way, it might be a potent way for Mr. Trump to whip up enthusiasms and to justify this aggression.
Whatever the reason, invented or otherwise, for this trade war, it's making an enemy of this ally. The question is, what power does Canada really have in the face of its much bigger, far wealthier neighbour? Martha Kellner, Sky News, British Columbia.
Northern Lion on Wayne Gretzky?
Not
my goat. My goat on Wayne Gretzky, the traitor.
Wayne Gretzky? Not. I think he's a traitor. Basically, I think he's an amazing hockey player who should shut his mouth. I think that he should stop having his wife write letters to the editor suggesting people stop attacking him for his fucked up political beliefs, and he should write the letter himself if he's still got 2 nuts left in his sack. I think he should come out and give a statement instead of relying on Janet Gretzky, who isn't even from Canada, to come out and say Canadians be nicer to Wayne Gretzky. I'm not fucking with...
Damn. This is the most serious I've ever seen Northern Lion get. He does not play around with his Wayne Gretzky hate. What the fuck? Yo, I don't give a fuck about hockey, but now I hate Wayne Gretzky even more than I did prior.
Your opinions. I'm not fucking with your wine. I'm not fucking with your gambling ads, and I wish you would go away. Bobby Orr, too. You guys can fuck off together, as far as I'm concerned. This is bigger than hockey. Who's the best I often ponder? Steve Yzerman would never, maybe. I don't know. It's Steve Yzerman is a Canadian millionaire born in the 1960s who lives in Tampa Bay, Florida. I don't want to know his political opinions, but at least Steve Yzerman is keeping his fucking mouth shut, okay? That's the least you could do.
Imagine if LeBron was a MAGA guy. It would break me, dude. I'm not even kidding. It would be so sad. Holy fuck. I don't even want to imagine. I don't even want to imagine LeBron becoming like an incredibly reactionary figure after retirement. Oh no. He would never do that. He would never do that to me. Y'all are just racist, bro. Y'all are just racist for thinking you just want to bring another black man down, okay? That's what it is. That's honestly what it is. You're just, oh God, stop. Stop.
Your job involved you getting paid millions of dollars to get hit in the fucking head for 2 decades. Just chill on the public statements, okay? I don't think Gretzky has CTE. He was silky smooth on the ice. He barely got hit, and when he did, McSorley was there to fuck him up. I think it's just it's like money poisoning. It's the small hits that get you, and it's all small hits, right? We should ban money. From now, the third decree. From now on, there will be no rich people and poor people. There will just be that. Hang on, I got to think about that for a minute.
Stick to my stomach, fam. The Gretzky Follies. This Merlot is as weak as his namesake's moral fiber. Leaves the aftertaste of anything from a modern day Tim Hortons. Pair with boiled raccoon. Dude, they fucking... The Canadians hate Wayne Gretzky. You know what's funny about this? I respect that. Americans would never take ownership over a beloved iconic figure like changing sides. You know what I mean? Americans would still ride for it no matter what. The closest we got to that was with Dennis Rodman, who didn't defect to North Korea, but basically became like an ambassador. And Americans still fucking ride with Rodman, which I do as well, but I don't have a problem with North Korea. The Dixie Chicks, it's not the same. Americans still ride for Kanye. Yeah. I guess that's also not the same because I think a lot of Americans like what Kanye is saying. Like, I think just a lot of Americans are super racist. And also they're racist, but also simultaneously they're racist enough not to care. Like, if they're not so racist that they're pro what he's saying, they're at least racist enough not to care. All right. Let's get back to Russia. Russia makes military advances as world awaits ceasefire
Ukrainian
decision.
hands, the town of Sudzha is apparently Russian once more. Moscow's forces here are on the march. Kiev's incursion appears almost over. For Vladimir Putin, a proud moment. On a visit to Kursk region, the commander-in-chief was the commander in camouflage, and there was no talk of a ceasefire. Quite the opposite. He wants to press home Russia's advance.
He's trying to pull a Zelensky, dude. He's trying to pull the Zell Disney. He's running around in combat fatigues and shit.
Our task in the near future, in the shortest time possible, is to finally defeat the enemy entrenched in the Kursk region and to completely liberate the territory.
But after talks with Ukraine and Saudi Arabia, the UN...
I went for a walk yesterday in a house that is usually covered in American flag memorabilia from roof to porch. Is now a giant Russian flag waving off the porch. Hogs are amazing. Dude. Oh, God, I know. My favorite is like, yeah, being pro-American, pro-Russia is awesome. Like, as a position, I think it's fucking hilarious. Like, being a MAGA guy who's also like super pro-Russia is so funny to me. It will never not be funny. You can get mad at me all day, every day. You can tell me that, oh, you love Adolf Hitler. It is so funny because being a super hardcore dick rider of America means that for your entire life, you have hated Russia. Okay? For your entire life, you have despised Russia because Television Man told you that Russia is communist, USSR bad, communism bad. It's at the root of all evil in your life. And then one day, out of nowhere, something flipped. You, I don't know, browsed the wrong Telegram group, or you got Facebook marketed to, and you decided to basically destroy all previous propaganda in your mind that told you that Russia was at the root of all evil, and overnight you became a pro-Russia guy. I love that. Like, how can you basically spend your entire life hating a country and then magically decide that that country is awesome? How the fuck does that happen? It gives me confidence that maybe one day we can do this for China, you know? Hopefully. Like one day. Please, Xi Jinping, please spend money on Hasbro. Please, sir. Do more TikTok, please. Maybe Americans will start feeling some type of way about China and be like, why don't we have electric vehicles here and are ramping up our electric vehicle production? Why don't we have high-speed rail? That's what I want. I want it so bad.
The US wants Moscow to agree to an immediate truce for 30 days. It could include a prisoner swap and the return of Ukrainian children from Russia. Kyiv hopes it'll lead to even more.
A 30-day period to fully prepare a step-by-step plan for ending the war, including security guarantees for Ukraine. If all of this is done, then after the plan is prepared and its gradual implementation begins, this will lead to the end of the war.
But agreeing to a deal that others have come up with is not how the Kremlin does business.
Vladimir Putin likes to be the one in charge. And for the past few weeks, it looked like he was, appearing to have Donald Trump's ear. But now, all of a sudden, he's on the receiving end of the American president's demands. And his agreement on this ceasefire deal might depend on what else is being tied to it.
For example, a seat at the table with the US. Their recent talks in Riyadh have opened the door to a reset of relations. But could Washington take that away?
I don't have a problem with North Korea's wild, my guy. Bro, I love your taste, but I don't have a problem with North Korea is literally hilarious, bro. Really is hilarious to you? What the fuck kind of motion does North Korea have? What do they have? They got nothing. They have so nothing that they quite literally are like, oh yeah, we'll send some of our military members over there by Russia's way, sir. North Korea is never at the table. They have no motion. Anytime Americans try to make North Korea look like the big bad, they unironically are giving North Korea more attention than it even fucking deserves. They got nothing. They have like a couple cyber hackers, sure. They do cryptocurrency schemes and shit. But like, what the fuck has a North Korean done to you? You know, nothing. We've done everything to them, by the way. We've done virtually everything that we could. If America was not leading the helm in the Korean War, also known as the Forgotten War, it would be absolutely declared a genocide. Okay? If our international organs of justice actively worked to litigate all genocides, no matter who's doing it, even the hegemonic superpower, they would have considered what we did in Korea to be a fucking genocide. Okay? Because that's what we did. Now they got nothing. Why is their foreign policy all that matters to you? I don't know, because I'm not living in the fucking Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Do I look like... What happened? Last time I watched Cholima on the Wing and sang along, did that cause you to think that I'm fucking North Korean? Like, does that make you feel better about America when you fantasize about how fucking terrible it is to live in North Korea? Does that make you feel good? Where you're like, yeah, things aren't so bad. At least we're not fucking North Korea. Nice, man. What a healthy attitude to have. That's the only reason why you give a shit about this stuff. Like, why is there foreign policy all that matters to you? Because that's the limited impact that they actually have. Okay? That is the marginal impact that they have on the planet. That's it. They have no impact in general, but the limited amount of impact that they do have is on a little bit of fucking foreign policy. They're giving artillery shells to Russia. That's it. Half of them are fucking duds anyway, but it doesn't matter. He said, nah. He's like, I'm going to take matters into my own hands, big dog. I'm going to fix the DPRK politics. Okay, dude, have fun with that, okay? Get in there. They have tourist visas now. Go through China, get the fuck inside the DPRK, go to Pyongyang, and tell them what's what, okay? Brave soldier. I agree. I just don't get being charitable to them. Why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I be charitable? What do you mean charitable to them? Charitability is charitability is an accurate assessment of the horrifying war crimes that the United States of America and coalition forces did to the fucking nation of Korea after, cutting it in half. You're literally upset because it breaks your previous messaging. Under no circumstances do I believe that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is actually democratic, okay? It's not. It's not. It's not democratic at all, all right? But if you know anything about how there are two Koreas now, you would understand that that is a crime brought about the Korean population by the United States of America because we wanted a fucking bulwark against growing communism. Oh boy. Oh no. How dare they? And it was a fucking bloody affair too. And I don't mean in just North Korea. In South Korea, it was insanely bloody in South Korea. Massive massacres that the American government oversaw as the South Korean military dictatorships time and time again destroyed any kind of fucking protest against the government. And then what else do we do? The handover from military dictatorship to a robust democracy came at the hands of South Korea basically becoming 6 families in a fucking trench coat. That's all South Korea is. There's a reason why South Koreans still are just like, I'm going to kill myself. This is the worst country on the fucking planet. It's literally hell here. There's a reason why young South Koreans are just so brain broken. America isn't an excuse for a one-party freedomless dictatorship. Brother, where did I say that? Why? Why is it so difficult for you guys to go, you know what? Probably bombing the fuck out of every standing building in a parallel that we've designated as like the socialist side was probably going to cause the country to experience a lot of issues afterwards. Meanwhile, it's so funny to have these conversations when we're like at the supposed beacon of democratic thought. The United States of America. Yeah. It's additionally funny to have this conversation in the heels of the American government. New video shows bomb striking South Korean town near DMZ. The South Korean Air Force says 8 MK-82 bombs were mistakenly dropped by a jet during a war drill with the U.S. The Mark 82 is a U.S. manufactured 500-pound bomb. 15 people are reportedly injured. Like, that just happened. That happened last week. Yeah. Why do people automatically hate North Korea? Because a couple reasons. One, because people don't know shit about Korean history. They don't know shit about North Korea. And also because a lot of people are like, there's valid criticisms against North Korea, and valid criticisms work so well for Americans. You know what I mean? They have no way of like shedding that propaganda. People just tell you these guys are bad. They hate America. They want to kill Americans. And then that's it. That's it. How else can you justify a permanent blockade? You turn me into a liberal, but you never say you were wrong ever. Nobody has all the answers, but you do, I guess. Holy shit. What kind of fucking response is this? Go back, read some stuff about America's actions in Korea, and then counter my position. If you, instead of getting upset that I guess, know a little bit more than you do in this process, you could just go back and be like, nah, here's why you're wrong. I have an economics degree, lol. Okay, did you learn about America's war crimes in Korea in the process of getting this degree? I'm so confused. I'm just saying that the DPRK has no motion. They don't. They don't. They just have nothing. They have been an endlessly fucked over country for the most part. And in the process, yes, there is a not even a one-party dictatorship structure, but like the worst aspects of North Korean governance is specifically the top-down leadership structure and the handover of power from family member to family member. That's it. When you do that, you're not a fucking democracy, okay? There is no democracy there. It would be interesting to try to investigate why there is no democracy there. You know what I mean? Is it because they're simply their culture is different? Is it because they're just like evil? Or maybe there's a different reason. Maybe they've been fucking bombed into oblivion and basically tried to recover, had mass famine, and America never actually scaled back the economic warfare it waged against North Korea, not even one bit, which led to so much death and destruction, especially post-90s, especially after America also destroyed their one fucking ally, the USSR. You know? Bro's so disingenuous. Me? What did I say that's disingenuous? Maybe it's because they have labor camps to snuff out any dissent. You're right. Good thing we live in the land of the free, home of the brave, where there's no such thing as slavery in prison. I'm just, you know. I'm glad that the United States of America would never actually actively go after political dissenters. These idiots think you like Kim Jong-un rather than understanding that you're talking about the Korean people and how the U.S. created their material conditions. Exactly. Because people don't ever fucking think about it. People don't ever want to think about like how people arrive at this condition. Then why do you not feel the same about Israel? I don't know. Maybe because one state is a settler colonial enterprise, okay, and not cut in half by America, and instead is funded by America to continue being a violent apartheid state that does genocide with our fucking weapons. Are you stupid? They the people, not you? What? What? Oh, then why do they not feel the same about Israel? Oh, shit. You were talking to the other chatter. I'm Canadian. Y'all both fucked up. Okay. Dude, Canada would be less than North Korea if it wasn't comfortably in the bosom of American empire. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't get me started on goddamn Canada, okay? Mister, we'll come along with any violent enterprise that America is engaging in. Get the fuck out of here. Don't get me fucking started on this shit. Talking about Canada. Anyway. Shut up, American dog. I mean, you're right. America is a dog. But I like that Canadians would be like, America fucking sucks. They're a violent colonial enterprise. But also, I hate North Korea. Like, what do you mean? Who told you? Who taught you to hate North Korea? Like, why do you care about North Korea? Do you ever have this smoke for, like, I don't know, Djibouti? Oh, man, I fucking hate Estonia. Don't you dare talk about Estonia. And before you say those places are liberal democracies, okay? No, the fuck they're not. All right, maybe Estonia. Like the anger and resentment people feel towards these countries that are in the bad guy category is so funny to me. Especially like I get hating Russia, right? I understand hating the Russian government. I totally do. All right, they're a fucking violent country. They are doing incredible violence, unacceptable amounts of violence. They're an irredentist power. They're a capitalist kleptocracy. And they're bombing the shit out of Ukraine. But like North Korea is a small party in this process. Like they got nothing. They got no motion. They got no smoke. All they do, all people do to North Korea is just dunk on them. Release the fucking sanctions, dude. Release the goddamn sanctions. Allow Korea to unify. Oh, we'll never do that. That'll never happen. We can't let that happen. Go listen to the Blowback season, what is it, 5? It's really helpful for you. And then come back to me. Judging Russia for a Soviet past still, huh? Are you fucking stupid? You think I'm criticizing Russia for its current actions in Ukraine? But season 3, Blowback season 3. Ugh. All right, let's watch why the far right is always worse than the far left.
Extremism as being equally evil and dangerous. This is commonly referred to as horseshoe theory. If you follow both left or right-wing ideology to their extremes, they eventually become equivalent to one another. This is wrong for a variety of historical and ideological reasons. In today's video, we're going to take left-wing ideology and right-wing ideology, drag them out to their extremes in both personal characteristics and government policies, and show how right-wing extremism is more...
Why do you feel the need to always run defense for regimes/people simply because they're seen as left? I don't have any... Wait, what? I don't have any fucking... I don't think North Korea is leftist, chatter. What the fuck? I think North Korea is a victim. That's it. I understand that when countries are pummeled into the fucking ground by much more powerful superpowers for political gain or geopolitical strategy, that they are understandably going to develop resentment, be infinitely more sheltered, and also behave in dictatorial ways, authoritarian ways. I don't think that North Korea is closer to a fucking monarchy than it is a robust leftist democracy. I don't think that they're leftist. I understand. I just don't think it's wrong to dismiss their domestic policies because they don't affect you. No, dude, it's fucking honest, okay? That's what it is. It's honest. You're dishonest. You act like you give a fuck about what kind of North Korean policies are happening at the domestic level. You don't know, and neither do I, by the way. That's it. That's why I think it's so dumb to be like, oh man, I can't believe it, dude. It's like, I really hate that Estonia has a VAT. Okay, that's completely unjustifiable. I'm going to hate on Estonia now going forward. It's the worst. It's the worst country. I spit on them. How dare they? You criticize Asmongold for something similar? No? Wait, what? No, I didn't. I think you have maybe one brain cell that you're trying to actively rub against it, against the walls of your skull. What did I criticize Asmongold for that you think is similar to what I'm saying here? I'm saying that there is no way for me to change North Korean domestic policies. And not only is there no way for me to change North Korean domestic policies, I think it's far more important to talk about how North Korea got to the position that it got to. Okay? That's it. Especially as an American citizen in the United States of America, where there is a metric ton of propaganda. Okay? You criticize him for saying he would vote for someone who hurt people in ways that did not affect him, rightfully so. I don't expect you to change North Korean policy. You think that me saying that selfishness being inherent in your political ideology when making decisions about politics is the same as me saying I have no power over fucking DPRK's domestic politics and neither do you, and the overwhelming majority of anti-North Korea sentiment coming from the West is actually just a justification to continue having a fucking crippling sanctions regime on DPRK, and then that's the major reasons as to why North Korea is also so sheltered and this like weird monarchist style government still to this goddamn day. Is those two things are the same for in your mind? This is a ridiculous comparison to make. Maybe I'm too lived up. I just think it's immoral to dismiss bad policy because they've been victims of U.S. I'm not dismissing bad policy, dude. No, this is, oh my God, it's fucking brain rot every goddamn day of the week. Every time I talk about any country that is outside of the sphere of Western influence, people fucking lose their minds. Okay? First of all, you don't know a single fucking Korean policy, North Korean policy. And to be fair, I don't either. Okay? Let's just get that out of the goddamn way. And most of what you heard about North Korea is just like ridiculous lies for the most part. Does that mean that there isn't a monarchist style form of governance there? No, there is. That much is true. We know that. We know that. We know that people are not just simply voting for members of the fucking Kim dynasty. Okay? I like that this entire conversation started off because I said, I'm not North Korean. I have no say in North Korean domestic affairs. I can simply tell you what we have done to North Korea, and we fucked over that country a million times over in ways that, if we were being honest, people would consider to be a genocide if it wasn't America doing it. That's it. And now everyone's like, bro, you don't understand. Like, seems like you're defending North Korean policies. Like, no, I'm not. The policies that I do know of North Korean governance, I'm not defending. But that doesn't matter. My criticism of North Korean policies don't fucking matter. My criticisms of American policies don't even matter, and I'm a goddamn American, and America's supposed to be a fucking democracy. Oh. It's so crazy that, like, I can't have a... This is an example of a thought-terminating cliche. You're engaging in this because you're, like, voluntarily and deliberately misunderstanding my argument. You're not even doing it. To be fair, it's not even deliberate. It's just baked into your consciousness, okay? Where you're like, no. This is a perspective that I have not ever entertained or heard about from North Korea. It seems like every one of your haters was right about you. You must be in love with the Kim family, okay? You must be in love with them. You think they're great. You think they're amazing. You think they've never done anything wrong. You want America to be like North Korea. Like, you didn't listen to what I was trying to explain to you. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we have no power, or we do have a tremendous amount of power over North Korea, but it's in ways in which we will never actually dial back, okay? We will never fucking allow North Korea to be a normal country. It's very stupid. We systematically bombed all their hydroelectric dams to intentionally bring agricultural production to a halt, create a man-made famine, killing millions on top of all the millions we bombed, firebombed, killed via fascist proxies. It's so hard to have Americans comprehend stuff like this. It's so hard to get Americans to understand this because, like, we live in America, right? And if you live in America, you don't know what it's like to fucking have You don't know what it's like to have in your history complete and utter domination. And then also a rigid sanctions regime that destroys every opportunity you have to rebuild after complete and utter domination. It's propaganda-induced faith in deterrence that actually doesn't just not work. It has the opposite effect that the American media and educational system told Americans it would have. Yeah. So when y'all hear this shit, you're like, nah, dude. Nah, it makes no sense. You can't comprehend what it's like when your material realities are dust, okay? Saying you love North Korea, though, when it's a fascist country isn't helping. What? Fascist country? What the fuck are you? Words have no meaning. I swear to fucking God, dude. Holy shit. One, I've never said that I love North Korea, maybe as a meme. Two, again, I've never said that North Korea is in any way, shape, or form a leftist. I don't know if you could consider it a fascist country. I don't even... What? Teaching a liberal foreign policy is like trying to remind you your dementia-ridden grandma who you are. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Maybe that's why, you know what? Maybe that's why fucking dummy Republicans are way easily duped and will change their minds on Russia after being taught that it is like, after being taught that it was like the USSR and the root of all evil. But liberals are like, no, you don't understand. Rule-based national order. If I repeat it to myself like Beetlejuice over and over again, it'll become real, okay? America is not the big bad, but actually America is the big good. And things that it's done at the behest of doing the big good sometimes is bad. But don't look at all the bad things. I will say that it's bad in a history book when I read it. But, you know, it was still at the behest of a larger, greater good. What was that greater good? Oh, that's right. Eradicating socialism. It's so weird. All of this, I'm reminded, all of this started because I said, I don't give a fuck about North Korea. They got nothing. They got no motion. Poor guys.
Morally worse and a much bigger threat. Let's first establish general left versus right values, starting with the left. The left is broadly progressive. The left believes in caring for all and uplifting the poor. They believe in limiting the power of moneyed interests and corporations, and most importantly, view politics through material conditions. This means how much money people have and their access to housing, food, healthcare, employment, and technology. These material conditions are seen as the biggest determiner in how a society functions. Violence, poverty...
I mean, you know nothing about North Korea? Invite an expert on North Korea. Your explanations are confusing. Yeah, I need to get Yami Park in here right now. Pronto. What does she have to say? That's right. In North Korea, green card holders get kidnapped for practicing their First Amendment. I think it's because you said I have no problem with North Korea. Yeah, it's true. I don't. What do you mean? Like, if you spend any time, if you live in the United States of America and you spend more than 3.5 seconds in your life thinking about how dangerous North Korea is, you are a fucking moron. Okay? Sorry. That's just, I don't make the rules except for that one. I just made that rule up. You are a rube, a mark, a sucker. They have not the GDP of like Mississippi, but instead the GDP of like a fucking town in Mississippi. And you're out here being like, no, they're a part of this scary coalition force that is actively trying to undermine America and the Western world. Like, they got nothing. The fuck? We fucked them over. It's all dust. It's all rubble. Okay? That's it. We will never address the crimes that we engaged in Korea. Oh. Anyway, let's continue.
And general social dynamics are at their core influenced by material conditions above all else. The left believes in wealth redistribution and a strong central state that can provide infrastructure and meet the basic needs of all people. The left believes in strong social safety nets and making sure that people in weaker positions, like the old, disabled, and minority groups, should be uplifted. They lastly value internationalism and solidarity amongst the global working class. Now let's take a look at right-wing values. The right is conservative, praising tradition over progressive ways of thinking. The right typically opposes political and social reform. Being inherently opposed to progressivism and new ideas, the role they play is often an oppositional reaction to social and economic reforms proposed by the left, hence the term describing them reactionary. The right typically values past traditions and usually wants to return to a time in the past where the society supposedly had better values and was more prosperous. The right believes in natural hierarchies. There are always winners and losers, and the human condition cannot overcome these natural ways of living. Hard work and morality are the biggest determiners in your place in society. Right-wingers believe that the conditions of society, like poverty, social dynamics, and crime, are not the result of people's material conditions. Poverty and crime are a reflection of personal and moral failures. They therefore believe in equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Oftentimes, this hierarchy is tied to nationalism, race, or religion. They prefer a smaller government but large military and value national interest. Now let's briefly touch on the center. The center wants to maintain the status quo. The center in modern times is reflected in what many often refer to as...
Why did North Korea end up the way it is, whereas Cuba made so much better progress in fields like medicine? Easy answer. North Korea's reliance on the USSR was far more significant than Cuba. Cuba, out of proximity, was very far away. And also, Cuba had a successful revolution. North Korea, as a nation state, was invented through genocide. Like, that's it. Cuba had a successful revolution. It's not like North Korea was like, oh yeah, we're having our own revolution. It was more so that like the popular figures at the time, led by Kim Il-sung, were pushed into the north and that the initial war heroes were slowly cast aside by the American military. And the ridiculous leadership that they planted. Also, even Cuba is struggling. It's not like they're doing great. Also, North Korea had a massive famine too. After the USSR's dissolution.
as neoliberal politics. They do not believe or want to fundamentally change the economic system. They believe in free markets and much less constrained capitalism. Liberals do not believe in a hierarchical society as conservatives do. They speak to underprivileged groups, but largely don't believe in or are not willing to enact radical economic programs or reforms. Instead of
U.S. Air Force commander, over a period of 3 years or so, we killed off, 20% of the population of Korea as direct casualties of war or starvation or exposure. DPRK is my academic focus. I link great accessible videos I hope you will consider watching. Mega, Yami, and North Korea. What is this?
Which went on.
What is this? North Korea has a worse embargo than Iraq before the 2003 war, dude. I don't even know how the fuck they've been functioning. It's so sad. They've been basically a arm of China for the most part. That's how they've been functioning. China is their entry point into the global market.
They're focusing on funding social services, safety nets, and universal programs like the left. Liberals prefer information campaigns and a media culture war to uplift underprivileged groups. Liberals and centrism love procedures and rules. They love trying to work with Republicans even when they're actively spitting in their face. Centrists often create programs to help minority groups, but many only focus on improving visibility and representation. Their vision of success is getting diverse people into the top jobs in the same oppressive structures in government or corporations, dominating the communities they come from. From a left-wing view, centrism ignores the root causes of inequality by avoiding big reforms like universal healthcare, raising the minimum wage, addressing policing, or wealth inequality. They see progress as just selecting a more diverse ruling class. From a right-wing view, centrism is seen as giving special treatment when everyone is supposedly starting on equal ground. This, coupled with liberals' desire to maintain the obviously failing status quo, and elitism frustrates both sides, which is why people on the left and the right hate liberals. Many people in the United States confuse liberals with the left when liberals are very much not leftists. Many self-proclaimed liberals in the US only call themselves liberals because of mainstream media framing. Liberalism is presented as the only alternative to conservatism or the Republican Party. In reality, when you ask them about key policy issues, like cutting the military budget, legalizing marijuana, free college, universal healthcare, canceling student debt, and medical debt, their views are far to the left of the Democratic Party and liberalism. The center/liberals believe that the current system is broken, we just need to make a couple tweaks to fix it. Never anything too fundamental. While the left believes that the system is not broken, but working exactly as intended. Capitalism will naturally create the problems we are seeing in society. The left does not want to fix the current system, but dismantle it and create a different system. So in reality, there are a lot of people in the US who may claim to be liberals, but are actually leftists. Now that we have a very condensed idea of left, right, and center, let's take these ideologies to the extreme and show which ideology is more dangerous. The criteria we are using to judge the morality of each extreme is which ideology gives the best outcomes to pursue happiness, peace, and enrichment for a majority of society. First, let's talk about your average right-wing conservative. As a moderate conservative, you believe in hierarchy. You see winners and losers in society, but you think it's based on merit. People get what they deserve by working hard or making good choices. Maybe your family struggled in the past, but they pulled through by working hard and doing everything the right way. And now you're looking around and wondering why other people can't do the same. To you, things like poverty or crime aren't about systemic issues. They're excuses. You're tired of hearing about handouts when you and your family didn't need them. You wouldn't call yourself a racist at all. You might have minority friends you genuinely like. Maybe you work or grew up with some. You respect the ones you know personally, the ones who work hard and do it the right way. But when you look at the larger picture, it's harder to feel the same way. You see the news or scroll online, and it's full of stories about crime, drugs, or poverty in minority communities. It starts to feel like those things aren't just individual problems, but tied to cultures or communities. And politically, you're frustrated. You've seen your town go downhill over the years, jobs disappeared, industries left, and everything has gotten more expensive. Democrats or liberals in power didn't fix any of that. If anything, things got worse. You miss the days when your community had better paying jobs and people seemed to have stronger values. You like someone like Trump because he sticks it to those liberal elites who are completely out of touch with normal people like you. You're not extreme though. You might laugh at an edgy joke here and there, but you don't see yourself as one of those far-right types. Their open racism or fascism is a step too far for you. Now let's take those baseline right-wing beliefs to the extreme. Let's look at the far right. Maybe your town was pretty homogenous, or maybe the only minorities you saw were poor and struggling. You probably had someone in your life, like an uncle, parent, or cousin, who was openly bigoted and planted those ideas in you early on. Once you started getting online, the stuff you saw there backed up what you already thought. It's not that some people aren't working hard, it's because they can't. They're not making bad decisions because of bad luck or tough circumstances. They're making those decisions because they're inferior. And you start going deeper into those ideas. It's their genetics, their culture, their religion. All of it is supposedly worse than yours. Poverty and crime aren't because of material conditions or any system. It's because those people are naturally like that. And now it's not just their problem, it's society's problem. They're the reason for crime, poverty, and everything else that's wrong with the world. They're taking your jobs, they're ruining your country. The solution, according to these extremists, is to get rid of them. Whether it's controlling birth rates, forcing them out, or outright violence, the goal is a pure society. If they don't do something now, there'll be more of them than us, and that can't happen. At first, it's just online talk. You find some message board full of people who feel the same way, and you start hanging out there. Maybe you even show up to a protest in real life, covering your face, of course, to complain about a mosque being built or something. But here's the important thing. This ideology always ends in violence. That's the final step. It's terrorism directed at the outgroup. The mass shootings in New Zealand, New York, Texas, there are countless examples of where this goes. Those shooters didn't act in a vacuum. They wrote manifestos, and guess what was on them? The same far-right talking points you'll find on those message boards. This type of targeted violence is almost exclusively right-wing. On a personal level, far-right extremists are some of the most isolated, miserable people you'll ever meet. Most of them are losers. They've got maybe one or two friends in real life, and they're constantly trying to outdo each other in how extreme they can get. The rest of their social life is online, hanging out in echo chambers with racists and incels. There are two main types of these guys. First, you've got the more socially awkward ones. They're bitter, jaded, and insecure. They don't share their views confidently in real life, so they stick to dark humor or mumble it under their breath. Online, they're very loud. Then you've got the Proud Boy types. These people need to play up their masculinity and 1950s-ass idea of male values. Unsurprisingly, the people who want to play up their masculinity are also deeply insecure and cowardly. They love playing pretend cowboy and dedicating their life to hating others. They channel their insecurities into the most pathetic form of community imaginable and a fake form of ethnic white unity. Truly, some of the biggest losers in the world. To live this lifestyle is corrosive to the core, and these are deeply sad, miserable people. That was the personal journey of extremism. But it doesn't take a genius to guess what the results are when far-right extremism captures a country's government. Let's look at some far-right governments. Taking baseline conservative instincts of hierarchy and in-and-out groups to their extreme has dire consequences. Conservatism is inherently dividing. The degree of how far on the right translates to how far you crack down on the people you think are different from you. As a result, far-right extremism results in brutal attacks on perceived outgroups, employing the power of the state, its media, and industry against targeted groups.
I wonder what country he's gonna shout out here.
Leads to oppression, apartheid, or extermination. A majority of the worst atrocities you can think of in the past 150 years or so can be tied directly to this ideology. In Spain, Francisco Franco's fascist forces carried out mass executions.
This is a really good video. Holy shit, dude. This guy's got 232 subs. Big homie, I'm here because of Hassan Piker is very slowly watching your video. Glad to have you found you. Thanks for your hard work.
Oppressed languages and cultures, and killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and political prisoners. In Central America, Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras all experienced right-wing...
Link it? I wonder if it's linked. I wonder if it's a video that we linked on the top of the chat. I'm thinking if there's a link, it probably would be pinned, right? On the top of the chat. Oh, that's right. It is there. Why do fucking chatters always do this? You literally will... No, because you never link anything. No, because you never see it. It's always linked. Literally, always. It is always linked. The video that we're reacting to is always linked to the chat. The problem is you don't fucking see it, and then you just assume that it's not linked. It's linked every time.
Paramilitary operations. These were trained and funded by the US to overthrow popular, democratically elected socialist governments. These paramilitaries committed widespread atrocities, massacring civilians to ensure the governments remained loyal to US interests. Combined, these actions resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. In fascist Italy, Benito Mussolini embraced an extreme right-wing ideology rooted in ultranationalism, militarism, and the subjugation of perceived inferior groups. Mussolini's government orchestrated the mass murder of political opponents and marginalized groups through internment camps. During wars of expansion in Ethiopia and Libya, fascist forces used chemical weapons, razed villages, and imprisoned civilians in brutal conditions. In Chile, socialist leader Salvador Allende was overthrown in a US-backed coup, leading to Augusto Pinochet's brutal regime. Pinochet's government tortured, killed, and disappeared tens of thousands of people. In the United States, the Ku Klux Klan terrorized and killed tens of thousands in a campaign of racist violence and terrorism. Japanese fascism, often overlooked in these discussions, justified its atrocities with a belief of ethnic and cultural superiority. This ideology led to an estimated tens of millions of deaths across Asia. In China alone, Japanese forces directly killed 10 to 25 million people and indirectly caused the deaths of up to 50 million through starvation and other means, all the while committing some of the most depraved atrocities imaginable, such as human experiments and the infamous rape of Nanking. The most infamous example, of course, is Nazi Germany, which industrialized mass murder to an unprecedented degree, resulting in an estimated 15 million deaths. You could go on for much longer, touching on the far-right extremism and fascism in places like Indonesia, Greece, Portugal, and so on. These examples underscore the devastating consequences of right-wing extremism when it captures state power. Whether targeting groups based on ethnicity, religion, race, or ideology, the result has consistently been terror and mass killings. These are just some of the most infamous instances. Okay, now let's take your average left-wing person. If you're left-wing, you've got at least a basic understanding of capitalism and how it is tied to poverty, homelessness, and crime. When you see someone struggling, your instinct isn't to judge them or feel disappointed in their actions. You're asking, what can society do to help them? And empathy is in front and center in your worldview. You'll point out the flaws in the capitalist system, but you're not about to overthrow the whole thing. You're skeptical of revolution, but looking for big changes, and you think we can get there without tearing everything down. You still believe in the current institutions, and maybe you're imagining something like social democracies in Europe, especially those in Scandinavia with stronger social safety nets and fairness baked into society. Look at how popular Bernie Sanders was in 2016 and 2020. That's the kind of left we're talking about here. You're not necessarily diving into Marxist or revolutionary ideas, you're focused on making changes happen within the system as it stands. Now let's take those baseline left-wing ideas to the extreme. They're just as empathetic as your average leftist, but you're a lot more direct and critical about calling out capitalism as the root of the problem. For you, it's not about fixing the system, but overthrowing it. Capitalism isn't just flawed, it's the crux of the problem. And if that means violent revolution, you're ready for it. In fact, most believe that violent revolution might be the only way to remove the ruling class. You probably participate in or organize labor unions, political parties, or activist groups. You're uncompromising in your beliefs, and you have no patience for fascists or racists.
Max left.
Similar to the far right, your ideology can sometimes make you stand out or even feel isolated in mainstream social settings. You might be more out there in terms of appearance with tattoos, piercings, or clothing. Far left groups are typically diverse, and there really isn't an out group. Everyone is generally accepted except for the far right. When it comes to violence, far left extremists have much different targets and philosophy compared to the far right. They're not out targeting random civilians or marginalized groups. They're going after fascists or the state. Antifa is the common boogeyman and is painted as the worst of leftist extremism, the left's version of a school shooter. Unless you are a fascist or a Nazi, which we can all hopefully agree are universally bad ideologies, you have nothing to fear. Their violence is directed towards fascists so that they can never feel comfortable enough to march openly and attack minority groups. The media would like you to believe horseshoe theory that Antifa violently defending minorities is the equivalent of a mass shooter going into a grocery store and indiscriminately killing minorities. The left extremist goal is an objectively more admirable goal than wholesale massacre.
Shameless.
Despite what media might say, far-left violence is almost always directed at specific targets, not innocent random people. The Center for Strategic and International Studies in 2020 revealed that over the previous 25 years, the vast majority of terrorist attacks and plots in the US were perpetrated by far-right attackers. 90% of all terrorism in 2020 alone was right-wing. Of the remaining leftist terrorist attacks, there were acts like assaults, firebombings, and arson. Even environmental protesters sitting on roads or treetops were often registered as acts of terrorism. Actual targeted attacks on individuals with deadly violence from a leftist is exceedingly rare. The most recent prominent case being Luigi Mangione. I'll let you decide for yourself if that violent act is the equivalent to a right-wing person targeting a random black person or immigrant in a grocery store. I'm not saying you cannot find examples of left-wing extremists killing innocent people, but looking at targets and frequency, it's not even a question of which is worse. Meanwhile, we have constant right-wing attacks year after year to the point where it's a fairly common occurrence. Now, I know what many people associate with the far left, especially Americans, is identity politics. While the far right is fairly universal in their messaging, the far left tends to splinter, particularly with messaging around identity. While all leftists want what's best for everyone in marginalized groups, there can be a large difference in the messaging and way to achieve that. There are broadly two camps. The first method focuses on universality, meaning focusing on uniting everyone on an equal field and speaking to every group at the same level. There may be specific groups that are struggling more, but the best way to help them is by focusing on raising all working.
I got into it with someone about the horseshoe theory recently. I tried explaining that prejudice against trans people and vulnerable groups is not the same as prejudice against the wealthy and Nazis, but genuinely told me that they are the same thing. Being a Nazi or being wealthy is not an inalienable characteristic. The fuck? They're immutable. Immutable. It's just something you can't change about yourself. You're just born trans, you are trans. You're black, you are black. Also, yeah, the horseshoe theory is completely made up. That's the other thing. It's just not like a real valid it's not like a real valid political theory.
Working class people's standards together. Hyper-focusing on specific identities only divides the working class and alienates people who would have otherwise been on board with the class struggle. It drives their attention away from class politics to focusing on their racial, gender, and identity differences. In the modern day, this method of messaging is typically divided between Eastern and Western leftists. The former Soviet Union and currently Communist China does not participate in any type of identity politics messaging that you would be familiar with in the West, focusing much more on universalism amongst class. Modern Western leftists tend to focus much more on individual identities and develop specific messaging campaigns and terminology. They attempt the impossible task of trying to accommodate catered messaging to every possible difference between different groups, usually to the dissatisfaction of every group. While this is certainly done in good faith and by well-intentioned people on the left, the alienation that this has done on the working class is undeniable.
The rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. With the results of the previous 4 elections, our elected officers are currently 2 male and 2 female. In order to be gender balanced, we must elect 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any gender.
New wave academic terminology, discourse, and aggressive messaging around marginalized groups can be off-putting and not very accessible for your average working class person. Western leftists have placed themselves on a tightrope between messaging on universal programs that benefit everyone, while at the same time not wanting to figuratively or...
I think radical liberalism of that sort that seeks to actively undermine solidarity is just unhelpful, unproductive. It doesn't mean that you should just like drop... It doesn't mean you should drop allyship over social causes. But yeah, it's just... I don't think that those guys are like extreme leftists in general. I think they're just silly people who desperately cling on to any sort of radical politics they can that still somehow fits within the neat confines of permissible politics. You can be as radical as you want when it comes to like, I don't know, gender related things, as long as you're not undermining the pre-established hierarchy. Bro, that was at the DNC election. There's nothing radical there. No, I know it's not. But that's why I'm saying that it might come across as a radical ideology. But that radical, why are you scared? I'm not. I don't know what you mean by that. But that's precisely my point. To the average American, that conversation is seen as like the most radical, most extreme leftist position you can have. And yet it's at the fucking DNC. Do you see what I mean? That's the point that I'm making, which is like the way that Americans think, like liberalism to its highest extent, is that's what they think. When the average American, when they think of like who is a leftist or what is a leftist, like that is what they perceive as leftism.
Literally abandoned specific groups. This has undoubtedly contributed to the failure of the left and the West. The right wing capitalizes on this weakness by using working class people's annoyance with identity politics to vote completely against their best interests and focus on the culture war. Now let's get to the far left government. Before we get into discussing the far left government, please take a second to subscribe and like the video. Thank you. Let's look at what happens when these far left beliefs are...
Okay, this dude is definitely a Hasanabi head. I'm sorry. That right there is some shit I would do.
...held in positions of power. The left's main targets are those who are perpetuating...
This video sucks. I don't think this video sucks at all.
...systems of inequality. Capitalists, wealthy elites, and landlords. Unlike the far right, where violence is directed downward onto marginalized outgroups, far left violence is directed upward to those in positions of power. The left's targets are a very small, highly powerful elite and fascists, in stark contrast to the far right's focus on much larger portions of the population, entire ethnicities, religions, immigrants, or those with different sexual orientations. It is undeniably more just to challenge those exploiting others than to persecute individuals based on inherent traits or identity. Far-right governments seek to reinforce or expand existing hierarchies through policies of apartheid, genocide, or ethnic cleansing. Left-wing governments, even when authoritarian, aim to eradicate feudal systems, redistribute land, and eliminate poverty. These goals are intended to benefit the majority, even if they fail in execution. After addressing the atrocities of far-right regimes, it's essential to confront the darker chapters of far-left governments as well. One significant group of victims under far-left regimes have been those perceived as traitors or counter-revolutionaries. These victims, most notably during Stalin's purges, the Cultural Revolution, and the Khmer Rouge genocide, were casualties of paranoia, authoritarianism, and internal power struggles. Undoubtedly, Many, if not most of the victims were loyal communists or innocent
fair
swept up in the chaos.
I don't think
However,
it's unfair.
It is crucial to separate these actions from the core tenets of leftist ideology. Nowhere in Marx's works does it advocate for purges, paranoia, or suppression of intellectuals. These killings were products of authoritarianism and power struggles, not intrinsic to leftist ideology. This is a fundamental difference between the far left and far right. These are traits that can manifest in any regime, right-wing or left-wing. To act like these are exclusively communist or left-wing traits is absurd. Right-wing regimes have employed the same methods to suppress dissent and consolidate power. Also,
way more frequently and way more brutally, and also not with like a higher purpose of distribution in mind or development in mind.
Also, not all leftist governance is authoritarian. Many democratic socialist systems, such as those in Nordic countries, demonstrate how leftist principles can also exist without authoritarianism. And not all far-left authoritarianism is bad, as we have seen with the success of China raising 800 million people from poverty through what they call a dictatorship of the working class. When examining Western death tolls attributed to leftist governments, many deaths, such as those caused by famines in Maoist China, are ridiculously attributed to communism itself. Poor policies in some instances may be, but it is an insane assertion to present starvation as a core feature of communism, especially considering famines were a rampant recurring tragedy in pre-communist China and Russia with non-existent help from any government. Also, estimates of these death tolls are heavily inflated for Western narratives. The same death tolls, no joke, also count the deaths of Nazis killed by the Red Army during World War II in their victims of communism body count. In contrast, the tangible improvements brought about by leftist revolutions cannot be ignored. In the Soviet Union, Cuba, and China, literacy rates doubled, life expectancy rose dramatically, urbanization and industrialization surged, and infant mortality plummeted. These achievements outpaced progress in the capitalist West, which took centuries to reach the same milestones. If famines under communism are to be criticized, then the systematic poverty, starvation, and neglect perpetuated under capitalism, particularly in Africa and the global South, must also be criticized. The resources exist to eradicate extreme poverty worldwide, but under capitalism, the profit motive is more important over human welfare. Communist China, for instance, has not only eliminated abject poverty, but is bringing the global South with it through its Belt and Road Initiative. Meanwhile, capitalist countries are controlled by oligarchs and face rising poverty rates and rapidly declining living standards. Blaming communism for starvation and suffering ignores the mass suffering under feudalism, monarchy, and capitalism, which is never examined. If you take left-wing ideology to its extreme, it means doing the best for the majority of the underprivileged by any means necessary. The bad things that happen are in the context of implementing a noble aspiration of a just and equal society. Taking the right to the extreme always results in the subjugation, othering, and usually destruction of whole populations of people. Maybe you're off-put by extremism in general and think of yourself more as a moderate. You want to pick a side and fall somewhere in the middle. I think it's better to choose the side that's end aspiration is a classless, stateless utopia, compared to an ethnically homogenous, divided world amongst nation-states built on hierarchies. Taking baseline conservative views and extending them must lead to an outgroup, a scapegoat, and inferior.
It also doesn't address the underlying problems. I've talked about this before, like, let's take the Pareto principle, right? Something that incels used to talk about all the time. Incels on their own personal journey to becoming like right-wing, reactionary, white nationalist weirdos oftentimes start as people who believe and abide by the Pareto principle, where, you know, the top 20% of guys fuck 80% of the women, right? So what's interesting about that is that a lot of these people will look to that. A lot of these incels would look to that and go, oh, but if we have, like, you know, a white nationalist, more traditional society, then we will get laid as well. Not realizing that a white nationalist society does not change the underlying problem. It doesn't address it at all. It would be the top 20% of Aryan dickheads that would be having sex with 80% of the Olgas and Helgas in a white nationalist society. Your ass, as an incel, would still not be getting pussy in the white nationalist dystopia that you envision for yourself. Okay? That's it. Whereas a left-wing ideology or left-wing attitudes, extreme leftists, max leftists, do genuinely seek to undermine pre-existing forms of power, pre-existing hierarchies, with the ultimate purpose of greater redistributive policies. Okay?
How far you go on the right spectrum is the degree of intensity in which you hate or attack a certain group, starting at personal bias and bigotry as a moderate to death and extermination at its furthest. Meanwhile, your targets on the left are not everyday people, it's the small populations of oligarchs or fascists. Their removal also isn't necessarily death, as many on the left believe in rehabilitation and re-education. When communism took over in China in 1949, the last emperor of China from its dynasty-based government system was still in the country. Instead of killing him, Mao just educated him on communism and gave him a normal-ass job. You should never feel threatened by a far-left person. Unless you are an open racist or Nazi, which I hope you shouldn't feel concerned for, then you are within the 99% of people who are not a target. In personal relationships, it should be universally clear which side of the spectrum's extremists you would rather deal with. For one, leftists seldomly commit acts of terrorism. When they do violent acts, it's often targeted at corporations or government infrastructure, like vandalizing weapon plants, sending arms to apartheid states. They never intentionally target innocent civilians. Far-right people are jaded, antisocial, violent, openly misogynistic, and racist. They are insecure and full of hatred. They are inherently dangerous and nihilistic. Identity politics and left messaging can be cringe and annoying, but like, what's worse? There's a good Stavros joke about this that I can't remember exactly, but it goes something like, the left extremist person at worst might look strange to you, have a weird hair color, and be annoying. At least they want what's best for you, and they're definitely not going to hurt you. I'll take that any day of the week over some guy with an AR-15. The nature of the human condition is cooperation and progress, not division and hierarchies created on a superficial basis. Thank you guys for watching. Please subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments, whether you agree.
Yeah, this was great. Let's see how many subs he got
Left
since
and
we
right
started
extremism
watching.
as being
Damn,
equally evil
almost
and dangerous.
2K subs. Let's go. Good shit. This video very clearly looks this from the left. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this was a yes. But I don't think it would be effective video on converting people in the middle as well, as it will be seen as partisan. Yeah, I don't really care. I liked it. He's apolitical. Look at the thumbnail. He put me there with Mao and a faceless Antifa guy. Right-wing ideology only makes sense if we consider white supremacy as its foundation. It's one of the most coherent, most consistent forms of right-wing ideology. So yes, I agree. There should be less content friendly to centrists. I'm convinced all centrist content is what keeps centrists comfortable sitting on the fence. I think centrism is a stupid person's easiest way to come across as like sophisticated on an issue that they don't know anything about. Centrists love going, yeah, I think both sides are somewhat at fault on this issue. And that way they get to masturbate on their intellectual take without putting any thought, consideration, effort into the subject matter. Of course, centrism is basically siding with right-wing ideology if right-wing ideology is the dominant form. I guess with the exception of like China, where I guess centrists in China would be conforming to the norm, the Chinese norm of operating inside of a transitional socialist state. But that's it. Outside of a couple unique instances, centrists, for the most part, are conforming to the norm of right-wing domination. So it is no mere accident that centrists in this country oftentimes find themselves crippling slowly but surely towards the right. Can confirm as an ex-centrist, it was mine and many others' first step in criticizing the status quo, though. It led me here, although many centrists find themselves elsewhere. Yeah. To be fair, they could just as easily be...
I'm going to take a...
They could just as easily be, you know, right-wing.
wild guess and assume that this isn't your first time on the internet. I'm also going to assume that during your time on this big, beautiful invention we call the World Wide Web, you've probably come across a grifter before. As a quick refresher, a grifter is defined as a person who engages in a small-scale petty scam. Well, in today's modern and politically charged world, these scammers, swindlers, and con men have taken on a new, more lucrative form. And a lot of them just so happen to be conservatives.
But I can safely say I've never felt more optimistic about the United States.
Really intervened, like we need this guy to come back in and make America great again.
But let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible.
Ted, Trump knows there's plans to kill him. One of my favorite things Trump has ever said.
Seems like just about everyone and their dog is grifting their way through this.
Yeah. Doesn't this alarm liberals who spend an insane amount of time fucking being like, Hasan, you are the greatest evil of America. You are the greatest evil America's ever seen. Like, don't you just like kind of feel creepy about how heavily dominated the discourse is by right-wingers who are becoming increasingly more reactionary, more openly right-wing? Genuinely, the reason why I always do this call out to liberals is because you know, that's it. That's the vein. That's where I need to tap. That's where I need people to wake up to the reality that it's unfolding in front of them. A lot of people in this chat will say they're just right-wingers, man. But I don't think every single fucking... I mean, most of you were liberals in your political development initially. Like, I don't think every liberal is so cynical and personally invested in propping up the right so that they can feign moral superiority while simultaneously turning the other way, looking the other direction when the right basically follows through on a lot of the violent agendas that they would also personally love. You feel me?
Mass cultural right-leaning vibe shift. And with all of these people wanting to profit and get their hands on a slice of this big right-wing pie, I thought it'd be helpful to walk you through exactly how to pull this off. So today, we're gonna go through my 12 essential steps. And by the end of this video, you too will have all the tools necessary to grift some right-wingers. Don't worry, folks. It's not as hard as you'd think. Oh, there he is. Let's go. Let's go.
The woke mom demands total obedience.
Blue-haired baristas are trying to take that away from you.
Yeah. Hey, it's been a minute. And today, I'm going to show you how to become a conservative grifter. So first things first, if you want to be a good conservative grifter, you need to craft a unique style, one that will stand out against your competitors while still feeling somewhat similar. Let's start
I put the apolitical cap on for this one.
with the head. Now, we have a few options here. We could do a yarmulke, but I'm not Jewish. We could do a Great Clips haircut, but I unfortunately don't have one near me. Or we could do a hat. I think we'll just go with a hat.
Talbot Henley, what the hell are you doing here?
Okay, now for our clothes. Looks like our only two options are a black shirt or a suit jacket, so let's just do both. Now, big bonus here if you are a white guy, but if you're not, that's totally fine. You can still pull this off, and I'll show you how in these next few steps. Well, I'd say we were just about done, and all we need now is a name. Something cool, maybe a little bit edgy, but still smart. A moniker that screams Patriot Freedom Fighter. What about Slade? Strider Slade. Now we just have to figure out what platform will be best to use for grifting. We have plenty of different avenues to utilize because luckily the internet is set up perfectly for a person like Strider Slade. But before we pick our platforms of choice, we need to set a goal for this video. We need somewhat of a North Star to follow. Hey, not that star. So I decided that the objective would be to try to upload one video a day covering a current political
Yeah, he's doing Dogma
or newsworthy event. And wow, was there a lot for Strider to cover for the 2 weeks that were about to take place. I thought that 2 weeks of daily uploads would give us some idea of how successful our grift was. But before we start making our own content, we have to understand how those on the right are thinking. See what they're seeing in the media. We have to put ourselves in their mind, as our algorithms are probably showing us different things. For example, take this story about the US Commerce Secretary announcing that most tariffs on Canada and Mexico will likely be delayed another month. Shocking, I know. On the left, they describe Howard Lutnick, Trump's Secretary of Commerce, as being cornered and caught off guard when discussing the delay. Meanwhile, the right frames it differently, referring to
Bro, we only watch ground news ads. It's crazy. Wait, yeah, there it is. It's always here. Groundnews.com/Ben.
.com/Ben. Ground News has helped me a ton in knowing what sources I can trust online, and it's honestly been the perfect tool for making this video. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video. All right, where were we? Oh yeah. Well, to be a successful content creator online, it helps to start things off with a bang. And I thought live streaming on the platform Kick would be a good way to kick things off. Why Kick and not Twitch? Well, because Twitch has a bunch of socialist libs like Hasan Piker.
Oh, I knew he was going to come after fact check. Oh, I don't believe that. That's probably also funded by USAID.
Anyway, we need to find something interesting to react to for our very first stream. To successfully do this, we can't just sit there riffing conservative talking points for 2 hours straight. Not for Strider's very first stream, at least. If only there was something political going on today that I could cover. They playing Christmas music now? What's up, guys? If you're just tuning in, we're watching the inauguration of Donald Trump. Guys, I'm excited about this one. It's gonna be good. Hey, would you look at that? What perfect timing. Oh, there she is. The First Lady is back in action. Interesting hat, though. I mean, it's definitely unique, and I think that's what the Trumps are all about. Every time it goes back to Barron, I just keep thinking about how he's 6'9". Look at him, like unit. He's like an oak tree. Dude, this guy is killing it. He kind of looks like the Penguin, I'm not gonna lie. You know a guy can sing well when his undershirt barely fits him. Oh, there he is, let's go, let's go. Yes, all right. Let's go. Been waiting for that one for 4 years. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Well said. Well.
This guy's great. He's got so many good ideas. Has he delivered a single opinion so far? No, but that's precisely why I like it, because he agrees with things that I also agree with. I will not be putting any more thought into this process, and I will be coming back and clicking on the broadcast day in, day out, based.
Said.
A real apolitical kind of guy.
Yes. I love that. Man, I'm getting hyped up. Now, as you can see, you want to be as partisan as possible during a live stream like this. You really got to make sure that anyone who joins would immediately be aware of where you lean politically. That way, they're more likely to stay and watch.
With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate.
Perfect. Let's go. Bring the tariffs out. Let's tear it up. Tariff it up. Doge, let's go. Let's go. Doge is going to be awesome. Sit down, Biden. Well, for someone's first time live streaming, I thought that Strider was doing a pretty decent job. According to Kick, he had a total of 5 whole people who tuned in for the stream, and 2 of them watched the entire thing until Strider eventually got a little angry towards the end. God, I'm so hungry. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to text my girlfriend to bring me some lunch. Babe! Is lunch ready? Sweet. Alright, thanks. So you're kind of cold. Babe! These are still cold in the middle. Got that woman representation. That's what it's all about, guys. Now that the stream was over and Strider's new saviors, DJT and JDV, were sworn in with their mandate to destroy the woke mind virus, it's time to do what all good content creators do. And that was to cut down the highlights of the stream and upload it as a new video to YouTube and Rumble. What's YouTube, you ask? Well, see, it's a website where you can upload videos. Oh, what's Rumble? Sorry. Well, see, it's a website where you can upload videos, but for the right. So I'm gonna try to upload a video on Rumble. This is so bad. Categories. I guess it'd be how to. Secondary? 7 days to die. 7 minutes in hell. God, there's so many categories. Battle Crush, Battle Bit, Battlefield, Beauty and the Fashion. This is so bad. Like, this looks awful. This might be the worst UI I've seen on a website since 2009. Like, how do you even upload a video? I think I might need some help navigating this thing. Carter, thanks for coming on to help us out. I have no idea what I'm doing right now.
Me neither. I don't know what you're doing. I can't wait to see. I think it's going to be great. I think the world needs more conservatives and right-wingers because, you know, blue-haired liberals are taking over the world and they must be stopped.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like I can't, you know, get a coffee anymore without seeing liberals.
Right. Hi, my name's Carter. My channel is Doxy Carter on YouTube, and my videos are always a surprise, and you never know what you're gonna get. So, yeah.
So, I'm trying to teach my audience right now. I'm trying to teach.
Don't trust her, brother. She seems like she's one of them sacred liberals, okay? She got the bisexual lighting in the background. Also, I'll have you know, she's a woman. All right. And you already know how women are. Women are gay. That's right. Women are gay. Remember that. They're woke libtards. That is the closest you can be to being the wokest and libtarded is if you're a woman.
Everyone how to become a conservative grifter. And I was actually introduced to Rumble through your video about infiltrating alt-right social media apps. And it seems like a pretty good place to call home if you are an aspiring right-wing grifter. But I'm curious if you have any tips in utilizing this website, maybe how we could get some views.
Women are low testosterone. It's true.
I would say you should say the most bizarre, off the wall and hateful things that you could possibly say.
Okay.
But also at the same time, talk about how you're being censored at other platforms.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because that happens a lot, I've heard.
As much as you can, I would try to play the victim in this scenario, right? Like, you're a white man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone is coming for your land, your job, your wife.
Yeah.
You know, like, be angry about that.
Yeah.
Like, because conservatives love to feel like they're being persecuted is what I've learned.
Mm-hmm.
We are. I mean, not we, I'm apolitical, but also we are persecuted. Every time I see someone who's not white, I feel persecuted.
Just really do that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I do agree. Like, I feel like, you know, everyone loves to talk about the privilege that white men have, but I don't know. We've had it pretty tough.
Yeah, I don't think you guys have enough privilege, you know?
No, especially not today.
Not today.
No.
And And blue-haired baristas are trying to take that away from you.
Yeah.
So I think that you should try to monetize off of this, because I think that Rumble, this is just a hypothesis, but I think that Rumble won't push videos that they won't make money on.
Oh. So it's like they created this safe space for conservatives, but only to profit off of them.
That is correct.
Once I upload a video, if I had to find a good place to share these commentary videos via Rumble, where do you think it would be a good place to do that? Because I don't want to use anything woke, anything like lived up. I want to use something like honest, something true.
I would say that there's a great app that's just for this occasion.
Oh, really?
And it's called Truth Social.
Truth Social. Okay,
Yeah.
what is that?
Truth Social is a social media app, and it was basically created as an alt-right alternative. So your posts are called truths, and then you'll see other truths that have been
I think
posted.
Twitter is the best place to do this, by the way. I think Twitter is better than even Truth Social, because like Truth Social, sure, you're reaching most of the like you're reaching almost entirely conservatives, but like Twitter is definitely better because it has a larger market, and also is entirely comprised of right-wing dipshits now.
And guess what you can do?
What?
You can re-truth it.
Oh, that sounds like a unique feature.
Yes.
Wow. Is it true that you can't tell a lie on Truth Social? Okay, so now that we had a better idea of how to use these apps, Strider Slade's content machine was up and running. This is the part where we need to start honing in on the type
To be fair, he did do a Twitter one already, so
of personality we want portrayed in our commentary videos. What type of conservative grifter is Strider going to be? A crypto fascist?
What does a fascist mean?
A vaccine denier?
That the vaccines are causing
you can do all of it.
Injuries, including death. 52%.
A facts don't care about your feelings kind of guy?
I know a few females.
We were still kind of working out the kinks of Strider, but I thought as long as I kept making more and more content, his true personality would eventually shine through. Let's start with the Federal Bureau for Intimidation. Oh, sorry, the Federal Bureau for Investigation, whatever. So now this leads us to arguably the most important part of becoming a successful conservative grifter. And with this part, you can kind of do whatever you want, as long as you follow this one rule. Both agencies have been running cover for the deep state. RFK Jr. and Kash Patel will declassify all of it, from secret pandemic deals to the FBI's political blackmail. With these daily commentary videos, I wanted to be as milquetoast conservative as possible. Basically, pick a topic in the current news cycle and just write the most average and lazy right-leaning talking points you could imagine. I made sure to put almost no effort into these, and I tried to provide as little substance to the viewer as possible. All right, well, thank you so much for joining. Today we are going to be tier ranking all of the executive orders signed by President Donald Trump. S tier, baby. It's gotta.
No, you fucked up. That's entirely too creative. That's entirely too creative. No, conservatism, like being a top conservative commentator means you shouldn't be doing that. You should not be doing that. That's too smart. It's too creative. You fumbled. Okay. Yeah. All you need to do to be a conservative is to just say, like, I love Trump. He's based. He's going to kill libtards. And I love that. That's it. That's all you got to do. He's killing wokeness.
Gotta be. I mean, like, come on. Think about all the good things that have happened so far after pulling out of DEI. Okay, so next we have ending birthright citizenship. Egg prices are out of control, and Americans are feeling it. But here's something the mainstream media won't tell you. The woke mob demands total obedience. And when someone fights back, when someone actually does something, they call it dangerous? But hey, I'm just glad that Taylor Swift has a reason to be pissed off. Remember, stay sharp and stay skeptical. Strider Slade, out. Well, it had been about 5 days so far, and I had uploaded 5 long-form videos to Rumble and YouTube. Also posted a couple banger truths on Truth Social. So far, I have to say that things weren't going as well as I expected them to be. No one was really listening to Strider Slade. I'm sorry guys, but I wasn't really seeing any results from my plan so far. What was I doing wrong? I was following the guide to it.
He should have shit on me. And like a bunch of like high profile liberals as well. Try to actively create drama. Get in the replies, say some unhinged shit.
Did I forget an important step? But then I remembered where I must seek guidance. What was I thinking? This whole time there was a plethora of incredible teachers out there who do this every single day. Maybe one of them would reveal a step that I missed. So I decided to spend the rest of the day taking notes and learning from the bests.
Hello everyone, this is Donald Trump. I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right here and right now, just like a baseball card or other collectibles.
Whatever your hurdles are,
Yeah.
and use that as a driver.
I really feel like I've learned so much from you, almost as much as I learn at Peterson Academy. And Peterson Academy is Jordan Peterson's online university that is...
Unless you've been hiding under a rock, you know about the amazing health benefits of high-quality CBD. Well, at JonesCBD.com...
Of course, if you're not already a member, Rumble Premium, Mug Club is Rumble Premium, Rumble Premium is Mug Club. It's $99 annually.
Just in case, recommending a contagion emergency kit from the Wellness Company.
Go to BalanceNature.com. Use promo code Walsh for 35% off your first order.
Thanks to Hungry Root, it's become the easiest way to...
All of the guys that followed these dudes will unironically turn around and call me a fucking grifter too. Jesus Christ.
Eat healthy and stay on top of meals.
NobleGoldInvestments.com. The cell phone company we use, Pure Talk, says no.
Wait, that's it. I finally realized what step I was missing all along. It was so simple. What's the point of being a conservative commentator if you don't make a lot of money from it? I had totally forgotten to apply the most important key to being a successful conservative grifter. I had to grift. You think all greens are the same? Think again. PP2 Greens isn't some weak, plant-based nonsense for guys who sip oat milk and count calories. This is hardcore, nutrient-packed fuel for those who actually put in the work. Packed with essential vitamins, minerals, and zero vegan-friendly BS, PP2 Greens is made for real Americans who eat meat, lift heavy, and refuse to apologize for being strong. If you're looking for some organic, grass-fed, kale-infused garbage, go somewhere else. But if you want battle-ready nutrition that fuels muscle, endurance, and dominance, PP2 Greens delivers. Go to the link in my description and use code ALPHA15 for 15% off your first order. Quit being soft and fuel up with PP2 Greens. PP2 Greens, 100% not vegan, 100% built for winners. And thank you for PP2 Greens for sponsoring this video. Okay, well, as you can tell, I could only find a handful of smaller companies that wanted to sponsor Strider Slade's videos, but honestly, I was just happy that I could find any. And now let's talk about Congress, the world's most expensive and least productive daycare center. But first, you don't build strength with excuses. You build it with Crackle Creatine, the pure, powerful fuel your body needs to train harder, recover faster, and dominate every workout. Unleash power with Crackle Creatine. Packed with 1,200 milligrams of caffeine, our creatine blend is designed to supercharge your workouts like never before. Only 12 scoops in whole milk before your workout should do the trick. Testimonials. Hey, look, it's Talbot Henley. Yeah, I actually made all these companies myself. America runs on hard work, grit, and a damn good cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you get with Big Tank Coffee, founded by a former US merchant marine. So for this step, you have a few options, and don't be afraid to get a little experimental here. You can either make your own products to sell like Alex Jones does, or you can just get sponsors for your videos, or you could take my route and make 4 fake companies, buy domains for all of them, create websites that showcase unique products, making them look like actual sponsors, but in actuality, they don't exist. Now, to be clear, you can't order anything on these websites because I didn't want to actually scam people. That would be what a lot of lawyers call not that legal. And if you want to find Crackle Creatine, Their address is 123 Main Street, Asgardia, Minnesota. And after doing my research on sponsored conservative products, I think I kind of hit the nail on the head here. Also, just wanted to point out that some of these ads take up over 50% of the entire video. That's real American content right there. All right, now we're cooking. And I'm not just talking about Graham Grunt's Peanut Brittle. Today's sponsor, Graham Grunt's Peanut Brittle. I think we're finally gonna be getting some much deserved attention. Soon, Strider's newfound voice was going to be piercing through every conservative screen in the nation. Oh, and don't worry, I didn't forget to put multiple ad reads into one video. Just like my mentors taught me. Because remember kids, there's no point in being a conservative unless you want to, say it with me, make a lot of money. So I don't have anything to show for this part because I actually tried to reach out to the companies about my payments for the sponsored ad reads, but none of them ever got back to me. I can't even find a website with contact information for PP2 greens. I guess starting a dropshipping company is a pretty good way to grift too. Just because I know everybody wants to see it, I'm gonna go through some of the results after posting a video almost every single day on YouTube, Rumble, and Truth Social for 2 weeks straight. So here are my results after following 11 of the 12 steps. YouTube, I got this many views and this many subscribers. Truth Social, I had this many likes, this many retruths, and this many replies, and this many followers. And Rumble loved Strider Slade because I got this many followers and this many views. So now this leads us to our final step of becoming a conservative grifter. Now, I actually haven't seen any of the other big ones get to this step yet, but maybe it's just because they don't know how to do this part. So, to all of my conservative grifters out there, here's the very last thing that you need to do.
True.
I never thought I'd make this video, but I can't keep lying to you. So here is what I know. For years, we called the woke mainstream media.
It's not that he's not good at the bit. It just takes too long. Content creation is a difficult endeavor. And also on top of that, it takes a long time to, and you need a tremendous amount of luck. When I say it's easier to grift to the right, I simply mean that once you are established or out of the established content creators, it's infinitely easier to grift to the right.
The enemy. But let's be real. We are the mainstream now. Money drives the industry, and right now the money is on the right. That's why corporations are ditching DEI. It's not because they're buckling under pressure, it's because it's more profitable for them. Conservative media isn't about truth, it's about power. Billionaires fund it because it serves them. Tax cuts, deregulation, political influence. Meanwhile, real leftist media struggles because under capitalism, leftism isn't profitable. The Daily Wire, Blaze Media, PragerU, Turning Point USA, they all push the same fear-driven narratives. Cultural Marxism, the Great Replacement, fringe conspiracies made mainstream. The far right isn't lurking in the shadows anymore. They won the culture war. And I played right along. I pushed narratives I knew weren't true because it's what my audience wanted. It's what the algorithm rewarded, and it's what the movement demanded. I get why my videos resonated with you. I do. But here's the truth. Conservative media is designed to keep you afraid, take your money, and make you vote against yourself. They manufacture your anxiety and then sell you the cure. The Republican Party, led by Trump and funded by Musk, isn't fighting for freedom. They're seizing power for the billionaire class. And they've built a media machine to keep themselves in control. But this isn't the only grift. The Democratic Party sells you hope but protects the status quo. They promise progress while serving the same billionaire class. They just keep enough change on the table to stop us from demanding more. The system isn't broken, folks. It's working exactly as designed to keep us powerless. It's time for something new, something real, a movement that puts people over profit, a true third way. The grift must end. So remember, stay sharp and stay skeptical. Strider Slade.
Mainstream is left, dumbass. That's right, dude. Mainstream media is actually all socialist, and all of the platforms that seemingly keep pumping out right-wing content everywhere are also socialist. That's why the largest content creator, the largest political content creator on this socialist website, owned by socialist Jeff Bezos, owned by socialist Amazon, His name is Asmongold, who is a right-wing political commentator. That's why Asmongold also is the largest right-wing commentator on YouTube as well, which is another socialist website. That's why the entire field of podcasting is completely dominated by, even though they're socialist companies, dominated by right-wingers. Look at the top 10 podcasts on YouTube, on Apple, anywhere you go. They are all, you know, people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk. This is precisely the reason why, you know, I always say, no, you don't understand. All of these companies are socialist, and all these guys are actually socialist. That's why the most popular mainstream news broadcaster is Fox News, another socialist company. Asmongold isn't right-wing. He's a slightly right-leaning centrist, at least by American standards. You are out of your fucking mind. Okay? Slightly right-leaning centrist is also insanely right-wing when you say by American standards. The fuck? He said he was going to dress up as Ash Ketchum to do fucking border detentions. Yeah, he's just center right.
Out. Ooh, we got a comment. Good riddance, libtard.
Fucking owned. Fucking owned. All right, I'm tired. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's episode of the hellish nightmare that we live in. That'll be all for today. I'm tired. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow, as always. Oh, before I forget, actually, tomorrow I have a Rainbow Six announcement that I'm going to be live reacting to, and then be playing Rainbow Six as well early in the morning. So I'm actually going to be starting off earlier than usual. No gaming right now, but gaming tomorrow. So get excited for that. I'm going to be live by 9 a.m. as a matter of fact. 9 a.m. Pacific time. And at 10 a.m. Pacific time, I'm going to be watching the Rainbow Six announcement. And I'll be dominating the world. I'll be dominating the world of gaming. All right. Love you all. See you there. Peace.
Hasanabi 12.03. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming.